Literature, Part 1 ******. E-text prepared by Larry Burgee and Project Gutenberg distributed proofreaders. Transcriber's note: the spelling inconsistencies of the original have been retained in this e-text. Iranian Influence on Moslem Literature, Part 1. By M. Inostra, translated from the Russian, with supplementary appendices from Arabic sources by G. K. Nariman. 1918. General Contents. Chapter 1. Arabic Writers as Sources of Sasanian Culture 3. Chapter 2. Parsi Clergy Preserved Tradition 25. Chapter 3. Ethico-didactic Books of Arabs exclusively of Iranian origin 38. Chapter 4. Iranian Components of Arabic Arab Literature 53. Chapter 5. Pahlavi Books Studied by Arab Authors 65. Chapter 6. Arab Translators from Pahlavi 76. Chapter 7. Pahlavi Rushner Nami 89. Appendices. By the translator. Appendix I. Independent Zoroastrian Princes of Tabaristan after Arab Conquest 93. Appendix II. Iranian Material in Mahasin wal Masawi and Mahasin wal Azdad 101. Appendix III. Berzo's Introduction 105. Appendix IV. The Trial of Afshin, a disguised Zoroastrian General 135. Appendix V. Noldig's Introduction to Tabari 142. Appendix VI. Letter of Tansar to the King of Tabaristan 159. Appendix VII. Some Arab authors and the Iranian material they preserve. The Yuno Akbar of Ibn Qutayba 163 Jais. Kitab al-Bayan wal Tabayan 168 Hamza Isbahani 171 Tabari 174 Dinawari 177 Ibn Elathir 179 Masudi 182 Sharastani 187 Ibn Hazm 192 Ibn Hawqa 195. Appendix 8. Ibn Kalakan 199 Mustafi 203 Muqaddasi 204 Thalabai 205. Preface. The facile notion is still prevalent even among Musulmans of learning that the past of Iran is beyond recall. That the period of its history preceding the extinction of the House of Sazan cannot be adequately investigated, and that the still anterior dynasties which ruled vaster areas have left no traces in stone or parchment in sufficient quantity for a tolerable record reflecting the story of Iran from the Iranian standpoint. This fallacy is particularly hugged by the Parsis, among whom it was originally lent by fanaticism to indolent ignorance. It has been credited with uncritical alacrity, congenial to self-complacency, that the Arabs so utterly and ruthlessly annihilated the civilization of Iran in its mental and material aspects that no source whatever is left from which to wring reliable information about Zoroastrian Iran. The following limited pages are devoted to a disproof of this age-long error. For a connected story of Persia prior to the Battle of Qadisiyah, beside the Byzantine writers there is abundant material in Armenian and Chinese histories. These mines remain yet all but unexplored for the Moslem and Parsi, although much has been done to extract from them a chronicle of early Christianity. The archaeology of Iran, as I have shown elsewhere, can provide vital clue to an authentic resuscitation of Sasanian past. Pre-Moslem epigraphy of Persia is yet in little more than an inchoate condition. Not only all Central Asia but the territories marching with the Indian and Persian frontiers, where persecution of the elder faith could not have been relatively mild, the population professing Islam have been unable to abjure in their entirety rites and practices akin to those of Zoroastrianism. Within living memory the inhabitants of Pamir would not blow out a candle, or otherwise desecrate fire. While science cannot recognize the claims of any individual professing to have studied esoteric Zoroastrianism hidden in the hill tracts of Rawalpindi, the myth has a value in that it indicates the direction in which humbler and uninspired scholars may work. These regions and far beyond teem with pure Iranian place names to this day, and you meet in and around even the Peshawar district individuals bearing names of old Iranian heroes which, if the theory of persecution mongers be correct, would be an anathema to the bigoted followers of Muhammad. It is, above all, Arabic literature which upsets the easy fiction of total destruction of Iranian culture by the Arabs. In its various departments of history, geography, and general science. Arabic works incorporate extensive material for a history of Iranian civilization, while Arabic poetry abounds in references to Zoroastrian Iran. The former is illustrated by Professor Inostrandov's pioneer Russian essay, of which the main body of this book is a translation. The appendices are intended to be supplementary and to be at once a continuation and a possible continuation of the researches of the Russian scholar, and key to the contemned storehouse of Arabic letters. Professor Inostrandov is in little need of introduction to English scholars. He has already been made known in India by the indefatigable Shams Ulama Dr. Javanji Modi, Ph.D., CIE, who got translated and commented on his Russian paper on the curious astodons or receptacles for human bones discovered in the Persian Gulf region. He shares with Professor Brown of Cambridge and the great M. Blocher a unique scholarly position. He combines an intimate knowledge of Avesta's civilization with a familiarity with classical Arabic. It is not willfully to ignore the claims of Goldziher, Brockelman or Saussure or the Dutch savants de Gucht and van Vloten. Deeply as they investigated Arabic writings, it was M. Inostrandov who first revealed to us the worth of Arabic. He unearthed chapters embedded in Arabic books which are paraphrase or translation of Pahlavi originals. He had but one predecessor, and that was a countryman of his, Baron Rosen. In preparing the appendices, which are there to testify to the value of Arabic literature, especially the annals and the branch of it called Adab, I have availed myself of the courtesy of various institutions and individuals. Bombay, perhaps the wealthiest town in the East where prosperous Mussulmans form a most important factor of its population, has not one public library containing any tolerable collection of Arabic books edited in Europe. Time after time wealthy Parsis whose interest I enlisted have received from me lists of books to form the nucleus of an Arabic library, but apparently they need some further stimulus to appreciate how indispensable Arabic is for research into Iranian antiquities. The Bombay government have expended enormous sums in collecting Sanskrit manuscripts, a most laudable pursuit, and have published a series of admirable texts edited by some of the eminent Sanskrit scholars, Western and Indian. But the numerous Moslem Anjumans do not appear to have demonstrated to the greatest Moslem power in the world, or its representative in Bombay, the necessity of a corresponding solicitude for Arabic and Persian treasures which undoubtedly exist, though to a lesser extent, in the Presidency. And what holds true of Bombay holds good in case of the rest of India. Some of the libraries in Upper India in Hyderabad, Rampur, Patna, Calcutta possess along with manuscript material cheap mutilated Egyptian reprints of magnificent texts brought out in Leiden, Paris, and Leipzig. Nowhere in India is available to a research scholar a complete set of European publications in Arabic, which a few thousand rupees can purchase. The state of affairs is due to Moslem apathy, politics claiming a disproportionate share of their civic energy, to government indifference, and to some extent Parsi supineness and prejudice which, despite the community's vaunted advancement, has failed to estimate at its proper worth their history as enshrined in the language of the prejudged Arab. Molvi Muhammad Ghulam Rasul Surdi, of Bombay, himself a scholar, lent me from his bookshop expensive works which few private students could afford to buy. No Western bookseller could have conceived a purer love of learning, or a gaze less rigidly fixed on business. Sir John Marshall, Director General of Archaeology in India, continued very kindly to permit me use of books after I had severed official connection with his library at Simla. Dr. Spooner, who acted for him, obligingly saw that as far as he was concerned no facilities were incontinently withdrawn from me at Benmore. I have particularly to thank the librarian of the Imperial Library, Calcutta, who not only posted me books in his charge but went out of his way to procure me others. Mrs. Besant and her wealthy adherents have created at Adyar the atmosphere associated with the ashramas and the seats of learning in ancient India so finely described by Chinese travelers. The Oriental Library there is unsurpassed by any institution in British or Indian-ruled India. It is to be wished in the interests of pure scholarship that someone succeeds. I did not, in prevailing on the president of the Theosophical Society to lend books to scholars who may not be equal to the exertion of daily traveling 7 miles from Madras to Adyar. Her insistence on a rigid imitation of British museum rules in India, mainly because so many of the Theosophical fraternity cut out pages and chapters from books once allowed to be borrowed by them, inflicts indiscriminate penalty on honest research, and seals up against legitimate use books nowhere else to be found in India. I reserve for the second part of this book some observations on the Russian language with reference to Orientalism, and Arabic and Persian literatures in particular. Only after the outbreak of the war some interest has been aroused in England in matters Russian generally, and a number of grammars and dictionaries and other aids to the study of this most difficult language have recently been placed on the market for the use of students who only a brief 3 years ago had to depend mainly on German for acquisition of Russian. This neglect of Russian is wholly undeserved. It is doubtful if the researches into Oriental histories and literatures by the Russians have been yet adequately appreciated in England, the tireless efforts of Dr. Pollan and the Anglo-Russian Literary Society notwithstanding. It is apparently still presumed that ripe scholarship in Arabic and Sanskrit is inconceivable except through the medium of the languages of Western Europe. No unworthy disparagement of French labors is at all suggested. But it is only fair to Russia to remember in India that the absence of a Serge de Oldenburg would leave a lacuna which must be felt in Buddhist Sanskrit. Without Sarbatsky, the Jain literature, both Magadhi and Sanskrit, would be appreciably poorer, and that the continent has produced nothing to exceed the series of Buddhist Sanskrit texts of Petrograd, where was published the still largest Sanskrit lexicon. Naturally, in the province of Chinese and Japanese, the Russian Academy at Vladivostok stood facile princeps till only the other day its magnificent rival was established in London under the direction of Dr. Denison Ross. An individual scholar like Konnikov, who, like most of his countrymen in the last century, preferred to write in French, and as Zhukovsky has done more signal service to Persian antiquities than could be honestly attributed to many a German name familiar to Indian scholars. The distinguishing feature of the Russian investigator, devoted to the past of Persia, is his uncommon equipment. The Russian bring to their task a mature study of Semitic languages and acquaintance with the Vesta philology. Arabic literature teems with allusions to the religions, dogma, customs, and the court of Sasanian Iran. Once intended for contemporaries equally at home in the Arabic and Persian idioms, these references have in course of time grown obscure to copyists who have mutilated Iranian names of persons and places and specific Zoroastrian terms which had become naturalized in the language of the ruling Arabs. It is scholars like Baron Rosen and Rosenberg who have adequately appreciated the value of Arabic texts in which are interwoven verbal translations of celebrated Pahlavi treatises. 2 such have been disinterred by the industry and erudition of Inostrantsev. This is the first book to be translated from Russian into English by an Indian, and the obvious difficulties of the task may be pleaded to excuse some of the shortcomings of a pioneer undertaking. I look for my reward in unawakened interest in Arabic books which hold in solution more information on Persia than any set work on the history of Iran. It would not be in place to advert to the present state of hapless chaos in Persia. The most sympathetic outsider, however, cannot help observing that her misfortunes are less due to her neighbors and their mutual relations than to her too rapid political strides and adoption of exotic administrative machinery repugnant to the genius of the ancient nation. Whatever the attitude of individual mullahs towards non-Muslims in the past, the central authority and the people as a whole are actuated today with a spirit of patriotism which is still the keynote of the character of Persia's noble manhood and womanhood. It declines to make religion the criterion of kinship. The inconsistency in the spelling of Arabic words has not altogether been avoidable, being due partly to a desire to adhere to the orthography adopted by authors whom I have consulted. Simla, G.K. Nariman. September, 1917. Chapter 1. Iranian Literary Tradition in the Opening Centuries of Islam 1. The character of the Persian history during the Sasanian epoch 6. Importance of this epoch according to the Arab writers of the first centuries of Islam 10. The position of the Parsi community and the centers of the preservation of Persian tradition during the period of the Caliphate in Tabaristan, Khorasan and Fars 15. The castle of Shiz in the district of Arajan in the province of Fars described by Istokri, page 118, 2-4, 150, 14-7, Ibn Hawkal, page 189, 1-2, cf. the translator of the Code Nami, Biram, son of Mardansha of the city of Shapur in the province of Fars 19. This castle was the residence of those acquainted with the Iranian tradition, the Badgozer, and here their archives were lodged 20. Arabic writers as sources of Sasanian culture. To the Iranian element belongs a very rich role in the external as well as the internal history of Islam. Its influence is obvious and constant in the history of the Moslem nations spread over centuries. Whenever the circumstances have been favorable, it has been clearly manifest. When the conditions have been hostile, it is not noticeable at the first glance, but in reality has been of great consequence. The causes of this are very complicated, and it is necessary on account of its universal value to examine a wide concatenation of facts. But from a general point of view, there is no doubt that it has its roots principally in the continuity of the historical and cultural traditions. Particular significance attaches to the circumstance that just in the epoch preceding the Arab conquest, Persia had experienced a period of national revival after the horrors that its sovereignty had undergone, at the hands, for instance, of Alexander the Great. 1. Therefore, for the study of Iranian tradition in Islam, the period of the Sasanian dynasty preceding the Arab conquest has a special significance. Footnote 1. This is explained by the hatred given expression to in the Parsi tradition regarding Alexander. Comte J. Darmestider La Légende d'Alexandre chez les Parses. Essays Orientalks, Paris 1883, pages 227 to 251. The Sasanian dynasty issuing from a small principality in the south of Persia, a principality which, properly speaking, bears the title of the kernel of the Persian nation, occupies a considerable position in Persian history. Wide imperial aims were united with a plenitude of solid organization of government so perfect that it passed into a proverb among the Arabs. In this last connection, the Sasanian tradition survived for a long time a number of Moslem dynasties. The powerful influence which Iranian tradition exercised was felt by the Abbasid caliphs and after them by the Turkish Seljuks. But not only the science of government, a good deal of other matters of cultural and historical importance in the latter times have their explanation in the Sasanian epoch. Placed on the confines of the Greco-Roman world on the one hand, and China and India on the other, Sasanian Persia served during the course of a long time as a central mart of exchange of a mental as well as of a material nature. As against the Achaemenides, emulating the high Semitic culture of the West and the Hellenistic endeavors preceding the Parthian dynasty, the Sasanians preeminently were the promulgators of the Iranian principles. Alongside of this, however, although in a subordinate position, the development of the Hellenistic movement and the ancient Irano-Semitic syncretism continued to proceed. Simultaneously, an ethical amalgamation proceeded, especially in Western Persia, where Semiticism was powerful for a lengthened period. Nevertheless, the Sasanians continued the unification of the Iranian inhabitants of Central and Western Persia. The political system of the Sasanian emperors, 1, was based on this fusion. Before it pales the importance of the other facts regarding the political organization of the Sasanians, centralization of government in a manner so that the elements of feudal constitution made themselves felt throughout the existence of the empire, and even after the Arab conquest, when it left traces in circles representing Iranian traditions. Footnote 1. On the constitution of the Sasanian government, ca. Christensen, L'Empire des Sassanides, Le Peuple, l'État, la Cour, 1907. The Iranophile tendencies which dominated the Sasanian epoch developed in intimate cooperation with the state religion, Mazdism, and the Parsi priesthood. Among the latter continued the production of literary works. Besides, the redaction of the sacred books was completed in these times. Among them were conserved and propagated Persian ethical ideals, which found expression in literary forms, in ethico-didactic tracts, like those which we noticed just in the same circles in later times. To the same end were preserved national traditions and ritual, some of which had nothing to do with Mazdism. The ethical ideals of the Church found strong support in the feudalistic circles comprising the larger and the smaller landholders, the Daikins who, with particular zeal, preserved ancient heroic traditions. Alongside of these national currents in the Sasanian Empire there operated in full force those factors of cultural exchange of which we spoke above. Of those factors the most important that deserve our attention are questions regarding education and instruction. In this connection, Sasanian Persia found itself under powerful influences from the West. There are sufficient reminiscences of Neoplatonic exiles from Greece at the Sasanian court, and of the school of medicine in which the leading part belonged to Hellenic physicians. At the same time, in the same field, we have to examine other influences. For Sasanian Persia did not remain stranger to the sciences of India. We have information regarding the renaissance of the activity of the translators of scientific works into the Persian language, and the tradition of this activity survived down to the Moslem times. In connection with this theoretical scientific activity stood high perfection in exterior culture issuing to a considerable degree from exchange of materials. And even here the Sasanian tradition has survived the dynasties. In the study of the commerce and industry as well as the art of the Moslem epoch, we have necessarily to refer back to the preceding times of the Persian history. In pre-Moslem Arabia, the high development of the civilization of Sasanian Persia was well known. Among the subjects of the great Persian sovereigns in the western provinces of their empire, there were a large number of Arabs who in commercial intercourse carried, to tribes of the Syrian desert and further south to the Arabian Peninsula, reports regarding the great Iran Shahar. Not only legends of the heroic figures of the Iranian epic, Rustam and Isfandiar, but religious views and persuasions of the Persians found a place, and were spread among the Arab clans. Thus we know that fire worshippers were settled among the Arab tribe of the Temim. 1. Footnote 1. See for example Ibn Rusta, BGA 7, page 217, 6-9. As regards the political influence of the Persians on the tribes of Arabia, a vast deal has been related in the pre-Moslem epoch. As is well known, thanks mainly to the Persian influence, there was a small Arab kingdom of the Lechmides in the southwestern portion of the Sasanian Empire. 1. It played its part, most beneficial for Persia, holding back on the one hand Roman-Byzantine onrush from the west, and on the other restraining the perpetual attempts at eruption into Persian territory by Arab nomadic tribes. Not long before the appearance of Islam, Sasanian influence was extended to the Arabs, and the south as well as Yemen passed into the sovereignty of the Persians. Khusro and his court appeared to the Arab an unattainable ideal of grandeur and luxury. Footnote 1. Die Dynastie der Lechmiden in Al-Hira, Ian Versuch zur Arabisch Precision Geschichte zur Zeit der Sassaniden, Berlin, 1899. The rapid conquest of Persia by the Arab warriors proved a complete catastrophe to the Sasanian Empire. But Persian culture was not to be extirpated by the success of Arab arms. Persia was overwhelmed only externally, and the Arabs were compelled to preserve a considerable deal of the past. Having lost the position of rulers, the Persian priesthood preserved intact its control of the indigenous populace in the eyes of the latter, as well as of the foreign government. The same remark holds good of the class of landed proprietors. 1. Iranian tradition continued to live in and with them. Not only what was preserved, but all that was destroyed for long left vestiges in the memory of the conquerors. Footnote 1. Regarding the part played by this class in the times of the caliphs, ca. Von Kramer Kulturgeschichte des Orients unter den Califen 2. pp. 150-62. Many years after the Arab conquest, the ruins that covered Persia excited the admiration of the Arabs. Their geographers of the 9th and 10th centuries considered it their duty to enumerate the principal buildings of the Sasanians, reminding the reader that here Khusro built in his time in bygone days a castle, there a mountain fastness, again at a third place, a bridge. 1. Regarding various ancient structures which had survived the Sasanian times, we refer, inter alia, to Istokri, Ibid I. Pages 124, Ibn Hawkel, Ibid 2, 195, Ibn Khordadbeh, Ibid 6, page 43, text, Ibn Rusta, Ibid 7. 153, 162, 164, 165, 166, 167, 189, Yaqubi, Ibid 7, 270, 271, 273, and c. Footnote 1. See the enumeration of the noteworthy buildings of ancient Persia as given in Makdisi, BGA 3, page 399, and Ibn al-Fiqh, Ibid v, page 267. The remains of the structures, monuments of art from the Sasanian times and the ages preceding them attracted the attention of the Arabs, and they have left descriptions of the same in more or less detail. 1. From the information of the same Muslim writers we possess accurate accounts of the inhabitants of Persia, and their religions. Thus, for instance, Yaqubi indicates that the inhabitants of Isfahan, Merv, and Herat consisted mainly of high-born Daikans. 2. Makdisi notices a considerable number of fire worshippers in several provinces of Persia, for instance, Iraq and Jibal. 3. Footnote 1. Istakri, page 203, IBN Hawkel, p. 266, 256, Makdisi pages 396 and 445, IBN Rusta, page 166. Footnote 2. Yaqubi, pages 274, 279 to 280. Footnote 3. Makdisi, pages 126, 194. Istakri and Ibn Hawkel, 1. Relate that the inhabitants of several localities of Kerman during the entire Umayyad period openly professed Mazdaism. In a more detailed fashion, however, the Arab writers noticed the Mazdian dwellers of Fars, the heart of the Persian dominion. Makdisi says that in Fars existed the customs of fire worshippers, but that the fire-worshipping inhabitants of the capital of the province of Shiraz had no distinguishing mark on their clothes, from which it follows that in that age these people were in no way differentiated from the Muslim subjects. 2. Istakri, 3, and Ibn Hawkel, 4. Relate that the bulk of the inhabitants of Fars consisted of fire worshippers, and they were there in larger number than anywhere else, Fars being the center of sacerdotal and cultural life of the empire in the days of Persian independence. Very minute information is supplied us by these writers. 5. Regarding the ancient castles and fire temples scattered over the whole of Fars in abundance. The latter is of capital importance, since here was the residence of those two classes of Persian society, noblemen and priests, who were the staunchest conservators of the ancient national tradition. Footnote 1. Istakri, page 164. Ibn Hawkel, page 221. Footnote 2. See Makdisi, pages 421, 429. Footnote 3, page 130. Footnote 4, page 207. Footnote 5. Istakri, pages 116 to 119, also page 100. Ibn Hawkel, 187 to 190, also page 181. It is undoubted that the position of the Parsi community after the Moslem conquest was comparatively comfortable. Still, sometimes it was darkened by excessive fanaticism and the intrigues of the followers of other faiths. Although sometimes the Parsis could push themselves forward to positions of officials and instructors and played an important part in the history of the Caliphate, generally speaking, this community was a close one, leading a more or less exclusive life, a circumstance enabling the conservation of national peculiarities and attachment to antiquity. As time went on, however, the condition of their existence necessarily became worse, and the consequence was the gradual emigration of a portion of the community from the motherland to western India. In the entire Parsi literature we come across only one historical composition which recounts this emigration. But the narrative is so obscure that of the main occurrence in it there must have remained only a general memory. 1. This book is called the Kissa Sanjan, and was written at a very late date at the very close of the 16th century, so that the data given in it have to be looked upon as a reverberation of ancient tradition. 2. Footnote 1. The modern historian and Parsi scholar Karaka, in analyzing the events subsequent to the Arab conquest, follows the views of the old school of writers regarding this epoch as a complete destruction of all the previous organization and the triumph of fanaticism of the new faith. C.D.F. Karaka, History of the Parsis, Vol I. On the history of the Parsis subsequent to the Arab invasion, see page 22 ff. Footnote 2. E.B. Izawick, translation from the Persian of the Kissa Sanjan, or History of the Arrival and Settlement of the Parsis in India. JBBRASI, 1844, pages 167 to 191. See also Volume 21, Extra Number 1005, pages 197 to 99. From the circumstances detailed in this book, it appears that the emigrators, after the establishment of Muslim domination, passed 100 years in a mountainous locality, and only after the lapse of these long years migrated to Hormuz, from where they proceeded to the peninsula of Gujarat, and finally, after negotiations with the local chiefs, settled in Sanjan. Subsequently, fresh refugees joined them from Khorasan. From this last we can infer that the emigration was gradual, and this is confirmed by the fact that in case of migration in a mass the diaspora of the Parsis would have left some traces in the Arabic literature. Further, there is no doubt that considerable number of Parsis remain behind in their country, and their descendants are the modern Persian Ghibers who, together with the Parsis of India, may be called the only preservers of ancient Iranian tradition to the present times. Thus, throughout Persia in the first centuries of Islam, national elements, with changed fortunes, persisted in their existence. It is, however, to be remarked that their success was not uniform in every quarter of the country, that their fate depended to a considerable extent upon the geographical position and the historical life of the various provinces of the land. Western provinces, owing to their proximity to the center of the Arab ruling life, had more than the rest to mingle with the Arab stream and to participate in the cycle of events in the Arabic period of the history of the Muslim East. Central Persia, owing to its geographical position, could not constitute the point d'appui of the Persian element. For the latter, the most favorably situated provinces were those in the north, east, and south, Tabaristan, Khorasan, and Fars. Tabaristan. As is well known throughout the Flaruate of the Arab Empire, this province found itself in almost entire independence of the central power. Local dynasts called the Isbabeds enjoyed practical independence, and in those times Arabo-Moslem influences simply did not exist. Local rulers, Bavandids, Baduspans, Karanides, appeared successively or simultaneously following the traditions left to them by the Marzbans or the landholders, and partly the successors of the great king who were independent from the times of the Arsacid dynasty. 1. Subsequently, as Aliids and Ziurids, they were closely attached to Shi'ism with its definite expression of Persian sympathy. Nevertheless, this province was not favorable for a particularly successful national evolution. The fact was that even in the Sasanian epoch Tabaristan remained a distant and obscure frontier division and did not take part in the progress of civilization of the times. Therefore it could not form the center of gravity of Persian life, although there is no doubt that in several respects in this province there were preserved typical features of Sasanian antiquity. Footnote 1. For a general conspectus of the history of the provinces with regard to their independence during the Sasanian and Arab domination, see E.G.F. Justi, GIPH, 2, pages 547 to 49. History of Iran from the earliest to the end of the Sassanids. In German, Appendix I. Khorasan. It was otherwise with the eastern provinces of Khorasan, too far distant from the territory occupied by the Arab settlers, and too densely inhabited by Iranians to rapidly lose its previous characteristics. On the contrary, we know from the historians that in this province Iranian elements remained steadfast throughout the Umayyad dynasty, and it was exclusively due to the support given by Khorasanians to the Abbasids that the latter succeeded in overthrowing the previous dynasty and commenced the era of powerful Iranian influences in the history of the Muslim Orient. 1. Khorasan played a vital part in the development of the modern Persian literature and especially its chief department, poetry. The entire early period of the history of modern Persian poetry, from Abbas welcoming with an ode Caliph Mamun into Merv down to Firdausi, may be labeled Khorasanian. There flourished the activity of Radaki, Kisai, Dakiki, and other less notable representatives of the early period of modern Persian bards. 2. The culture of poetry was favored not only by the geographical position of the province of Khorasan but by its political conditions. Already in the beginning of the 9th century in Khorasan there had arisen national Persian dynasties, and under their patronage began the renaissance of the Persian nation, Taharids, Safarids, Samanids. Footnote 1. On the history of Khorasan in the Umayyad period C.J. Wellhausen das Arabischreich und seine Sturs, p. 247f, and page 306f. Footnote 2. See the general survey of this period in J. Darmesteter. The Origins of the Persian Poesy, in French, and E.G. Brown. Literary History of Persia. I.P. 350 ff. Fars. Under different circumstances but with considerable significance for the Persian national ideals lay the southern province of Fars. Here with tenacious insistence survived not only national but also political traditions of ancient Sasanian Persia. Here was the center of a government, and from here started fresh dynasties. After the Arab conquest, this province came into much more intimate connection with the Caliphate than, for instance, Khorasan. But Persian elements were favored by its geographical position, the mountainous character of its situation, and the consequent difficulty of access by the invaders. We already produced above the information of the Arab geographers of the 10th century regarding the abundance of fire temples and castles in Fars. They relate that there was no village or hamlet of this province in which there was no fire temple. Residence was taken up in strong castles by the native aristocrats whose ideals were rooted in the Sasanian epoch. Just in these geographers, Istokri and Ibn Hawkal, is to be found information of unusual importance, so far as we can judge, regarding the conservation of the Parsi tradition in Fars. These authors have been up to now not only not appreciated, but their significance for our question has not yet been adequately recognized. Istokri and Ibn Hawkal enumerating the castles of Fars declare as follows regarding the castle of Shiz. Frowny face 1. The castle of Shiz is situated in the district of Arajana. There live fire worshippers, too, who know Persia and her past. Here they study. This castle is very strong. Footnote 1, Istokri, page 118, 2-4, Ibn Hawkal, p. 180, 1-2. Footnote 2, in the text occurs the Persian word badgozer, that is to say, the rhapsodists, the relators of the national traditions. On this word see BGA 3, pages 182-83, and Vulus Lexicon Persico-Latinum SV for a parallel to the archives of the Achaemenid Empire cf. Justi, Ean Tag Aus den Leben de Königs Darius. Further we read the following in Istokri, page 150, 14-17. In the district of Saba on the mountain there are likenesses of all the noteworthy Persian kings and grandees, of illustrious preservers of fire, high mobs and others. Their portraits, their acts and narratives about them are successively recorded in volumes. With particular care are preserved these volumes by the people living in a locality in the district of Arajan called the Castle of Shiz. From this information we learn that in one of the castles of Fars down to the 10th century there were preserved manuscripts written probably in the Pahlavi language containing narratives from Persian history and illustrated with portraits after the style of the Sasanian reliefs to be found in the rocks in the district of Saba. 1. This strong mountain fastness was probably little accessible to the Arabs and afforded an asylum to the Mobs, Dakins and others interested in the past of their country. Footnote 1. That is after the style of the Sasanian bas-reliefs which were preserved in his time on the rocks in the vicinity of Shapur, and the most famous type of which are the bas-reliefs representing the triumphs of the Sasanian Shapuri over the Emperor Valentine. These facts, generally important for the history of the preservation of the epic, historic and artistic traditions of Iran, are particularly important for the investigation of the sources of the Arabic translations of the Sasanian chronicles and of the epopee of Firdausi. As we know, the translators of these chronicles were Persian fire worshippers, or Musulmans who had adopted Islam only externally and had remained true to the ancient Persian religion. Among them the foremost is called Mob, belonging to the city of Saba in the province of Fars. He is important as a worker in the Iranian historical tradition, and about him we shall have occasion to speak later on. This Mob probably made Arabic translations of Sasanian chronicles from materials in the archives in the castle of Shiz. Further, the information adduced by us above regarding the castle refers to times a little previous to the age of Firdausi, and undoubtedly among the materials in these archives were the sources of the Shah-Nami which were available to Firdausi through intermediate versions. Finally, we see that these Sasanian histories were illustrated, a fact which is confirmed by the statement of other Arab writers as we shall see later on. Generally, the district of Arajan enjoyed its ancient glory with reference to its cultural connections. Yakut 1 has preserved for us the information that at Rayshahar in the district of Arajan there lived in the Sasanian times men, versed in a peculiar species of syllabary who wrote medical, astronomical, and logical works. Footnote 1. Wajamo Bulden. Edition Wessenfeld, 2, page 887. This passage has been translated by Barbé de Maynard in his Geographical, Historical, and Literary Dictionary of Persia. In French, pages 270-271. See also Firis 2 p. 105. What we have studied above establishes the existence of Persian literary tradition in its national form for several centuries after the Arab invasion. Now we have to survey wherein lie the characteristic features of this tradition, and what were its main contents. And we pass on to their consideration. Chapter 2. The Parsi Clergy and the Musulman Iranophile Party of the Shibiya 26. The part played by them in the conservation of the Persian literary tradition 30. The different varieties of this tradition, scientific, epico-historic, legendary, and ethico-didactic 32. Parsi clergy preserved tradition. We have demonstrated above that in the times subsequent to the Arab conquest, Iranian tradition found a congenial asylum in the bosom of the Parsi priesthood. There it was maintained and developed orally as well as in a written form. The most competent among the Persian historians who employed the Arabic language in those times turned to the Parsi clergy for information. Of this we have first-hand proof in their own works and in the quotations from other works preserved in later authors. For example, they frequently remark, "The Mobedan Mob related to me," "The Mob so and so told me," and so on. In their quest for ancient Persian books, too, Arab authors searched for them among the Parsi priesthood, and it was only there that they found them. Thus it was the merit of the Parsi community that it conserved Iranian traditions during unfavorable times and handed them on to Moslem Persia under more auspicious conditions. Involuntarily we are led to a comparison, to their advantage, with the activity of the Iranophile party of the same times in the Moslem community, the party of the Shibiya. 1. In their capacity as promoters of learning and exponents of literature, they concentrated their activity in the cultured center of the Caliphate at Baghdad and other cities. And being familiar with Persia, played an important part in the development of Moslem culture of the Middle Ages. But in the preservation of the Iranian tradition, they turned to much restricted and greatly exclusive Parsi circles. In the second half of the 10th century and in the 11th century, the currents which were preparing the Persian Renaissance party were lost and their significance forgotten. But for the purpose of illuminating historical questions, a careful examination of these currents deserves our undivided attention. It was owing to them that literary materials were preserved which were sometimes direct translations from books belonging to the Sasanian period. The course by which these materials found their way into Arabic literature can be definitely traced. They came from Parsi centers through older circles of Moslem civilization which were sympathetic towards Persia. Generally speaking, they were trustworthy transmitters. As a matter of fact, the Shibiya turned only to the Parsi circles for materials, and in the explanation of the material they did not distinguish them from their other sources. Their sources betrayed themselves by an exaggerated Parsi partiality where the penchant of these circles is clearly manifest. And these are intimately connected with certain questions of daily life, the struggle for power between the Arab and the Iranian element in the Caliphate. Enthusiastic partisans of the Persian element, these circles, as a counterblast to the poverty of civilizing factors of the pre-Islamic Arab nation, turned to the glories of Persia, principally of the Sasanian past. Iranophile writers had no need for inventions, since historical truth was on their side. The effectiveness of their method was indisputable. In this connection, Iranian tradition among the Musulmans as transmitted by Arab writers must take precedence of a similar transmission, the Christian literature of the East, where all possibility was excluded of polemics such as obtained under the Moslem domination between the pro-Iranian and anti-Iranian parties. It is, therefore, to be regretted that the literary activities of the Musulman circles sympathizing with Persian culture have descended to us only in occasional extracts, and are sometimes confined only to the titles of books written by them. Footnote 1 for details, Goldziher. Mohammedanish Studian, I. 147-310. We noticed above the revival of scientific activities in Sasanian Persia. This activity for the most part has its significance in its quality of being a connecting link, in the first place, as the transmitter of Greek knowledge to the East, and secondly, as the unifier of this knowledge with the heritage which Sasanian Persia had received from scientific works belonging to Semitic culture, as well as from the science of India. The principal representatives of this activity were not Persians, but Christians, mainly the Syrian Nestorians, and Monophysites from the school of Edessa. 1. Footnote 1. For a general account of the character of this activity, see T. J. de Boer, History of Philosophy in Islam, 17-20. What was the share in these operations of the Persians themselves, it is hard to tell. But at all events, it was not considerable. 1. The general character of this activity does not leave particular room for wide creative science, since it has expressed itself preeminently in compilations, translations of philosophical, astronomical, astrological, medical, mathematical, and ethical commentaries on Greek and some Indian authors. It was not in this field that the activity of the Persian sacerdotal community in the Sasanian epoch was concentrated. And latterly, in the period of the development of analogous scientific work dining the Eastern Caliphate under the Abbasids, the principal role belonged just to the same class of scholars, Christian Syrians, with just this difference that the activity of the latter continued among the Mussulman alumni of various nationalities, whilst in Sasanian Persia their operations were cut short by the unfortunate circumstances of the Arab inroads. It is interesting that in the Abbasid period the translations made from the Persian authors or authors belonging to Persia appertain to a certain special genre of works of a technical nature: books on warfare, 2. On divination, on horsebreaking, 3. On the training of other animals, and on birds, 4. Trained to hunting. These special treatises were of no abstract scientific contents but referred to the practical demands of life. Footnote 1. As regards philosophical traditions of Sasanian Persia in the Mussulman epoch, principally we may refer to the influence of the system of Zurvanism on the adherents of the system of Dahar, de Boer 15 and 76. Footnote 2. See my studies on the Ainani. Footnote 3. See my book on materials from Arabic sources for culture history of Sasanian Persia. Footnote 4. Firis 315. A different kind of importance attaches to histories devoted to government and national life of the Sasanian period and to the epic and literary tradition of Persia. Their value as history has been acknowledged and appreciated by the progressive circles of the Mussulman community. Contemporary researchers directing the greatest attention to this aspect of Iranian movement appreciated its value, and thanks to their works, we are enabled to speak with some clearness regarding books of exceeding importance. Traces of ancient Iranian epic tradition are observable in some Greek writers: Ctesias, Herodotus, Elian, Charon of Mytilene, and Athenaeus. But it has survived in a considerable quantity in the Avesta. 1. Footnote 1. The principal works for investigating the Persian historical and literary tradition are, besides the introduction to his edition and translation of the Shahnameh by Moll, Noldig's German History of the Persians and Arabs at the time of the Sasanians, his introduction, and his Iranian national epic G.I.Ph. 2. 130, 212, Baron Rosen, on the question of the Arabic translations of the Kudai-Nami, paraphrased by Kirsten W.Z.K.M.X, 1896, H. Zotenberg, History of the Kings of Persia by Al-Thalabi, Arabic text with translation, especially preface, Sly 44. A number of profound ideas and ingenious suggestions are made in the various articles and reviews by Gutschmidt. See Appendix V, page 141. The most recent and pregnant exposition is by Lehman. It existed also in official writings of the Sasanian times, recensions of which we possess in several Arab histories and in the Shahnameh. Like the scientific literature, these writings were subjected to a final redaction towards the close of the Sasanian dynasty, and it is this recension that has mainly come down to posterity. Alongside of official writings of a general character, there existed various books of epic historical contents, for instance, the Yadkari-Zariran. 1. As in these writings, so in the versions appearing from them at later times, the materials embodied were of a kindred nature, like the romance of Biram Chobin, story of Biram Ghor, the narrative of the introduction into Persia of the game of chess. Besides these, there were writings relating to local histories. It is noteworthy that the epic element was and is preserved with persistence by the Parsis. Moll notes that the majority of Persian epic poems, excepting the Shahnameh, has been preserved only in manuscripts belonging to Parsis. 2. Farther development of this phase of Persian literary tradition bifurcated into two directions. It has been shown that the official chronicles of the Sasanian times exercised influence on the development of the Mussulman science of history. On the other hand, the epic was resuscitated in heroic romances and tales. 3. Alongside of the historical traditions and the epos stands the romantic poesy which has entered into Muslim literature in a marked degree in the shape of Iranian tradition. At the time this species of poetry prospered in Arabic literature, there was a strong Persian influence, and some of its representatives were undoubtedly inclined to Persian literary motifs. For instance, the Shubayt Sahal ibn Harun. 4. Footnote 1. We refer mainly to the epic cycle of Soistan for the views of the authorities on which see Moll, 62, and Noeldik National Epic, 80-81, as a supplement to the bibliography furnished by Noeldik C.V. Regarly, the Epic of Kershasp, GSAI, 11, 33-81, 1898. Footnote 2, 67, Note 2. Footnote 3. On the process of the latter nature see Moll 72 ff. Regarding one of the principal representatives of the later stage of this development see Abu Tahir Tarsusi, Encyclopedia of Islam, 1, 115. Footnote 4. Firis 120, 1-13. For this kind of poetry see Firis 306, 8-308, 14, and compare also the books characterized at page 314, 1-7. To the same type of literary monuments we have to add the vast field of story literature. Although a considerable portion of it belongs to the province of migratory subjects, and although to Persia belongs often only the role of the transmitter, nevertheless, collections of stories of this class undoubtedly had their assigned place in the Sasanian epic, and the dependence of the core of the 1001 Nights on the Persian stories collected in the Hazar Afsan, 1, is indisputable. We shall not, therefore, stop here further regarding facts which have been decided more than once. We will only observe that in connection with the Persian literary age of the Sasanians we have to indicate a series of works of the character of epic tales arisen from the ancient historical period of the western boundary of Persia, and representing stories of the Babylonian kingdom, which have been enumerated among the books of this class and also among Persian books, a circumstance which proves that these tales originated in Sasanian literature. Finally, just as in historical and especially in narrative literature, Persian tradition survived to the Muslim times, so also it continued to live in the writings of the ethico-didactical category. The importance of the Pahlavi translation of the Book of Khalili and Dimna for the migration of this collection of tales to the West is well known. The significance of Pahlavi translations is not less evident with regard to the Hazar Afsan in connection with the 1001 Nights. Still, Persian tradition in the field of ethico-didactic literature has been studied and appreciated much less than in the historical and story literature. We have now to examine a few questions in connection with the Persian tradition regarding the ethico-didactic literature of the early Muslim epic. We shall devote the following chapter to its study. Footnote 1. Firis 304, 10-305, 2. Firis 306, 6. Firis 305, 7. Chapter 3. The ethico-didactic books in the Firis, 315, 19-316, 25-38. They are almost exclusively of Persian origin. 38. Ethico-didactic literature of Iran. Opinion on the importance of the influence of ethical and didactical works of the Sasanian times on the literature of this class of early Moslem epic, generally speaking, has been expressed in scientific works and has found admittance into a few general surveys of Persian literature. To the literary monuments go back a number of books on what is called adab, good behavior or agreeable manners, in modern Persian literature. Besides several literary monuments of later ages, 1. For the solution of this question, capital importance attaches to the information given in the Fihrist of Anadim, which is the fundamental source of the history of entire Arabic literature bearing on our period. Further on, we shall draw upon this work with the object of determining this species of literary tradition in Arabic books of the first centuries of Islam. Footnote 1. P. Horn, Geschichte der Persischen Literatur, Die Literaturen des Ostens in Finseldarslungen BD 6, 38, and Die Mittelpersische Literatur, 237. Great importance for this problem lies in that portion of the Fihrist which, when first edited, had elicited little interest, and where are enumerated the titles of books of ethico-didactic character, Persian, Greek, Indian, Arabic, by well-known authors and by anonymous writers. 1. We are aware that in the Fihrist there are partly Arabic, partly Persian, titles of books which have come down to us in a mutilated form, but at the same time some of them have reached us in their correct shapes and others are often easily restorable. Footnote 1. Firis 315, 19 to 316, 23. In this section of the Firis we have in all 44 titles of books. Among them a large number can be directly traced to Persian origin and a portion were evidently written under Persian influence. To the first class we have no hesitation in assigning 14 names of books, since as we shall see, 2 of them or possibly 3 pertain to one and the same work. We will examine these titles in some detail. 1. The first book is by Zaidan Farik and is a testament to his son 1. Although we are not able to recall a book of this title among the Pahlavi literature that has come down to us, still the general character of this work is presented to us in perfect definiteness. It is undoubtedly one of the testaments or counsels, the so-called pan-nami or andars, of a father to a son, or some one person to another, and the typical representatives of which in the Pahlavi literature appear to be the well-known Book of Testament of Atabad to his son, the Book of Advice to his son by Khosrow Anushirvan, and the Book of Counsel to the latter by his wazir, Buzurg Meher. 2. Footnote 1. In the text the term is Zaidan Farik, but Justi already in his Irnisches Namenbuch in 1895 proposed the reading Zaidan Farik. Footnote 2. As regards the first, see my materials from Arabic sources, page 68 to 69. For the second, West Pahlavi Literature GIPH 2, 112. For the third, in Pahlavi verse West 113. For Musulman Times see Sheffer Krestamathi 3 to 6 and Salman and Zukovsky, Persian Grammar page 41 to 49. Also compare Mélanges Asiatiques 9, 215. In Arabic anthologies, especially of the character of what is known as Fürstenspiegel, the maxims of this wise wazir are very frequently quoted. See, for instance, Siraj al-Mulk of Tartushi. Also compare the bibliography in V. Chobin, of Arabic Works, Liege 1892, page 66. Alongside of this most celebrated pan-nami in the Pahlavi literature are also famous a number of other analogous literary monuments traceable to definite persons, while some are anonymous. They are of a nature, for instance, of a simple testament from father to son. 1. Footnote 1. West 109 to 111, and 113 to 115. As we have already observed, and as we shall have occasion to speak further, this category of literary remains undoubtedly survived in the Musulman literature and partly in the literature of the Arabs. For the study of the Pahlavi literature, this class of tracts has already evoked attention and has called forth several editions and translations. We notice that their interest goes beyond that of Pahlavi literature proper, and they are important also for the history of the literature of Musulman nations. Moreover, they are of interest from a general point of view, for the study of Musulman culture. In fact, by their very character, these works are brief catechisms with no pretensions to abstract theoretical acquaintance with the sacerdotal tracts, composing another important section of Pahlavi literature, but immediately connected with the daily ordinary life. It goes without saying that whoever read them in the original, their interest did not lie in their theoretical character, but that they were rendered into Arabic and modern Persian languages with a view to the same practical end. Hence, however monotonous they are, 1. Whatever wearisome character these books possess, they are of great interest for the purpose of comparison with similar productions of Musulman literature and for the purpose of establishing their influence in the unfolding of ethical ideas of the Musulman East, which are far from being clearly made manifest. This side of the question deserves, in my opinion, in these days ampler attention and research. Footnote 1. See Noeldik, Persisch Studien, 2, S.B.W.A, 1892, 29, Noeldik remarks, with reference to this class of literature, that the investigation of this fatiguing business demands an unusual amount of patience. See, for instance, the comparison instituted between ethical norm in the Parsi and in the Musulman literature by Darmesteter in Review Critique, 21, 1-8. 2. The second book in the Fihrist is attributed to a Mobidan Mob, that is, head of the Parsi clergy, who in Arabic texts is sometimes called simply Al-Mobidan, and whose name was not understood by Flugel. 1. The same word is met with in a mutilated form in another place in the Fihrist, 2. 119-20. Footnote 1. Fugel took it for a duel, and consequently divided the name into two. Footnote 2. The book next following is called Kitab-ke-Lorisp, and apparently it had to do with questions connected with Persian literary tradition. He is mentioned by Ali ibn Rayhani, Arabic author, who stood in near relationship to the Caliph and who was partial to the Zindiks, that is, in this case, to the duelists. He is a reputed author of several books, among which there is one whose title was restored by Justi in the Namenbuch. 1. The conjecture of Justi that this name should be read Miradar Jushnaz is fully supported by a sketch of it in a passage of interest to us in the Fahrist. Justi hesitated to declare whether this was the name of the book or of its author. But in another place in the text this word is accompanied by the designation Al-Mubidin, from which we can undoubtedly conclude that this book was ascribed to a particular person, the Supreme Mobd Miradar Jushnaz. Therefore, this title of the book should be read as that of the Book of Miradar Jushnaz, the Mobidin. This book stands at the head of the works we are considering in the Fahrist. Therefore, we can fully trace it to the Persian literary tradition. Footnote 1. Namenbuch Miradar Jushnaz. 3. Similarly, there can be no skepticism regarding the individual nature of the book called the Book of the Testament of Khusro to his son Ormuz, the admonition given to the latter when he handed over to him the reins of government, and the reply of Ormuz. Flugyal already perfectly correctly noticed that by Kisra we must here understand Kisra Anushirvan. In this way, in this book, or in the first half of it, we have certainly the Anders Khusro, the celebrated work in the Pahlavi literature which has been preserved up to our times and which has been translated into the European languages. 1. It contains a number of counsels of Khusro to his son and occupies the place of importance in this species of literature. It is of a pseudo-epigraphic character. Footnote 1. See West 112. The full title is Anders-i Khusro Kavadan. 4. With this book is identical another mentioned just there but a little further, and entitled The Book of Counsels of Kisra Anushirvan to his son, who was called A Well of Eloquence. In this way these third and fourth titles indicate one and the same book sufficiently known in the Persian literary tradition in which we are interested. 5. To the same category belongs another book ascribed to the Kisra. It is possible that in this book we have a treatise identical with the one referred to above as the Book of the Testament of Khosrow Anushirvan, since in several redactions his testaments are represented as advice to his son while in some they stand as admonition directed to the general public. 1. Footnote 1. Saleman, Middelpersisch Studien, Mélanges Asiatiques, 9, 1888-218. 6. Under the sixth heading appears a book of counsels of Ardashir Babekan to his son Saba. This work, which was sufficiently known and made use of in the early Moslem period, has not come down to us in the original Pahlavi. We know of the existence of a verse translation of this book in the Arabic made by Belazuri, Fahrist, 113 and 114. Moreover, this work was considered as a model composition, probably as represented by Belazuri, and in this connection it was comparable, Fahrist 126, 15-19, to Khalili wa Dimna, the essays of Umar ibn Hamza, 1, al-Mahanith, 2, the tract called Yatama of ibn al-Makafa, and the essays of Ahmed ibn Yusuf, secretary of Mamun. In view of the importance attached to this and the following risalas by the author of the Fahrist, it would be interesting to have their editions and translations. Footnote 1. A relative of the Caliph Mansur and Mahdi, a secretary of the former Fahrist, 118, 8-12. In the Kitab al-Mansur wal Manzum of Ahmed ibn Abi Taher, v. Baron B.P. Rosen, on the anthology of Ahmed ibn Abi Taher, Journal of the Russian Oriental Society, Volume 3, 1889, page 264. The essay probably referred to is called Rasalat fi al-Khamis lil Mamun, or Rislat al-Jaish. See Fahrist 252. Footnote 2. This was probably the title of the epistle of Umar ibn Hamza to Ali ibn Mayhan preserved by the same Ahmed ibn Abi Taher. As regards persons by the name of Mayhan in the Musulman period, see Justi Namenbuch 185. Extracts from this testament, especially from its concluding portion, have been handed down to us in the Kitabat Tambi. 1. They relate to the prophecy of Zarathustra regarding the destruction of the Persian religion and empire in the course of 1,000 years after him. 2. Footnote 1. By the same Ahmed ibn Abi Tahir has been preserved the essay of this Ahmed ibn Yusuf on thankfulness, Risalat Ahmed ibn Yusuf Fishshukr, which possibly is referred to by the author of the Fahrist. See also the highly important Risalat ibn Makafa Fisahobat. BGA 8, 98, 16-99 1. Makudi, Le Livre de l'Avertissement et de la Revision, trad. Parcara de Vaux, Paris, 1897, 141-142. Footnote 2. In connection with this prophecy, as regards the changes which were made in the chronological system of the Persian history ca. Gutschmidt, Kleinschriften, 3, Leipzig, 1892, 22-23, and 97, and c. It is highly interesting that just like the well-known testament by Tansar to the king of Tabaristan, this testament was written at a considerably later period, in the time of Anushirwan. 3. Footnote 3. See on this question Christensen 111-112 and Appendix 6. Regarding the general character of this apocryphal testament, we may judge by the counsels of the founder of the Sasanian dynasty, which have come down to us in various Arabic and Persian historical works, and in the Shah-Nami. 7. The seventh title refers to the book of a certain Mobedan Mobe on rhetorical passages which were analogous probably to the anonymous pan names which are found in the Pahlavi literature. 8. The eighth is the book on the correspondence between the Kisra and Amarsban. 1. Footnote 1. Does not this appear like a book containing the correspondence on the well-known episode in the history of the Persians in Yemen, and the letters which were exchanged between the Marsban or Mavazan and Khosrow Perviz? See Noel Deek, Tabari 237, 264, 350-351. 9-10. The ninth and the 10th titles relate to books of questions directed on a certain occasion by the king of Rome to Anushirwan, and on another occasion by the king of Rome to another emperor of Persia. 11. The 11th book refers to the order of Ardashir to bring out from the treasury books written by wise men on government. 12. The 12th book was written for Hormuz, son of Kisra, i.e., Kisra Anushirwan, on the correspondence between a certain Kisra and Jamasp. 1. Footnote 1. Are we to understand under this name a reference to the well-known Jamasp Hakim occurring in Pahlavi literature, WEAT 110? On the Persian wisdom of Jamasp, CCHL Flies, Scher Kleiner Schriften 3 Leipzig, 1888, 254-255, and Justi Namenbuch, 109. The name, however, cannot be clearly read, Hadahud, see Fahrist, 316, 13, where instead of Mardiad should be read Mardwehi. In the same book 162, 6, instead of Zaydiad should be read Zaidia. As regards the name Hadahud generally, see Justi, 177, who mentions a son of Farrukhzad. 13. The 13th book is attributed to a certain Kisra, and it is added that it treated of gratitude and was written for the benefit of the public. 14. Finally, the 14th heading referred no doubt to one of those Persian books written by Persians bearing Persian names and embodying various stories and anecdotes. Of the remaining 30 books, 11 belong to the Moslem period but were composed at the time of complete Persian influence on Arabic literature. We have 3 books on adab written for Caliph Mahdi, Rashid, and for the Barmecide Yahya ibn Khalid. Then there are 9 books by authors who are partly unknown, and partly belong to the same period of Persian influence, and who have been mentioned in other places in the Fahrist. Of the remaining 19 books, a considerable number is to be found to have issued from Persian sources. Of Persian origin probably were 2 books translated by the aforesaid Mir Durjashnasp, one relating to adab and the other on house building. The book on the refutation of the Zendics by an unknown author was probably derived from Parsi circles. For, especially in the reign of Mamun, there existed various controversies with the followers of Mazdism and dualists. 1. Footnote 1a. Barthélemy, Gujastak Abelish. Relation d'une conférence théologique, présidée par le Calife Mamun, Paris, 1887. Bibliothèque de l'École de Hautes Études, Sciences philologiques et historiques, 69, fascicule. Further, undoubtedly under Persian books must be reckoned the Book of the Councils of Ancient Kings and the Book of the Questions to Certain Wise Men, and their Answers. If these are not of direct Persian origin, they are similar in contents to Persian books. Two books included in this list, namely, one by a certain Christian on ethico-didactical subjects, as is stated in the title itself, drawn from Persian, Greek, and Arabic sources, and the other, a book translated by the author of the Fihrist himself containing the anecdotes regarding the people of a superior class and of the middle class. These two books, on account of their contents, embody the experiences relating to ethico-didactical questions, and were of the nature of compilations similar to the Book of Ibn Miskawayhi, of whom we shall speak later on. Finally, all the remaining books relate to that class of anecdotal and didactic literature which spread so wide among Arabic writers through Pahlavi and originating from Indian authors. Such books were, for instance, The Story of Despair and Hope, The Book of Hearing and Judgment, The Book of the Two Indians, A Liberal Man and a Miser, Their Disputation, and the judgment passed on them by the Indian prince, etc. That our assumption is highly probable is confirmed by the mention among these books of the Book of the Philosopher and his experiences with the slave girl Qatar. 1. Footnote 1. This book no doubt is a portion of the well-known fable Lie Aristotle preserved in certain ancient monuments of Arabic literature. The same book is mentioned among Persian books in another place in the Fihrist. 305-6. Kitab Musk Zanameh, W. = A. Shah Zainan. These two books have been variously transcribed by the copyists. The name has been much mutilated and serves as an example of the degree to which Persian titles have been corrupted. Nevertheless, thanks to the circumstance that the name of the slave girl has come down to us, in the Arabic version of the story we are able to trace the title adduced in the Fihrist. 1. Footnote 1. Le livre de buts et de antithesis attribute Abu Othman Amr ibn Bar al-Jahi's text publié par G. Van Vloten, Lade, 1898, 225-257, E.G. Brown. Some account of the Arabic work entitled Nihayatul al-Arab fi Akbari al-Furs wal Arab, particularly of that part which treats of the Persian kings, JRAS 900, 243-245. This name is Musk Dane, or a grain of musk. The Book of Musk Dane and the Moab became famous in Arabic literature as a separate Persian composition. 2. Footnote 2. Similarly, the title Shahzanan in the Fihrist is possibly Mobedan. See Brown 244, 2, 3, 11, 15, 245, 4, 15, and Van Vloten 255, 16, 256, 1, 4, 14, 257, 7, 9, or Sheikh al-Mobedan, Brown 245. Chapter 4. The Persian Sources of the compilation of Ibn Miskawayhi 54. Preponderance of the Persian element in the evolution of the Musulman morals 57. The Book of Adab, by Ibn al-Makaffa and other similar Arabic works 59. Iranian components of Adab literature in Arabic. At the head of works under the title of ethico-didactic writings, which have come down to us, stands a group most characteristically denominated Adab al-Arab Val-Furs, belonging to the pen of a writer of the 10th and 11th centuries, Ibn Miskawayhi, whose name is pronounced in Persian Ibn Mushkiya. At the basis of this collection lies the ancient Persian pseudepigraphical book Javadan Kard, or Eternal Wisdom, but in the body of it there is a series of literary monuments of Sasanian literature and its descendants. 1. The author is known, besides, by his philosophical works, as a historian. 2. And as such he is particularly important for the history of the Bida. 3. And his Persian origin would point to his sympathy for Persian literary tradition. As a matter of fact, his ethico-didactic collection is based on a book of the Sasanian epoch. It would appear that this circumstance has undoubted significance for the determination of the influence in the compilation of Moslem ethical ideals. However, in contradiction to this basal fact, and notwithstanding that in the province of the development of Islam as a religion, Persian element played an important part, for the development of the Moslem ethical tracts in contemporary literature, for the most part, is dependent upon more antique, especially Greek, tradition. J. Goldziher, recognizing the importance of the influence of Parsism on Islam, says the exact demonstration of the dependence of these phenomena on the culture historical facts, whose consequences they are, would be the most interesting task which those studying Islam in its present position can place before themselves. Many of the dominating views regarding the original spirit of Islam would receive the needed correction by such investigation. Footnote 1. On this work and its manuscripts see my material from Arab sources 68 to 69. Footnote 2. For Miskawayhi as a philosopher see Bor 116 to 119. Footnote 3. He was the treasurer and a close friend of the Ba'id Ajad-ad-Dawla. Footnote 4. For a general sketch of Moslem ethics in ancient times see Kara de Vaux, Ghazali, 129 to 142. An Encyclopedia of Islam 4, 244 to 246. Let us examine 3 points regarding the influence on Moslem morals and general conduct. In the first place stand the moral writings of ecclesiastical character. The morality is rooted in and based on the moral of the Bible and then on the developed Moslem law, and has absorbed in itself some of the elements of the ethics of Christianity. In the second place, there is a series of ethical documents of a most valued nature in the shape of proverbs, dicta, maxims, fables, constituting a kind of moral philosophy, often independent of each other, varied in their character, and different as to time and the place of their compositions. Here we may separate a certain stratum of Persian element, and an analysis of them may reveal partly contemporary knowledge and partly elements of foreign religious ethics. The third but not the last place in importance is occupied by the Greek ethical tradition, in which latterly are discernible important Christian constituents. Recent studies have yielded us as their result this structure of Muslim ethics. But it is to be noted that the theoretical deductions at first sight do not find confirmation in facts. For we do not know which Greek books on ethics were translated in the beginning of the period of the scientific development of Islam, and for the support of our thesis we have to point to the possibility of oral transmission of Hellenic ethical tradition through Syriac scholars, although this circumstance does not militate against our hypothesis. Besides a small amount of translations from Greek ethical works, especially the books of Aristotle, there are observed among the works embodied in this tradition a series of pseudographs which, however, can have only an external relation with the Greek sciences and which would rather lead to the second group of the influences on Muslim ethical monuments, namely, the group of monuments of Oriental wisdom. The most typical of the pseudographical wasaya, or testaments, are ascribed to Aristotle, Pythagoras, and others. To our mind, they are derived from Persian tradition to the same extent, if not in a larger extent than from the Christian. Actual studies demonstrate that the basal work for this epoch was the book above mentioned of Ibn Miskawayhi, which, as we saw above, issued from Persian literary tradition. And the character of that tradition can be explained from exterior circumstances without an analysis of its contents. The fact is that Ibn Miskawayhi worked upon that class of Persian material, for instance the Pan-Nami or Andars, which had nothing to do with the province of the indefinite gnomic literature but which had the character of a catechism and therefore expresses a definite system of religious morals, the morals of Parsism. 1. The appreciation of the influence of Parsism on Islam has only just commenced. But we are already in a position to emphasize the great influence which Parsi ethics have exercised on Islam, and this influence has been attested by a number of Greek and Christian witnesses. So far, for an acknowledgement of this influence serves a purely external fact, namely, a glance at the bibliography of the ancient ethico-didactic tracts in the Muslim literature and an examination of the contents of the book of Ibn Miskawayhi. A number of additional facts confirm this hypothesis. Footnote 1. For a general review of the morals of Parsism see A.V.W. Jackson's G.I. Ph. Volume 2, 678 to 683. Well known is the importance enjoyed in the beginning of the epoch of the development of the Arabic Muslim literature by the activities of the Parsi Ibn al-Makaffa. 1. He is famous as the first commentator of the Greek books on logic in Arabic literature, but he is particularly renowned as the efficient supporter of the Persian literary tradition and its translator into the Arabic literature. His rendering of Kalila and Dimma is well known. It enjoys a prime role in the migration of this collection of stories to the West. Well known also is his translation of the Persian book of Code-e-Nami, that is, the official chronicle of the Sasanian times and of the Ain-Nami, the institutes of the time. We shall have occasion to speak about these books later on. To him also belong the books closely connected with the Sasanian epic, namely, the Book of Mazdak, the Book of Taj, to which we shall refer further on. It is interesting that he is also the reputed author of 2 books on adab, perhaps among the most ancient ones in Arabic literature. 2. One of these books, called the smaller, was probably contained in the other, which is called the larger, and has the purely Persian title of Ma'fara Jeshnas. This is how the title is to be read according to Hoffman and Justy. 3. Since the interest of Makaffa was concentrated in the province of Persian culture, it is indisputable that his activity was not confined in this direction to one book, and the contents of the book have vestiges in a high degree of dependence on Persian motifs. This is proved by a variety of circumstances. We have descended to us his book called Al-Yatama, a tract on that aspect of morals which was especially diffused in the Sasanian epoch and was devoted to politics, and in form represented the species of writings called Fürstenspiegel. 4. A tradition of this kind of literature for long continued to live in the Muslim writers, and the typical representative of the species seems to be the famous Siyasat-Nami of Nizam-ul-Mulk, the Seljuk Wazir. On some occasions it directly serves as a source for the internal history of the Sasanian domination. It bears particularly on didactic literature, though it has been as yet very ill studied from the comparative standpoint. The Sasanian influence is perfectly obvious. Some portions of Al-Yatama of Ibn Makaffa may be paralleled to corresponding remnants from Pahlavi literature in the Kabas-Nami and the Siyasat-Nami. 5. We know further that books under the title of Persian Adab were spread among those who sympathized with Mazdism and Manikism in the circle of Moslem society. 6. These books by their character were comparable to books on Mazdak, but also to Khalila wa Dimna. Footnote 1, Fihrist, 118, 18-29, and Ibn al-Kifti's Tark al-Hakama edited by Lippert, page 220, 1-10. Footnote 2, Brockelman, on the rhetorical writings of Ibn al-Makaffa, CDMG 53, 231-32. Footnote 3, Hoffman. Extracts from Syrian Acts of Persian Martyrs, 1880, page 289, note, and Justy, Namenbuch 186. Footnote 4. Precise information regarding its contents is rather to be found in Ibn al-Kifti than in the Fihrist. In the former the heading is Fi Tada Sultan, in the latter Fi Razale. See La Pearl Incomparable au l'art du parfait courtisan de Abdallah Ibn al-Makaffa, 1906. See the French translation from the Dutch rendering of this tract. Footnote 5. On the political ideas of the latter see Pz. L'idée politique de Nizam al-Mulk GSA 1. 131-141. Footnote 6. Tabari, Annals, Volume 3, 1309, 9-15, and Brown, A Literary History of Persia, 1, 332. Besides Makaffa, a number of writers of the epoch of the development of Arabic Muslim literature interested themselves in themes connected with Persian antiquities. One of them, Ibn Abdul Humid ar Rakashi, otherwise known as Ibn al-Lahiki, chose a number of themes from ancient Persian literature and according to the Fihrist versified them, 119, 1-6-163, 7-10. Such subjects were Khalila and Dimna, the Book of Barlam and Yusuf, the Book of Sinbad, the Book of Mazdak, and finally books on 2 popular representative of the Sasanian dynasty, namely, the Book of the Acts of Ardashir and the Book of the Acts of Anushirvan. 1. Footnote 1. Versification of the history of Anushirvan is also to be met with in later Parsi literature. See Sasho, Contribution to the Knowledge of the Parsi Literature, JRAS 1870, page 258. Another author, Ahmed ibn Tahir Taifer, wrote according to Fihrist, 146-21, a special book of Hormuz son of Kisra Anushirvan. 1. No doubt, furthermore, writers of Persian origin followed in their books on Adab Persian models. Such probably was the Book of Adab by an author whose name has been mutilated in the Fihrist, 139, 15, 18. There is another class of writings which bears relation to this one, and which is mentioned in the Fahrist. It is quite possible that on this literary Persian tradition were based also some of the tracts under the title of Books on Councils, a considerable number of which we meet with in the Fahrist. 2. Footnote 1. See the essay of Baron Rosen on the anthology of Ahmed ibn Abi Tahir. Footnote 278, 15, 105, 10, 293, 12, 204, 17-18, 204, 29, 207, 21, 210, 23, 212, 22-23, 217, 4-5, 220, 25, 222, 14, 234, 23, 281, 20, 282, 5. Ethico-didactical treatises in the form of counsels, maxima, or testaments constitute a singular group of literary mementos, the genesis of which in the Muslim literature may be established only after an examination of similar books in the Persian writings of the Sasanian times. Examples of a like class of testaments, literary compilations under the title, for the most part, of pseudographs going up to pre-Muslim period we have already noticed in the Book of the Councils of Ardashir and the Pan-Nami of Kisra Anashirvan. Chapter 5. The Taj-Nami is mentioned in the Fahrist page 305 and page 118, and repeatedly referred to in the Yunal Akbar, Part 1, of Ibn Qutayba 65. The Persian book with illustrations mentioned by Masudi in his Kitab at-Tambi, page 106-7, and the illustrations in the scrolls in the Castle of Shiz 68. Pahlavi books studied by Arab authors. We have indicated in the preceding chapter the translations of Ibn al-Makaffa from Persian books into Arabic. Besides those of an ethico-didactic contents, among them there were books of historical character. All these translations have not come down to us. Extracts of these renderings into Arabic, however, have been preserved in the original and sometimes in paraphrase. Unusually important was the translation of the book called the Qudi-Nami, the value of which has long been appreciated by science. Questions of vital importance in connection with this history are its relation to the Shah-Nami and the examination of its various translations in the Muslim period. The loss of this book, perhaps the most important monument of Middle Persian literature, is to be particularly deplored in that with it has perished the connecting link of the historical evolution of Iran, incorporating the religious and clerical legislature in an official redaction. Of capital importance also was another book called the Ain-Nami, 1, or the Book of Institutes, a valuable source of the internal history of the Sasanian Empire, comprising a descriptive table of official dignitaries, or the Gan-Nami. 2. Judging by the clue given in the Fahrist, 118-28, it would appear that the Book of Taj also was a historical one, since it has been explained that the book treated of the acts of Anushirwan. As a matter of fact, among the books written by the Persians on epic and historical subjects, and indexed in the same Fahrist, 305, 8-13, has been mentioned the Book of Taj. 3. Footnote 1. See below, and also my book on the materials from Arabic sources, and c. 63-66. Like Masudi in his Kitab at-Tambi, Asadi in his Lughat al-Alfirs, Asadi's Nupersistan Wörterbuch Lughat al-Alfirs, edited by P. Horn, 1897, 110, 1, identifies the word ein with the word razum, practice or custom. As regards the word ein in the Iranian languages, see Horn Grundriss der New Persischen Etymology, 15-16, Hubschmann, Persisch Studien 11, and BGA 4, 175, and 8, Glossarium 9. To understand the ancient usage of the term, the modern Parsi expression dad wa ein din in the sense of religious law and custom helps us. In this phrase, the word dad corresponds to the modern Muslim shariat and the word ein to adat. Regarding its special meaning in the Umayyad times, see J. Wellhausen das Arabische Reich und die Seine Sturs 189. Footnote 2. Most probably in connection with the materials of this book stood a collection of Persian genealogy written by the well-known Ibn Qutayba, Fahrist 149, 4, representing a peculiar antithesis to the numerous selections of Arab tribal and family genealogies. Footnote 3. Here are first mentioned the two books translated by Jabala ibn Salim, namely, the Book of Rustam and Isfandiar and the Book of Biram Chobin, the well-known romance of the king about which, see Noldig's Tabari 474-478, and further the Book of Sharzad and Abraviz, which no doubt was connected with the 1001 Nights, the Book of Kar-Nami, or the Acts of Anushirwan belonging to the same class of books as the Kar-Nami of Ardashir. Then the books that interest us are the Book of Taj, the Book of Dara and the Golden Idol, the Ayn Nami, the Book of Biramdir and his brother Narse, and finally, one more book of Anushirwan. It is possible that the Book of Ibn al-Makaffa was not the first translation of the Persian book, since this title is applied by not a few other Arabic writers of the time to some of their own works. For example, Abu Ubaida, see Goldziher Muhammad's Studian 1198. In his time, Baron Rosen called attention to quotations from a certain book of Taj in Yunal Akbar of Ibn Qutayba. 1. These quotations are only to be found in the first part of the Yunal Akbar. All these quotations, 8 in number, bear a didactic character, and excepting 3, refer back to Kisra Abraviz and contain his testament to his sons, 2 secretaries, treasurers, and hajibs. Of the remaining 3, one bears on general maxims of practical politics. Another is a testament of an ancient Persian king to his wazir. And the third is a maxim of one of the secretaries of a king. In this manner, all these citations are of an ethico-didactic nature, only they have been invested with a historical environment, and under ordinary circumstances would represent the general type of writings on political conduct for rulers, standing for the class of literature designated Fürstenspiegel. A similar class of citations is preserved in the Speeches from the Throne and the Councils of the Sasanian Kings, which we come across in various Arab historical and anthological works bearing on Sasanian Persia, as also in the Shah-Nami. Footnote 1. Baron Rosen, Zur Arabischen Literaturgeschichte der Alten Zeit, 1. Ibn Qutayba. Kitab Yunal Akbar, Mélanges Asiatiques, 8, 1880, 745-779, especially 774-775. These citations correspond to those in the edition of Brockelmann as follows: 21, 12-16, 27, 11-15, 32, 2-8, 44, 13-45, 4, 67, 13-66, 8, 84, 8-16, 107, 2-17, 120, 16-121, 5. Gutschmidt already noticed in his time that by the Persian historians to each Sasanian ruler was ascribed a maxim, and indicated that with reference to Ardashir and Anushirvan these maxims may be taken as the basis, since the Book of Counsels of the former was well known, and a large number of edifying proverbs of the latter had found admittance into the national language. 1. Let us add that, as we showed above, there has been preserved a similar class of books of counsels, the reputed author of which is Anushirvan. The putative dicta of the other Sasanian kings Gutschmidt considered as fabricated, being designed to be brief characterizations of each of them. Gutschmidt further advanced the conjecture that these apothegms formed the texts under the portraits of the kings in the book which was used by Hamza Isfahani, 2, and which was seen by Masudi, 3. According to the information supplied us by the latter, Masudi, he saw this book in Istakhr in an aristocratic Persian family, and that it included, besides information of a scientific character, the history of the Persian kings and their reigns and a description of the monuments erected by them. 4. In the book were the portraits of the Sasanians, and it was based on the documents found in the royal archives. And the portraits also were prepared from the materials deposited there. The book was completed in H. 113, AD 731, and it was translated for the Caliph Hisham from the Persian into the Arabic language. Footnote 1. Gutschmidt, Kleinschriften, 3, 35-36. Footnote 2. About this book see Gutschmidt, 3, 150-151. Footnote 3. BGA 8, 106, 5-107, 5. Translation by Kara de Vaux 150-151. See Christensen 90-91. Footnote 4. Gutschmidt 150, 151. We called attention above to the information supplied by Istokri and Ibn Hawkle regarding the castle of Shiz and the preservation in it of the archives and the portraits of the Sasanian kings. It is highly probable that for the reproduction of these portraits of the sovereigns the authors were guided as much by the bas-reliefs, not far from this castle, as by the tradition regarding them which was embalmed in older books belonging to the class mentioned by Masudi, which undoubtedly existed in the imperial archives. 1. Along with the literary tradition there must have survived the artistic tradition. It is highly probable that the peculiar Persian art of illuminating manuscripts, which was yet unknown according to Masudi in his own time, the embellishing of books with gold, silver, and copper dust, was practiced by the Manichaeans, whose calligraphy, too, delighted the Mussulman authors and whose style of illustrating manuscripts must have been fashioned after the art displayed in those books which in the 10th century were preserved in the castle of Shiz. 3. And which at an earlier period were widely disseminated among the Parsi circles. Footnote 1. Connected with ancient tradition, but dependent upon modern science, are the portraits of the Sasanian kings in the recently published Nami Khusrawin, Tehran 1285, AD 1868. Footnote 2. In connection with the art of the Persian calligraphist and illustrative of the Sasanian epic stand the indications of the ancient Moslem writers regarding the Avesta, which is reported to have been inscribed by Zoroaster in gold ink on parchment, and also writings in gold ink of certain ancient Persian books. According to the Zafarnami, Anushirwan directed that the maxims of Buzurjamir should be written down in golden water, Biabizer. From early Sasanians also comes the custom of writing on valuable parchment, or paper. Masudi speaks of the purple ink of these books. Footnote 3. C. Brown. A Literary History. I. 165 to 166. Now we revert to the supposition of Gutschmidt. Had he known the quotations from the Book of Taj in Unal Akbar, he would have adduced them in confirmation of his hypothesis, and he would have compared the book mentioned by Masudi with the Book of Taj referred to among the Persian books enumerated in the Fahrist. On the basis of the last mentioned work, it may be affirmed that in the Sasanian times there existed a certain Taj Nami comparable to the Kudi Nami and the Ain Nami. The extracts in the Unal Akbar do not contain anything of a special nature with reference to King Anushirwan, so that the Book of Taj on the Acts of Anushirwan, mentioned in the Fahrist among the books of Ibn al-Makafa, could hardly have comprised what has been quoted in Unal Akbar. The materials at our disposal are too scanty to establish its relation with the Sasanian Book of Taj. 1. Footnote 1. The supposition, Zotenberg, the alibis lie, according to which Ferdowsi saw an illustrated Book of Kings, rests on a misunderstanding. The fact is that certain verses have been incorrectly translated by Moll, 700 to 701, verses 4071 to 4075. Moll translated the passage as follows: There was an aged man named Azad Surv who lived at Merv in the house of Ahmad son of Saul. He possessed a book of kings in which were to be found the portraits and figures of the Pelwans. He was a man with a heart replete with wisdom and a head full of eloquence, and a tongue nourished with ancient tradition. He traced his origin to Sam, son of Nariman, and he knew well the affairs regarding the fights of Rustum. A more correct translation would be: There was a certain old man by name of Azad Surv living in Merv with Ahmad son of Saul. He had a book of kings. In figure and face he was a warrior. His heart was full of wisdom, his head full of eloquence, and in his mouth there ever were stories of the ancient times. He traced his origin back to Sam, son of Nariman, and preserved in his memory many a tale of the battles of Rustum. Chapter 6. The list of the translators from Persian into Arabic as given in the Fahrist, 244, 25 to 245, 6, 75. The different categories of these translators. Omar ibn al-Farrakhan of Tabaristan, Fahrist 273, 14 to 18, and his Kitab al-Mahasin 79. Other authors of books of analogous titles in the first centuries of Islam, the relation of these books to the books of Virtues and Vices, cf. Baihaqi, Pseudo-Jais, and the connection of these books with the Parsi religious idea of the licit and the illicit, al-Mahasin wal-Masavi, and the Shiast la Shiast. 83. Translators from Pahlavi. In the Fahrist, 244, 25 to 245, 6, are stated a number of names of the principal translators from the Persian into the Arabic language. Assuredly, this list is far from complete. The author names only a few, calling attention to only particular translators. The passage in question in the Fahrist has been more than once utilized. The entire section has not been exhaustively examined. We believe that from it we can infer the general character of the contents of those translations which were prepared from Persian into Arabic, and can gather some further indices regarding this list of names. To examine the list of translators in order. First of all, as may be expected, is mentioned Ibn al-Makaffa, about whom the Fahrist speaks in detail at another place. Then follow the family of Nawbakht, Musa and Yusuf, the sons of Khalid, Abul Hasan Ali ibn Ziyad at-Tamimi. Of his principal translations is mentioned the tables of Shahriyar, Hassan ibn Sahal mentioned at the head of astronomers, Balazuri, Jabala ibn Salim, secretary of Hisham, Ishaq ibn Yazid, translator of the Persian history entitled Kuti Nami, Muhammad ibn al-Jam al-Barmaki, Hisham ibn al-Qasim, Musa ibn Isa al-Kisravi, Zaduya ibn Shahuya al-Isfahani, Muhammad ibn Biram al-Isfahani, Biram ibn Mardansha, Mobedin of the city of Saba in Fars, Umar ibn al-Farrakhan, of whom special mention is made by the author of the Fahrist. An examination of the aforesaid names of translators in order would, it seems to us, afford material for the solution of the problem regarding the different varieties of Persian literary tradition in the first centuries of Islam. Ibn al-Makaffa stands in the first place, belonging to him by right. He was a genuine encyclopedic translator, familiar with the Arab society with all its influence of spiritual Sasanian life of Persia finding expression in its literature. He translated scientific, epico-historical, and ethico-didactic books. Hence we can understand that in the Fahrist has been assigned to him a special notice, as noted by us above. The family of Nawbakht, mentioned next, represents a group of scholars mentioned separately in the Fahrist. 1. The head of the Nawbakhts was an astronomer to the Caliph Mansur, and his son Abu Sal succeeded to his father's occupation. The grandsons of Nawbakht wrote books on astronomy as well as jurisprudence. Persian literary tradition is earliest recognized in the astronomical works of the grandsons of Nawbakht. The author of the Fahrist places this Hassan ibn Sal, as already indicated by Flugel, at the head of astronomers. And the same scientific character no doubt was attached to the activities of Musa and Yusuf, 2, the sons of Khalid mentioned there, as well as at Tamimi, the author of the astronomical tables Zikash Shahriyar. In this manner these translators mentioned after Ibn al-Makaffa constituted in a manner a peculiar group of scholars who prepared translations from Pahlavi into Arabic. Footnote 1, 176, 20 to 177, 9, 177, 9 to 19, 274, 7 to 13, 275, 25 to 6. See Ibn al-Kifti 165, 1 to 5 and 409, 3 to 14. Footnote 2, see Ibn al-Kifti, 1711, 10 to 11. Balazuri and Jabala ibn Salim have already been mentioned above. The first translated into verse a book of the Councils of Ardeshir, and the second the book of Rustam and Isfandiyar, as well as the romance of Biram Chobin. In this way the themes handled by these writers may be called epico-historical and ethico-didactic. Purely historical questions interested the 7 succeeding translators from Ishaq ibn Yazid to Biram. These persons are sufficiently known in their special departments of literature. They were the translators into the Arabic language of the Kuti Nami. 1. Accordingly we may group them in a class by themselves. Footnote 1. Compare the essay of Rosen mentioned above on the question of the Arabic translations of the Kuti Nami, 173 to 176, and 182 to 186. The next author mentioned at this place in the Fahrist as a translator stands by himself, Umar ibn al-Farrakhan. He is altogether unknown as a translator of historical works. Hence he was not included in the group of persons mentioned before. On the other hand, Had he been set down in this passage of the Fahrist as a translator of scientific works, he would have been assigned a place not at the close of the list but in the middle of the translators of this class of books, that is, after Ibn Makaffa and in the midst of the descendants of Naubacht and other persons mentioned above. Therefore we think that Umar ibn Farrakhan was a translator of another species of work, or, maybe, works. In support of our assumption, we must call attention to that place in the Fahrist where are enumerated the books of this author, and to which Anadan himself refers in the analysis of the number of translators from Persian into Arabic. Besides this place in the Fahrist, Umar ibn Farrakhan of Tabaristan has been mentioned in two other places. Once briefly, 1, 268, 25-26, as the annotator of the astronomical book of Dorothea Sidonia, and in another place, 277, 14-18, in a few lines, too, specially devoted to him. Here he is mentioned as the annotator of Ptolemy, as translated by Batrik Yahya ibn al-Batrik, and as the author of two books, one of astronomical contents, and the other entitled Kitab al-Mahasin, that is the Book of Good Qualities and Manners. 3. This latter book demands a few lines from us. Footnote 1. Ibn al-Kifti 184, 9, 10. Footnote 2. Ibn al-Kifti 241, 20-242, 12. This has been pointed out in the Fahrist Volume 2, 110-111, and in ZDMG 25, 1871, 413, 415. Further mention of him in the same book 98, 9 and 184, 10. Footnote 3. An account of the literary activity of this author was given in the work of H. Suter, Die Mathematiker und Astronomen der Araber und ihr Werke, Abhandlungen zur Geschichte der Mathematischer Wissenschaften Supplement Zum, 45 Jahrgang der Zeitschrift für Mathematik und Physik, Leipzig, 1900, 7-8. Haji Kalfa cites only the astrological books of Omar ibn Farrakhan I, 198 and v. 35, 386. See also Justi Namenbuch 95, Numbers 15 and 19. Umar ibn Farrakhan is mentioned in the section of books on astronomy, mathematics, physics, mechanics, and music. In this group are mentioned a number of writers who composed works on these sciences, beginning with Euclid and ending with the contemporary authors of Anadan. In the midst of them, Anadan has also mentioned the grandsons of Naubacht. Not one of them wrote any Kitab al-Mahasin, which appears, therefore, to be the independent work of Umar ibn Farrakhan. This book, further, could not have been of a scientific, astronomical, or mathematical nature, as is obvious from its subject matter, which related to good manners and conduct. This book has been mentioned in this group only because here are enumerated the works of Umar ibn Farrakhan. And good manners and conduct constituted, as we saw above, a favorite theme of Parsi literature, wherefore the book heads the list. Similar to it are the contents not only of Andarzas and Pan names but of a series of tracts on religious subjects. Hence we think that it was mainly owing to this book that Umar ibn Farrakhan was included among the number of principal translators from Persian into Arabic, and came to be enumerated among the translators to whom is ascribed a certain amount of speciality. For he was the solitary representative of his category of translators of ethico-didactic books intimately connected with the problems of the Paris religion. Possibly Umar ibn Farrakhan was the first to introduce this species of literature into Arabic, and we must add, employed for his material as well as ideas Parsi tracts. Originally from Tabaristan, he, in the words of Ibn al-Kifti, was introduced to Abu Mashar al-Baqi, stood well with Jafar the Barmecide, and subsequently with Fazl ibn Sal, the Wazir who recommended him to his sovereign al-Mamam. And for this Caliph Mamun he prepared a number of translations. The sympathy of these persons for the Persian literary tradition could not have been confined to the translation of scientific works, but must have extended to the preservation of Persian ethico-didactic tradition in literature. Books with the title of Kitab al-Mahasin are to be met with in the Fahrist, if not often, several times. A book with this title, 77-21, has been ascribed to the celebrated Ibn Qutayba. It was composed doubtless after the book of Umar ibn Farrakhan, for Qutayba flourished at the close of the reign of Mamun, and his literary activities could be referred to the 9th century. Qutayba undoubtedly interested himself in Persian literary materials. Hence it can be concluded that his Kitab al-Mahasin was not foreign to the materials, and in form could be the first imitation of Farrakhan. Further, it is interesting to note that books with this title were attributed especially to Shia authors such as Abu Nader Muhammad ibn Masud al-Ayashi, who wrote Kitab al-Mahasin al-Akhlaq, or A Book of Good Morals, 195, 10, and Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Khalid al-Barki, who wrote Kitab al-Mahasin, 2213-4, also 7-9. And the interest of Shia authors in Persian tradition was unquestionable. A book with the same title of Kitab al-Mahasin is ascribed to a certain Ibn al-Harun, 148, 17, an author who has been assigned in the Fahrist a place among the writers on adab and is responsible for a book called Kitab al-Adab. Now the discussion of adab, as we said above, is intimately connected with Persian tradition. And this tradition probably survived in the books which had for their theme the good qualities of adab. 1. We believe that all these books were devoted to Persian literary tradition, in close relation to which stands the book on good qualities and manners, mentioned in the Fahrist as translated from the Persian language into Arabic by the man from Tabaristan, Umar ibn al-Farrakhan. Footnote 1. For instance, Mahasin al-Adab of Isfahani, see Brockelmann, Geschichte der Arabischen Literatur I. 351. Correlated with these books on good qualities stand, in our opinion, the books on good morals and their opposite, or goodness and wickedness, Kitab al-Mahasin wal-Azdad, or Kitab al-Mahasin wal-Masawi. Although in the Fahrist we do not come across books with this title, we have a book so named from the beginning of the 10th century whose author was Ibrahim ibn Muhammad al-Bayhaqi. 1. Under the title of Kitab al-Mahasin wal-Azdad we likewise possess a work ascribed to Jais. 2. Both these books evidently go to a common origin. 3. It is quite possible that antithesis was originally not excluded from these Kitab al-Mahasin, from which were developed a special species of educative treatises, those on good qualities and their opposites. Continuing our comparison with the Parsi literature, we notice that a similar kind of antithesis is most commonly employed there. Footnote 1. Ibrahim ibn Muhammad al-Bayhaqi, Kitab al-Mahasin val-Masavi, Horoskopin von Dr. F. Schwally, Giessen 1902. Footnote 2. Le livre de buts et de antithesis attribué à Abu Othman Amr ibn Bar al-Jakis, Texte arabe publié par G. Van Vloten Lade, 1898. Footnote 3. See the review by Barbier de Maynard of the edition of Mahasin wal-Azdad in the Revue Statique, 1900, 276. In the Parsi ecclesiastical literature of an ethical nature we find definitely settled what is proper, and on the other hand, what is improper. 1. It is well known that books under this title, the proper and the improper, or the licit and the illicit, are to be found among the Pahlavi tracts, the time of whose composition can be fixed somewhere between the 7th and the 9th centuries AD. 2. Comparing the Pahlavi tracts with reference to these questions with Arabic books on good and bad qualities and manners, we have to bear in mind the general features, general outline, as well as the conditions of civilization of the period when these books were written, in other words, the circumstances of their intimate relation generally of a cultural nature, particularly of a literary form obtaining between the Arab and Persian nations, and between Islam and Parsism. Not only in detail, but also in their nature, these books must be differentiated in proportion as were different the clergy who wrote these ethical tracts from didactic works of a strong legendary element belonging to the pen of secular people. These literary monuments must be differentiated quite as much as their authors, and with reference to them we may institute the same parallel which we suggested above between the Parsi clergy and the Iranophile party of the Shabiya. Footnote 1. Shade na shade. Footnote 2. Shiast la Shiast West Pahlavi Texts, Part 1, 1880. Sacred Books of the East, Volume 5, 237-407. Furthermore, associated with these literary features was also that class of Arabic books, so well known and the period of which interests us, the books on questions and answers. 1. Footnote 1. Kitab al-Masail wa Jawabat. And this is precisely the form in which some of the better known of the Parsi books have been cast. For instance, the Menagikrad, 1, and the Dadistan, 2. The second of these books decidedly belongs to the 9th century. Its contents, no doubt, were strongly divergent from others owing to its dependence on altered conditions. Footnote 1. Sacred Books of the East, Volume 24, 1-15. Footnote 2. Sacred Books of the East 18, 1-277. We have already indicated the importance of the citations in early Arabic anthologies incorporated from Persian historical works. 1. This nature of quotations are to be found also in books on good and bad morals and conduct. Further, we find embedded in Arabic works a considerable amount of matter of great importance, a circumstance of vital moment for the investigation of the survival of Persian literary tradition. A number of passages similar to those found in these books are undoubtedly embodied in various Arabic anthologies. We give below from the two works Al-Mahasin wal Masavi and Al-Mahasin wal Azdad extracts bearing on Persian subjects. 2. Footnote 1. See Noeldik, National Epos 13. Footnote 2. See Part 2. The list of Persian subjects comprised in these Arabic books afford us a sufficient idea of the wealth and variety of the material on these points to be recovered from Arabic discourses on manners and morals. Chapter 7. The Book of Ali ibn Ubaida ar Rayhani. Pahlavi Rushnai Nami. We spoke above about the Arabic writer Ali ibn Ubaid ar Rayhani, who was prone to Persian cultural tradition in general and to the literary tradition in particular. Besides the ethico-didactic book, Meradar Jushnas, he is the reputed author of a book on adab which has a Persian title, Fihrist 1, 119, 22 and 2, 52, 1, and also another book the title of which could not be deciphered by Flugel when he edited the text of the Fihrist, Fi. 119, 21. The title consists of two words which can be read conjecturally as Rushnanibic. 2. Such a name of a book we know to exist in Middle Persian literature. 3. Footnote 1. Kitab Adab Jawanshir. Footnote 2. As regards the mutilation of Persian proper names in the Fihrist, such comparatively well-known books as Kuti Nami appear in some of the manuscripts of the Fihrist as Bakhtiyar Nami instead of Bakude Nami. See Rosen's essay on the translations of the Kuti Nami, 177. Footnote 3. West. Sacred Books of the East Volume 5, page 241, Note 1, and Sacred Books of the East Volume 3, 169. The first authority is not quite clear to me. The second authority is evident. Writing which the glorified Roshna, son of Adafrobag, prepared, for which he appointed the name of the Roshan Nipik. Tr. Read the name of Russian C. Justi Namenbuch 262 under the word Rosanis. Books of this title in Pahlavi literature related to a variety of religious problems and treated of ethico-didactic themes. The same title, further, we find in the Middle Persian literature. This is the title of the well-known book of Nasirik Israel, namely, Rushnai Nami, a considerable portion of which manifests Shia and Sophistic influences and which by its nature must have been connected with ethico-didactic literature. 1. It is quite possible that A.R. Rayhani interested himself in Persian of ethics and morality literature and in Persian adab and gave his book the name of the book Light, which treated of questions of this nature. This book formed, as no doubt its author did, the uniting link between the didactic Parsi clerical writings and the ethical literature of Islam. Footnote 1. Gif Volume 2, 280. Now reading as Rushananibic the title of the book of A.R. Rayhani occurring in the Fihrist, we establish a historical fact in literature. Not only redactions of Persian historical books like Kuti Nami and the Ain Nami, not only diverse monuments of Persian ethico-didactic literature but also books with Pahlavi titles appear in the index of the books of the flourishing period of Arabic literature and Fihrist. This is a phenomenon of outstanding importance for the appreciation of the significance of Persian literary tradition in the first centuries of Islam. Appendix I. Independent Zoroastrian princes of Tabaristan. In the mountains to the south of the Caspian Sea, the Persians defended themselves longer than in the rest of the empire against the Arab invasion. Here the Arsacide princes had permitted the local tribes to rule, for these tribes were probably from the first almost independent, and only acknowledged their paramountcy and paid tribute. They had the title of Spudhapati, or in modern language Ispebed, which was turned into the Arabic Isfebd. One of them, Gushnasp Shah, is named as a contemporary of Ardashir I. It was only so late as in the time of Kawad that this king succeeded in establishing a Sasanian prince, his son Kias, as Shah of Tabaristan in 530. At the death of his father he contested the throne with Khusro I, and was therefore slain by the latter in 537. His son Shapur remained in Persia, and a prince of the Arsacide house of Karen, named Zarmir, son of Sokra, was appointed governor. The administration of Ray, Derbend, and a portion of Armenia was before now entrusted to Jamasp, a son of Peraz, who was succeeded by his son Narsi, while another son, Bavat, father of Sirkab, became the ancestor of the kings of Shirvan who were known as Shirvan Shahs. Narsi's son was Peraz, the father of Farrakhan Galantia, whose capital accordingly was Gilan and who in 643 concluded a peace with the Arabs. Gil Galber, the son of this prince, united, with the consent of Yezgerd III, who could not prevent him, Gilan with Tabaristan, where the dynasty of Zarmir had come to an end. It cannot be doubted that Sasanian princes became the governors of these territories. The sons of Galber were Dabo, 660 to 676, and Paduspan, in Pahlavi Patkaspan or governor, in modern Persian Baduspan. Dabo was succeeded by his brother Kirsht, 676 to 709. We possess coins struck by him in the years 706 to 709. Then came Dabo's son Firkan, more correctly Farrakhan, the Great, 709 to 722. He defeated several attempts on the part of the Moslems to penetrate the country. Our authorities are Tabari, Volume 2, page 1321, Kitabaloyan, 22-8, Zahareddin, 45, 10.273, 14, Mordman, ZDMG 19, 494. His son Dad Burzmir died according to Zahareddin in 748, still his son Kirsht II already struck in 734 his first coin. He was defeated by the Arabs and took poison which he used to carry in his signet ring in 759. The Mazmagan, or the priest prince, the successor of Zarathustratima of Raga or modern Rai, who had his seat in the city of Demawend or the castle of Astunavend, and who was the son-in-law of the Ispebed, was defeated, and the daughters of both the princes were married to members of the house of Abbas. The descendants of the Baduspan, whom Zahareddin carefully traces in all the branches of the family, ruled over Riyan, Rustamdar, Nur and Kujer, down to the year 1453, when they divided themselves into two branches which continued to reign till 1567 and 1576. Another dynasty was the mountain rulers of Karen, which is named after its founder. The first Karen was the son of Sokra, the brother of Zarmir. These princes were also styled Ispebeds. A descendant of Karen was Vindad Hormizd, who in conjunction with Shervan I of the house of Bavand, and with the Baduspan, Shahryar I, conquered the Arabs in 783, but subsequently surrendered himself to Hadi and went to Baghdad till the latter became caliph in 785. There is some confusion in the chronology of this dynasty also. A few rulers appear to be wanting because between the beginning of the dynasty in 565 to its close in 839 the average reign of the six princes would come to 45 or 46 years. Mazir, son of Karen, and grandson of Vindad Hormizd, was at first defeated by Shahryar the son of Shervan of the Bavand dynasty and took refuge with the Caliph Mamun in 816-17. And returned after the victory over Musa ibn Hafs in 825, but was himself worsened by the Arabs in 839 and executed. Thereupon Tabaristan came into the power of the Tahirides, the nominal governors of the Caliph in Khorasan. Our authorities are Beladhori 134, 14, Masudi 7, 137, Kitab ol Ayun 399, 6, Yaqut 3, 284, 4. 506, 10, Abulfida 2, 212, 2. The Bavand dynasty is a continuation of the Mazmagans. Their original ancestor Bav, who is characterized as son of Shapur, son of Chaos, received from Khusra II the governorship of Istakhr, at Harbajan and Tabaristan, but retired himself into a fire temple in the time of Queen Azarmadukt. When the Arabs in 655 had advanced to the vicinity of Amul, the Mazandaranis invited him to lead them, and he was the founder of the Bavan dynasty called after him. Now Bav was killed by Valash in 679, who did not belong to the dynasty, and it was only 8 years later on that the son of Bav, Shurab, more correctly Sirkab, came to the throne. With the last potentate of this first line of the Bavans was united by marriage the house of Ziyar, which produced 2 celebrated princes of Gurgan, Vashngar and Kabis. The other line, the Mountain Kings proper, sprang from a son of the last prince of the first line and was extinguished with the murder of Rustam by Sayyid Hussein in 1210. A third offshoot originating from a collateral branch of the second enjoyed princely power from 1237 to 1349. The Arabs had their governors in Tabaristan who in the first period minted coins with Sasanian impress and with Pahlavi legends. They were, however, from time to time expelled by the people. These coins struck by the Arabs after the model of the Pahlavi mintage were first deciphered by Alshausen. Ibn Khaldun is compelled to admit that the Arabs are of all the people the least capable to govern a country. Translated from Justi's contribution to Grundrister der Iranischen Philology. Volume 2, page 547 Gkan. To the above concise sketch of the history of Tabaristan for the period which concerns us, which I have translated from Justi, one of the most sympathetic writers on Iran, a few paras may be added from the fascinating history of Ibn Isfandiyar which Professor Brown has made accessible to us. Long after the Sasanian dynasty had fallen, and the rest of Persia had been subdued by the Arabs, the Ispahids continued to strike their Pahlavi coinage and maintained the religion of Zoroaster in the mountains and forests of Tabaristan, and their struggles with the Arabs only ended about AD 838 by the capture and cruel execution of the gallant Mazir, son of Karen, son of Wanda Hermas. For a vivid portrayal of the last days of this unfortunate scion of the lost empire of the Iranians, the reader is referred to the vivid page of this English authority, who has reproduced the story of Zoroastrian aggressions in all its original spirit. And nothing less could be expected from a profound and sympathetic scholar to whom all that concerns Mazir is of supreme interest because it stands for the old Persian national and religious ideal. Page 12. Those who still hold in the teeth of historical fact that the empire and religion of Iran were overturned at one fell stroke by the ferocious Arabs may be referred to the alliance between the Ispabed Shirvan and Windad Hermas which brought it about that from one end to the other of a large tract of country, without their permission no one dared enter the highlands from the plains, and all the highlands were under their control. And when a Moslem died they would not suffer him to be buried in that country. Page 131. Italics mine Gkan. I will not further quote at length from this volume as it is in English, but I cannot resist the temptation to call attention to page 146, which supplies a typical instance of conversion by persuasion and not persecution. Further note that the Caliph Mamun had a Zoroastrian astrologer whose Zoroastrian name the Caliph Arabicized into Yahya ibn Mansur, page 146. Though Mazir outwardly embraced Islam, he was probably in secret a Zoroastrian inasmuch as he continued to have a large Magian following and conferred various offices and distinctions on Babak, Mazdak, and other Magians who ordered the Mohammedan mosque to be destroyed and all trace of Islam to be removed. Pages 152-3. Italics mine, Gkan. The Caliph al-Mu'tasim was no less lenient in matters religious than some of the Khulafa-i-Rashidin. In the year 854-55 he deputed one of his nobles to bid a Zoroastrian chieftain break his Magian girdle and embrace Islam, which he did and thereupon received a robe of honor from the Caliph. Page 157. At page 157 we notice the extortionate practices of Magian Parsi princes during Caliphate. In the time of the Arabs we find an actual principality whose ruler bore the title of Masamogan, or the elder of the Magians. To him also belonged the cities of Wema and Shalamba, Istakri 209, Ibn Kurdadba 118, Ibn al-Fakih 284, as well as the territory of Kwar. Magian princes during Caliphate, Tabari 12656. The first definite mention of the Mazmagan occurs in the year 131 AH, in which Abu Muslim called upon the former to surrender, and as he declined dispatched Musa ibn Ka'b against him, who however failed to effect anything against him. Ibn al-Athir Volume 5304. It was only under Mamun that the mountainous country of the Mazmagan was subjugated. The last prince, whose brother Aparwez fought on side of the Arabs, was taken prisoner and confined with his 2 daughters in the mountain fastness of Astunawand in 141 Tabari Volume 2, 137. The exact time of the rise of this principality is unknown. For the Mazmagan Mardanshah who is mentioned by Saif in a treaty with Suwaid Muqarrin under Omar, Tabari 1, 2656, belongs positively to the time of Muhalab, 98 I surmise, however, that the dynasty of the Magian Ba, the father of the renegade Magandat, whose Christian name was Anastasius, who became a martyr to Christianity in 628, originated from the village of Warsnan in the territory of Rai, Acta Anastasii Percy, pages 26 and 56, and is connected with the Ba'an dynasty which appeared just at this place in 167, and is definitely traced to the Magian Ba. The authorities for the above are Tabari Volume 3, 1295 and Zahiruddin 205, see also ZDMG 49, 661. Ba is a pure Magian name and is a transcription of the Avesta Banga, Yesh 13124. Another transliteration of the same word is Bohak, a name borne by a hero of Ispahan who with his 6 sons and an army joined Ardashir, Karnamak 4-3, pages 22-19, Neolithic 46. It was also the name of a son of Holbakt, the chief Moab under Shapur II. Bahak, son of Friedin, was the ancestor of Adarpat Maraspand, Bundahesh 33, West Pahlavi Texts 1, 145. Another form of the same name is B equals A, we, who was the estate or magister officiorum of the Persians, Joshua Stylite edition, Rite 59. The first ruler of the Ba'an dynasty who enters history is Sharwin ibn Sirkab, Tabari 3, 519. By the Arabs he was at first made a vassal controlling the slopes of the Albers, ibn al-Fakih 304, Yaqut 3, 283, and probably assumed the title Padashkorgar Shah, which his descendants continued to hold in the time of al-Biruni, Chronology, p. xl, number 7. In Yaqubi, Volume 2, 479, he even bears the title of King of Tokaristaxi. After him is named Mount Sherwin on the boundary of Komish, Tabari 3, 1275, ibn al-Fakih 305, Belazuri 339, 7. In the year 201, that is, AD 816-17, however, the governor of Tabaristan, Abdullah ibn Kurdadba, the father of the historian and geographer, invaded Larajan and Sarijan and annexed them to the Empire of Islam. He likewise conquered the mountain land of Tabaristan and compelled Shahryar, the son of Sherwin, to surrender, Tabari 3, 1014. But after the death of Shahryar, in 825-26, Mazir ibn Karen contested the kingdom with his son Shapur and in alliance with the Moslems invaded Mount Sherwin, captured the sons of Shahryar and put them to death. Tabari 3, 1093, Belazuri 339 and ibn al-Fakih 309. However, a son of Shahryar named Karen who had been detained at the court of Mazir later on joined the Arabs and after the fall of Mazir was restored to his paternal estate. As regards the Avesta expression Raga Zarathustrish in the Yasna 9:18, it refers to political conditions of a much anterior age not yet reached by our historical investigations. Translated from Marquart's, Iranshar, page 127 Sikh.k.n. Appendix to Iranian material in Mahasin wal Masavi and Mahasin wal Azdad. Professor Inostranziv gives a list of passages of Iranian interest which are to be found in the Mahasin wal Masawi and in the Mahasin wal Azdad, giving references to pages in the European editions. Unfortunately, I have not been able to procure the latter, and cannot verify the allusions. I, however, reproduce below the Iranian subjects touched upon in these 2 Arabic books on Adab and the Cairo editions. Iranian material from the Mahasin wal Masawi, Part 1, page 1. A dictum of Buzarjmahir. Page 82, A Story of King Kobad. Page 96, A Story of Anushirwan. The wisest of men of his time in Persia. Page 110, a story of King Ardeshir. Page 122, reference to a custom of the Persian kings and a story of Yazdijard. Iranian material from the Mahasan wal Masawi Part 2. Page 62, a story about Sharia, son of Aberwes. Page 74, a dictum of the Persians on eloquence. Page 75, a story about Buzarjmahir. Page 123, a story about Anushirwan. Page 125, a story about King Kobad and Amobd. Page 131, a story of Anushirwan. Page 133, a dictum of Buzarjmahir. Page 154, a story of Hermas, son of Anushirwan. Page 155, a story of Baramgar. Page 155, a story of the sense of justice of King Anushirwan. Page 166, a story of Anushirwan. Page 169, reference to a Zan book in connection with Islam. Page 170, a story of an Arab who acted as interpreter in Arabic to a Persian king. Page 178, a story as narrated by Kisrawi about Kisra, son of Hormuz. Page 178, reference to a Magus or Zoroastrian. Page 194, a story of Sharia, son of Kisra. p. 199, a quotation from Ibn al-Makaffa. Page 203, the story of Sabaz al-Aktaf. Iranian material in the Mahasan wal Azdad. Page 14, story of King Abarwes. Page 17, story of the Kisra. Page 35, quotation from al-Kisrawi, relating a story about Kisra, son of Hormuz. In this story, the unfortunate General Afshin, the governor of Ashrushna, is plainly designated a Magus or Zoroastrian. Page 51, a dictum of Baramgar. Page 51, the conversation between the Mobedan Mobd and King Aberwes. Page 51, reference to the book of Our Zoroastrian Religion, Kitab Dinnah. Page 110, reference to an inscription on a stone slab discovered in the treasury of a Persian king. Page 163, the story of Balash as narrated by Kisrawi. On this story Baron Rosen bases his investigation of the Pahlavi Codenama. Page 168, an anecdote of King Aberwes. Professor Inostranzev finds the following Iranian material in the Mahasan wal Masavi and the Mahasan wal Azdad. equals Mahasan wal Masavi, and Ma equals Mahasan wal Azdad. Ma 21, 4-10, 490, 2-7, Ma 37, 12-14, 128, 11-12, Ma 53, 14-16, 571, 1-3, Ma 78, 5-9, 202, 2-5, Ma 79, 2-6, 202, 14-16, Ma 79, 6-11, 202, 16-203, 2, Ma 168, 20-3, 310, 16-18, Ma 170, 2-3, 313, 7-8, Ma 173, 8-16, 372, 11-18. In connection with the importance of Kisrawi as regards the Persian literary material, these are the extracts from him in the two Arabic works. Ma 168, 20-269, 3, 310, 16-18, Ma 53, 14-16, 571, 1-3, Ma 359, 13-364, 6, 376, 1-9. In view of the remarks by Brown, Literary History, 471-475, regarding the significance of Persian words and expressions in the ancient Arabic literary works for the history of the Persian language, of particular importance are the excerpts from Kisrawi, Ma 168, 20-269, 3, 310, 16-18, where occur Persian phrases from the maxims of Anushirwan, which as I think have been handed down to us in pure Pahlavi. Interesting is the interpretation of the Persian word Maimun at another place. In the same Arabic books, viz. Ma 79, 6-11 equals 202, 16 to 203 2. Appendix 3. Translation of Noldiks Berzo's Einleitung zu dem Buch Kalila wa Dimna. Berzo's Introduction to the Book of Kalila wa Dimna. Side note: Berzo's introduction not fabricated. The Arabic redaction of the Indian tales which we know under the name of Kalila wa Dimna had two unquestionably genuine introductions, that of the compilator Ibn Makaffa himself, who died in 142 AH, and that of Berzo, who in the time of King Khusro I, AD 531 to 579, brought the book from India and translated it into the written Persian language of the time, the Pahlavi. The circumstances regarding the mission of Berzo to India are still not clear. At any rate, Ibn Makaffa did not write as we read them now. Nevertheless, it is by no means improbable that he had affixed to his book a report which, however, Juan subsequently mutilated, of necessity, in diverse ways. The preface by Al-Ibn Shah Bebed, which has also been printed by de Sacy, which is found in a few manuscripts, and which is not known to the ancient translations, is a later and entirely valueless excrescence. The introduction of Berzo stood in the Pahlavi work which Ibn Makaffa had before him. According to certain manuscripts, this introduction has been compiled, or however we translate the ambiguous term tarjuma, by Burzmihir, the prime minister of Khusro, much better known in polite literature than in history. Naturally, I do not deny altogether that Burzmihir was a historical personage, but he possessed by no means the importance which the tradition in question ascribes to him. The ascription is purely an erroneous inference from the above-mentioned report of the circumstances touching the mission of Berzo, has not the slightest inherent probability, and is besides wanting not only in other manuscripts but also in all the older translations. We cannot question the fact that this section of the Arabic work in the main reproduces the introduction composed by the chief physician Berzo himself to the book translated by him into Pahlavi from an Indian language. That language, as Hurdle has shown, was Sanskrit, which fact, however, does not preclude the possibility of an Indian interpreter translating the original text to the Persian who spoke a modern Indian tongue. Several passages speak to the fact that the author of the introduction is the physician. Why should Ibn Makaffa pretend that Berzo earnestly studied medicine and practiced it? Moreover, the section is familiar with those principles of Indian medicine of which Ibn Makaffa could otherwise know little and the exposition of which he had no call to deal with. The entire situation seems to me to harmonize with the circumstances of the Persian physician. Specially noteworthy is the encomium on the Persian sovereign. Side note: Ibn Makaffa took liberties with the Pahlavi. This is, however, not equivalent to saying that the Arabic text is an exact replica, down to details, of the original of Berzo. In the first place, it has to be observed that Ibn Makaffa was no pure translator at all but a regular redactor of his model. His object was to prepare a work suitable to the taste of his highly educated readers and at the same time entertaining and instructive. He proceeded, therefore, not only with a tolerably free hand as an artist in words, but added good many things of his own. Above all, here we have to bear in mind the trial of Dimna. That this chapter is an addition by a Moslem who would not let pass in silence the acknowledgement of clever but demeaning intrigue was already recognized by Beffay, and we need not doubt but that it originated with Ibn Makaffa. I would also claim, for Ibn Makaffa, the somewhat unimportant history of the anchorite and his guest. The manner of his narrative we learn from his own preface. It is especially to be noted that here also, as in the trial of Dimna, he recounts anecdotes after the Indian fashion. Side note: Ibn Makaffa's religious skepticism. It is accordingly not impossible that in our Berzo chapter there are a few things which have originated not with the Persian physician of old but with Ibn Makaffa, and this, I presume, as I showed long ago, specially from the disquisition on inquiry into the uncertainty of religions. It appears much more to fit in with Ibn Makaffa than Berzo. Ibn Makaffa exchanged the religion of his Persian fathers for Islam only in his mature years, certainly not because he saw in the latter perfect verity, but because probably he was not satisfied with Zoroastrianism, with which he was intimately familiar, or with any of the other religions which in his time flourished openly or in secret in Iraq, which was the heart of the empire. To such a man the skepticism of our section is natural, a fact which does not make it impossible that certain principles which were common to all the religions intimately known to the author remain also self-evident to Ibn Makaffa, such as God as the Creator, and the next world with its reward and penalties. Had Ibn Makaffa, in his own name, confessed to such religious doubts publicly, no patron could have saved him from capital punishment. On the other hand, he ran no risk in ascribing the questionable exposition to the Persian long since dead, who, however, supposing that he harbored such doubts, could not have given expression to them as a physician attached to the imperial court of Persia. The belief in an inexorable fate, which is evident in this chapter as well as in the entire portion attributable to Ibn Makaffa, could have been cherished, no doubt, also by a Mazdaasnian. This doctrine, therefore, speaks neither for nor against the authorship of Ibn Makaffa. Equally far from decisive is the exhortation to pure morality which finds expression there. I am confirmed in my view that the passage on the unconvincing nature of religions proceeded from Ibn Makaffa by a few couplets in the Shahnameh. Mol Volume 5, 53 ff. Macon 1293. The king of India called Cade has several dreams which are interpreted to him by the sage Miran. The third dream, about 4 men pulling at a fine piece of cloth, each towards himself, without tearing it, is thus explained by him. Know that the piece of cloth is the religion divine, and that the 4 men who pull at it have come to preserve it. One of the religions is that of the Daikins, the fire worshippers, who may not take in hand the bar psalm without pronouncing the prayer formula. The Daikins were properly speaking the small landed nobility of the Sasanian times, and as such were representatives of the ancient Persian religion. Bar psalm and the prayer formula or baz are well-known components of their ritual. Another religion is that of Moses, which is called the Jewish religion, maintaining that none besides itself is worthy of praise. The third religion is of Greece, belongs to men of piety and brings equity to the heart of princes. This is Christianity. The fourth is the pure faith of the Arab, which raises the head of the intelligent out of dust. Thus they struggle for the preservation of their religion and pull the cloth towards the 4 sides away from each other, and become enemies for the sake of religion. Side note: Ibn Makaffa no sincere Muslim. This passage, the basic principle of which accords with the reflections on religion in our chapter 1, would now with greater positiveness than before trace to Ibn Makaffa, ZDMG 59, 803. It did not find a place in the Old Pahlavi Book of Kings, because the latter could recognize only the national religion as the right one, and could not have taken into consideration Islam, even supposing that the last redaction of the official Sasanian history took place at a time when Mohammedanism had already come into existence. But Ferdowsi did not at all invent the material of his narrative. He merely compiled it, and a major portion of the compilation goes back to the shape which Ibn Makaffa had given to the ancient tradition. See what I have to say on this in my National Epic of Iran, Grundriss der Iran Philology. In actuality, Ibn Makaffa was not believed to be a sincere Muslim. He is frequently stigmatized as Zindiq or heretic. See Agani 13.81, 18 ff 18, 200, 25 ff Ibn Qutayba, Yun 71, 9. Further Ibn Kalakin 186, page 125. The term Zindiq probably originally denoted a certain rank among the Manichaeans or a similar religion, and was then applied to suit a variety of infidels. The etymology, Aramaic Sadiki, has been recognized by Bevan. Again, the passage does not fit in with the tenor of the entire section. For Burzo, who was at a loss with regard to the physician's art, the main question is whether he should or should not become an ascetic, a question which must concern Ibn Makaffa but little. The suitability of the addenda hardly admits of proof, but we may state that Ibn Makaffa did not simply interpolate but wove them artfully in his text, and he might have omitted something here and there. Side note: Burzo influenced by Buddhism. It seems to me highly probable that Burzo allowed himself to be influenced by the Buddhist romance, the original of which has perished and the best representative of which is preserved to us in the Arabic Bilahar wa Biudasf, see Barlam und Joseph by E. Kuhn. Many a passage of our chapter is strongly reminiscent of the sentences of the romance. For instance, the dangers to the body remind one of those related at page 53, the 4 principles or acolyte appear at page 9, and the parable of the man in the well is common to both. The parable which stands at the close of the chapter is, unless one is greatly mistaken, directly taken from the romance with little modification. It stands in the whole of Kalila wa Dimna isolated, deviates in manner and tendency entirely from the story and also from what has issued from Ibn Makaffa, but is consistent with the monastic predilections of Burzo. And his appraisement of the life of the recluse does not appear spontaneous but something to which he has laboriously compelled himself. One may surmise that it was really alive only in India. How far it was practiced in actual life must remain unproved. We must not omit to mention that Burzo points out that for an ideal physician his art earns also rich earthly profits. Side note: English translation of the introduction a desideratum. So far as I know, of this chapter there is no translation in a European language except in the English by Natchbull, which appeared in 1819, which reproduced the imperfect text of de Sacy and is otherwise defective. Wolff did well to omit it in his German translation of Kalila wa Dimna of 1837, for he could not have produced a correct rendering of de Sacy's text, which was not completed till 1873 by Guidi. Side note: difficulties of translation. Even now it is impossible to make a translation of Burzo's introduction which can stand the test of philology. We must first see whether with the use of all available manuscripts and a careful collation of other text sources we cannot arrive at a tolerably settled Arabic text. And that is, so far as I can conclude from my not quite insignificant material, not very probable. At all events, a searching examination of all the manuscripts in the great Paris library is essential. The various texts of the book are considerably divergent. Arbitrariness and carelessness of transcriber have disfigured Ibn Makaffa's work of art just because it presently became a favorite book of entertainment. The language at all events remains approximately correct in the manuscripts. Grammatical mistakes easy of correction are not seldom met with, but pure vulgarisms occur only in a few copies like that of Berlin. The numberless variants have not much significance for the translator when it is only a question of synonyms, since for them the same European expression can do duty. And though it is not certain whether in the case of a multitude of non-essential or wholly analogous expressions the shorter or the extended text is the original one, that does not substantially affect the translation. There is scarcely any harm in curtailing the frequent tautology of this chapter. We should be well advised in case of successive synonymous abstract nouns and verbs such as occur frequently in Arabic to translate by a simple expression with an emphatic adjective or adverb. But not seldom the difference becomes great. It is a difficult situation when we are uncertain whether the passage which is found in several manuscripts and not in others is the original one. As a rule we have to decide in favor of the majority, but as sometimes we do come across actual interpolations in some, so their existence is not impossible in others, although we cannot be positive on the subject. Side note: a monumental piece of literature. The matter would have been less troublesome for me had I been able straightway to declare as the best the tradition of any of the manuscripts familiarly known to me or any old translation. That, however, is not so. I have to judge each case by itself and to proceed eclectically as much as my philological conscience permits. Finally, by means of my rendering I believe I have reproduced the import of this monumental piece of literature without showing absolute partiality to the Arabic document. My rendering is wanting doubtless in the elegance with which Ibn Makaffa handles the language which in his time had acquired the capacity of treating even abstract subjects with lucidity. May a later hand improve upon my translation. Only those who attempt it can appreciate how difficult it is to make a tolerable European translation even of an easily intelligible Arabic text. A literal translation would be wooden. We have often to alter the entire construction and to insert all manner of words foreign to the Arabic to make the context clear. On the other hand, the translator must avoid employing the same expression in rapid succession, a procedure which is common in Arabic even if we make allowance for the figura etymologica and the like. Side note: Ibn Qutayba and Ibn Makaffa. I only know two passages in this chapter which are quoted by Arabic authors. Brockelman informs me that no quotation from our chapter occurs in the unpublished portion of the Iyun of Ibn Qutayba. Unless I am mistaken, the excerpts in this book from Kalila wa Dimna are not always correct. Ibn Qutayba was concerned more with the sense than with the phraseology of Ibn Makaffa. The statement of Burzo, the Persian physician-in-chief, who undertook to transcribe and translate this Indian book, Kalila Wadimna. Side note: autobiographical. My father belonged to the warrior class. My mother came of an eminent priestly family. One of the earliest boons which the Lord conferred on me was that I was the most favorite child of my parents, and that they exerted themselves more for my education than for my brothers. So when I was 7 years old they sent me to a children's school. This was required to be mentioned in his case inasmuch as it could not have been necessary or usual for a child of distinguished parentage in early Persia to be educated in a public school. When I had learnt the ordinary writing I was thankful to my parents, and perceived something in knowledge. In spite of the wide divergence in the Arabic texts and translations, the sense of the original is clear. Note the reference to the difficult nature of the Pahlavi syllabary. Only the Spanish version has a good deal more about the schooling. Side note: appreciation of the healing art. And the first branch of science to which I felt inclination was medicine. It had a great attraction for me because I recognized its excellence, and the more I acquired it the more I loved it, and the more earnestly I studied it. Now, when I had progressed sufficiently far to think of treating invalids, I took counsel with myself and reflected in the following manner on the 4 objects for which mankind so earnestly strive. Which of them shall I seek to acquire with the help of my art, money, prosperity, fame, or reward in the next world? In the choice of my calling the decisive factor was my experience that men of understanding praise medicine, and that the adherents of no religion censure it. I found, however, in medical literature that the best physician is he who by his devotion to his vocation strives only after a reward in the next world, and I resolved to act accordingly and not to think of worldly gain, so that I may not be likened to the merchant who sold for a worthless bead a ruby by which he could have acquired a world of wealth. On the other hand, I found in the books of the ancients that when a physician strives after the reward in the next world by means of his art, he thereby forfeits no fraction of his worldly guerdon, but that therein he is to be compared with the peasant who carefully sows his plot of ground to acquire corn, and who subsequently without further effort gets along with the harvest all manner of vegetation. The cultivator along with the harvest gets grass and vegetation which may serve as a pasture for cattle. Side note: Burzo starts practice. I, therefore, directed my attention to the hope of securing recompense in the next world by curing the sick, and was at considerable pains in the treatment of all the deceased whom I hoped to cure, and even such as were past all such hopes, whose suffering I endeavored at least to alleviate. I personally attended those I could, but where this was not possible I gave the patients the necessary instructions and also sent medicine. And from none of those whom I so treated did I demand payment or other return. I was jealous of none of my colleagues who was my equal in knowledge, and who excelled me in repute and riches, although as a matter of fact he was lacking in equity and good manners. When, however, my soul felt inclined to impel me to be jealous of such and to be covetous of a situation like his, I met it with severity in the following manner. Side note: Burzo addresses his own soul. The physician's arduous calling. Side note: a simile. O soul, dost not thou differentiate between what is useful and what is injurious to thee? Dost thou not cease wishing for the acquisition of that which secures for every one a small gain, but which entails severe exertion and privation, and which, when he must at last relinquish it, procures him much sorrow and severe punishment in the next world? O soul, thinkest thou not of that which succeeds this life, and forgettest it because of thy avarice for the things of this world? Art thou not ashamed to live the evanescent terrestrial life in the company of men of feeble intellect and fools? It belongs not to him even who has something of it in his hand. It does not endure with him, and only the infatuated and the negligent depend upon it. Desist from this irrationality and bend all thy might, so long as in thee lies, to exert thyself for the good and for divine recompense. Beware of procrastination. Reflect on the fact that our body is destined to all manner of unhappiness and permeated with the 4 perishable and impure principles which are enclosed in it, which struggle against each other, defeating each other by turn, and thus support life which itself is transient. Life is like a statue with several limbs. When properly adjusted each in its right place, they hold themselves together on a single pivot, but which, when the latter is taken off, fall to pieces. O soul, Do not deceive thyself owing to intercourse with friends and companions, and do not strain thyself after it, inasmuch as this intercourse brings no doubt joy but also much hardship and tribulation, and finally ends in separation. It is like a ladle which men use for hot soup, so long as it is new, but when it breaks they have done with it, burn it. O soul, allow not thyself to be moved by family and relations to amass property for them so that thyself should perish. Thou shouldst, then, be like fragrant incense which is burnt only for the enjoyment of others. They are like a hair which men cherish so long as it remains on the head but cast it off as impure as soon as it falls. O soul, be steadfast in treating the diseased and give it not up because thou findest that the physician's profession is arduous and people do not recognize its uses and high value. Judge only thyself whether a man who cures in another a disease making him feel once more fresh and whole is not worthy of a great reward and handsome remuneration. This is the case with one who has solicitude for a single individual. How much more then is this so in the case of a medicine man who for meed in the next world thus acts towards a large number of men, so that they, after torturing pains and maladies, which shut them out from the enjoyment of the world, from food and drink, wife and child, feel once more as well as ever before. Who indeed merits larger reward and nobler retribution. O soul, do not put away from thy sight things of the next world because thou hungerest after passing life. For thou, in thy haste to acquire a triviality, surrenderest the valuable, and such people are in the position of the merchant who had a house full of aloe wood and who said, "If I were to sell this by weight it would take me too long," and therefore gave it away wholesale for a trifling price. Side note, autobiographical. After thus I had replied to my soul and thereby explained matters to it, and guided it aright, it could not deviate from truth, yielded to righteousness, and abandoned what it was inclined to. Accordingly I continued to treat the sick for the sake of my reward in the next world. This, however, by no means prevented my acquiring a rich portion of earthly goods before my journey to India as well as after my return from the king's, and that was more than I was ambitious of or had hoped for a man in my position and my calling. Side note, limitations of the healing art. Thereafter I again reflected on the healing art, and found that the physician can employ no remedy for a suffering patient which so completely cures his disease that it does not attack him again, or that he is immune from a worse disorder. While, therefore, I was unaware how I could effect a perfect cure secure against the recurrence of a disease, I saw that on the other hand a knowledge of the next world was a permanent absolute protection against all distempers. Accordingly I conceived a contempt for the healing art and a longing for religious knowledge. Side note, uncertainty of religious verity. Side note, Burzo inquires of religious heads on matters divine, his disappointment. When, however, this occurred to my mind it was not clear to me how matters stood with reference to religion. I found nothing in the writings on pharmacy which indicated to me the truest religion. So far as I saw there were many religions and creeds and their adherents were again disunited. Some inherit their religion from their fathers, others are compelled to adhere to it by fear and pressure, others again aim at worldly advantages, enjoyments and renown. Everyone claims for himself the possession of the true and right faith, and denounces that of others as false and erroneous. Their views on the world and other problems are entirely conflicting, yet each despises the other, is inimical to and censures every other creed. I then resolved to turn to the learned and leaders of every religion's community with a view to examining their doctrines and precepts in order possibly to learn to distinguish between verity and nullity and implicity, to give my adhesion to the former without altogether accepting as true what I did not understand. So I analyzed, investigated and observed, but I found that all those people only held before me traditional notions. Each landed his faith and reviled that of others. It was, therefore, evident to me that their conclusions rested on mere imagination and that they did not speak with impartiality. In none did I find such fairness and integrity that reasonable people could accept their dicta and declare themselves satisfied with them. When I perceived this, it was impossible for me to follow any one of the religions and recognize that if I put faith in one of them of which I knew nothing I should fare like the betrayed believer in the following story. Side note, anecdote of the credulous burglar. Once upon a time a thief set out at night, and along with his companions got up onto the roof of the house of a man of opulence. As they entered, they awoke the owner, who noticed them and perceived that at that hour they were on the roof with evil intent. He awoke his wife and gently said to her, "I see that up on the top of our roof there are thieves. I will pretend to sleep. Wake me up in a voice loud enough to be heard by those on the roof, and say to me, 'My husband, do tell me how you came by so much wealth and property.' When I make no reply whatever, ask me very pressingly again." The woman accordingly asked him as she was ordered, so that the housebreakers heard it all. The man replied, "My wife, luck has led you to great prosperity, so eat and drink, keep quiet and do not ask about it, because if I told it to you, someone would easily hear it and get something by it, which neither of us would like." She, however, persisted. "But my husband, do tell me, surely there is no one here to overhear us." "Well then, I will tell you that I have acquired all this wealth and goods by theft." "How did you manage it, when in the eye of the people you are still irreproachably honest and no one suspects you?" "By means of an artifice in the science of thieving. It is so handy and easy that no one can have any suspicion whatever." "How so?" "I used to manage this way. On a moonlight night I would go out with my companions, get up to the roof of the house of the person I wanted to rob as far as the skylight through which the moon shone, and then uttered 7 times the charm Sholam Sholam Sholam. I would then embrace the rays and slide down into the house without anybody noticing my intrusion. Then at the other extremity of the moonbeams I again would 7 times repeat the magic word, and all the money and treasures in the house became visible to me. I could take of them whatever I would. Once more I would embrace the beams, and rehearsing again 7 times the magic word, mount up to my companions and load them with all I had. Next we stole away unscathed. When the robbers overheard this, they rejoiced exceedingly and said, 'In this house we have got a spoil which is more valuable to us than the gold which we can get there. We have acquired a means by which God delivers us from fear, and we are secure against the authorities.' So they watched for a long time, and when they had made sure that the master of the house and his wife had gone to sleep, the leader of the robbers stepped up to the spot where the light streamed through the hole, spoke Sholam Sholam 7 times, clasped the rays with the intention of dropping down along them, and fell head foremost on the floor. The husband sprang to his feet with a club and thrashed him to a jelly, asking him, 'Who are you?' And he replied, 'The deceived believer. This is the fruit of blind faith.' Side note: more religious investigation and more despair. Side note: a dilemma. Accordingly, after I had grown sufficiently circumspect not to credit what might probably lead to my perdition, I started again investigating religions to discover the true one. But I again found no reply whenever I put questions to any one, and when a doctrine was propounded to me I found nothing which in my judgment merited belief or served me as a guiding principle. Then I said, the most reasonable course is to cling to the religion in which I found my fathers. Yet when I sought justification for this course I found none, and said to myself, if that be justification, then the sorcerer also had one who found his progenitors to be wizards. And I thought of the man who ate indecently, and when he was rebuked for it he excused himself by saying that his ancestors used to feed in the same gross way. Since, therefore, it was impossible for me to keep to the religion of my forebears, and since I could find no justification for it, I desired once more earnestly to bestir myself and most carefully to examine the various religions and to consider minutely what they had to offer us. But then suddenly the idea struck me that the end was near and that the world would presently come to a close for me. Thereupon I pondered as follows. Side note: meditation of despair. Perhaps the hour of my departure has already arrived before I could wring my hands. My deeds were once still such that I could hope they were meritorious. Now perhaps the prolonged hesitation over my search and investigation would turn me away from the good deeds which I practiced formerly, so that my end would not be such as I strove for, and owing to my wavering and vacillation the fate of the man in the following anecdote would overtake me. Side note: an anecdote, fatal hesitation. A certain man had a love affair with a married woman. She had made for him a subterraneous passage opening into the street, and its entrance was constructed close by a water jar. This she did for fear lest her husband or someone else should surprise her. Now one day when her paramour was with her, word was brought that the husband was standing at the door. The lover hastened to get behind the jar, but it had been removed by someone, so he came to the woman and said, I went to the passage, but the jar of which you spoke was not there. To which the woman said, You fool, what have you got to do with the jar? I mentioned it to point to you the way to the passage. I could not be sure, since the jar was not near the passage, you should not have spoken of it to me and misled me. Now save yourself, enough of your stupidity and hesitation. But how shall I go, since you spoke to me of the jar and even now confuse me? Thus he remained there till the master of the house came up and seized hold of and belabored him, and handed him over to the authorities. Side note: Burzo follows good principles common to all creeds. Side note: the properties of righteousness. Since I was apprehensive of the risks of shilly-shollying, I resolved not to expose myself to the danger, and to confine myself entirely to such works as all men regard as benevolent, and which are consonant with all the religions. I refrained, therefore, from assault, murder, and robbery, and guarded myself against incontinence, and my tongue from falsehood and all utterance calculated to harm any one, avoided the smallest deception, indecency of language, falsehood, calumny, and ridicule, and took pains that my heart wished ill of no one, and that I did not disbelieve in resurrection and retribution and punishment in the next world. I turned away my mind from wickedness and adhered energetically to good, perceived that there is no better associate or friend than righteousness, and that it is easy to acquire it with the help of God. I found that it has more tender solicitude for us than father and mother, that it leads to good and gives true counsel like one friend to another, that use does not diminish but rather multiplies it, and that when employed it does not wear out, but is constantly renewed, and becomes more beautiful, that we need not fear that the authorities will snatch it from us, the enemy will rob or miscreants disfigure it, or water drown or fire will consume it, wild beasts attack it, or that anything untoward will happen to it. He who contemns righteousness and its consequences in the next world and permits himself to be seduced from it by a fraction of the sweets of this passing world, he who passes his days with things which do not permit piety to approach him, fares as did to my knowledge the merchant in the following story. Side note: the careless jeweler. A merchant had many precious stones. To bore a hole through them he hired a man for 100 pieces of gold a day and went with him to his house. As soon, however, as he set to work, there was a lute, and the workman turned his eyes towards it. And upon the merchant questioning him whether he could play upon it, he replied, Yes, right well, for he was indeed proficient in the art. Then take it, said the merchant. He therefore took it, and played for the merchant the whole day beautiful melodies and proper tunes, so that the jeweler left the cassette with the precious stones in it, and filled with joy kept time, nodding his head and waving his hand. In the evening he said to the jeweler, Let me have my wages. And when the latter said, Have you done anything to deserve the wage? He replied, You have hired me, and I have done what you ordered me to do. So he pressed him till he received his 100 pieces without any deduction, while the gems remained unbeard. Side note: aversion to pleasures of the world, Buddhistic pessimism. The more I reflected upon the world and its joys, the deeper grew my aversion towards them. Then I made up my mind entirely to devote myself to the life of the blessed and the anchorite. For I saw that asceticism is a garden, the hedge of which keeps off at a distance eternal evils, and the door through which man attains to everlasting felicity. And I found that a divine tranquility comes over the ascetic when he is absorbed in meditation, for he is still, contented, unambitious, satisfied, free from cares, has renounced the world, has escaped from evils, is devoid of greed, is pure, independent, protected against sorrow, above jealousy, manifests pure love, has abandoned all that is transitory, has acquired perfect understanding, has seen the recompense of the next world, is secure against remorse, fears no man, does none any harm, and remains himself unmolested. And the more I pondered over asceticism, the more I yearned for it, so that at last I earnestly thought of becoming an ascetic. Side note: the trials of an anchorite, the greedy dog. But then apprehension came upon me that I should not be able to support the life of a hermit, and that the ordinary way in which I had grown up would prove an hindrance. I was not sure that, should I renounce the world and adopt asceticism, I should not prove too feeble for it. Moreover, should I give up such good works as I had previously performed in the hope of salvation, I should be in the position of the dog who with the bone in his mouth was going along a river. He saw his reflection in the water, suddenly dashed forward to seize it, and consequently let fall what he had in the mouth without securing what he wanted to get. So I grew uneasy regarding the recluse's life and was afraid lest I should fail to bear it, and thought therefore rather to continue the career of my life. Side note: worldly monastic life. Side note: a series of similes. However, it occurred to me to compare the discomforts and straits of monasticism, which I feared I should be unable to support, with the wants of those who remain in the world. Then it became clear to me that all the joys and pleasures of the world turn to discomforts and bring sorrow. For the world is like salt water. The more one drinks of it, the more thirsty one becomes. Like a bone found by a dog on which he still sniffs the flavor of flesh, he bites to get at it, but only to tear the flesh of his teeth and make his mouth bleed, and the more he struggles, the more he makes it bleed. Like the vulture that has found a piece of flesh, it attracts other birds in a flock, so that for a long time it is in trouble and flies till at last, quite exhausted, it drops its prey, like a pot filled with honey and with poison at the bottom. He who eats of it has a short enjoyment, but at last death by venom. Like a dream which rejoices the sleeper, who finds when he awakes his joy vanished. Like lightning that brings brilliance for a moment but quickly disappears, he who builds his hope upon it abides in darkness. Like the silk worm, the more it spins itself into the silk, the more impossible it finds to come out. Side note: more internal struggle. After I had pondered thus, I once more proposed to my soul to elect asceticism, and had yearning for it. Nevertheless, I opposed it with, "It will not do that I should seek refuge from the world in asceticism when I think of the evils of the world, and then again seek refuge in the world from asceticism when I consider the privations and discomforts of the latter." I continued in a state of prolonged vacillation without firm determination, like the Qazi of Merv, who at first heard one party and decided in his favor and against the other, and then heard the other and gave judgment in favor of the latter as against the first. And when again I reflected upon the frightful discomforts and straits of monasticism, I said, "How trifling it is all in comparison with eternal peace." And then once more thinking of the joys of the world, I exclaimed, "How bitter and pernicious they are which lead to perpetual perdition and its horrors! How can a man not regard as sweet the little bitterness which is succeeded by sweet that endures, and how can a man not regard as bitter a bit of sweet that ends in greater and abiding bitterness? If it was offered to a man that he should live 100 years, but that every day he should be hacked to pieces and should be called to life again the following day, and so on, provided that at the close of the century he should be delivered from the torture and pain and be in security and delight, he would account as nothing the whole years. How can a man then not bear the few days of asceticism, the inconveniences of which are succeeded by much that is beautiful? And we know that the entire world bears privation and torment, and that man from his origin as fetus till the end of his days is subject to one suffering after another. Moreover, we find the following in books of medicine. Side note: man in embryo, his torments till and after death. Side note: tribulations of human existence. When the liquid, of which the perfect child is to be built, enters the uterus of the woman, and mixes itself with her liquid substance, and her blood, it becomes thick and pulpy. Next the liquid is stirred by a wind and becomes like sour milk, and later on hard like curdled milk. After a certain number of days the individual members become separate. If it is a man-child, its face is turned to the back of the mother. If it is a female, it is turned towards the belly. In the fetus the hands are on the cheeks and the chin is on the knee. It is all bundled up in the fetus as if it was thrust into a pouch. It breathes through a narrow opening. Each member is bound by a cord. Above it is the heat and the pressure of the mother's womb, below are darkness and constriction. It is tied with a piece of its navel to that of its mother, sucks through it, and lives upon her food and drink. In this position it remains in gloom and confinement till the day of birth. When that day comes, a wind acquires control of the womb, that child acquires strength to rise, turns the head towards the opening, and experiences in this confinement the pain of one forced into a distressing torture. Should it fall to the ground or be touched only by a breath of wind, or should it come in contact with one's hands, it feels greater pain than a person that is flayed alive. The new-born babe then suffers all manner of torment. When it is hungry it cannot ask for food, thirsty for drink, when in pain it cannot call for help. Besides, it is lifted up, laid down, wrapped up, swathed, washed and rubbed. When it is laid to sleep on the back it cannot turn. Again, so long as it is given the suck it is subjected to all manner of other tortures. When it is finally delivered from these, it is liable to those of education and has then to suffer a great deal, the brusqueness of the teacher, the unpleasantness of the instruction, the disgust at writing. Next he has his rich portion of medicine, diet, aches and illnesses. When he has outgrown these, he is troubled with wife, child and property, and is pulled about by covetous ambition and is exposed to the peril of longing and desires. All this while he is menaced by his four internal enemies, gall, blood, bile and wind, and furthermore, mortal poison, snakes that bite, animals of prey and reptiles, the alternation of heat and cold, rain and storm, as well as finally the various plagues of age, if at all he survives those. But should he have nothing to fear from all this, and were he secure with regard to these calamities, when he thinks of the moment when death must come and he must give up the world, what a miserable plight is his, at the thought of the hour he has to separate himself from family, friends, and relations and all that is precious on the earth, and when he reflects that there is in store for him after death fearful horrors. Then must he be considered a feeble intellect, neglectful and a suitor for misfortune should he do nothing for his soul, should he not employ all art in behalf of the soul, and should he not renounce altogether the pleasures and errors of the world which till then had seduced him. Side note: Eulogy of the reigning monarch. Side note: Fallen on evil days. Side note: How the world's misery outweighs its joys. But this holds especially good of modern times, which have become worn out and fragile, which appear pure but are turbid. God has given the king good fortune and success. He is equally circumspect, mighty, magnanimous, profound examiner, upright, humane, liberal, a lover of truth, grateful, of broad comprehension, mindful of right and duty, indefatigable, strenuous, with insight, helpful, serene of mind, intelligent, thoughtful, gentle, sympathetic, kind, one who knows man and things, friend of learning and the learned, of the good and of benevolent people, but severe to the oppressor, not timid, nor backward, dexterous in granting in abundance to his subjects what they desire and averting from them what they do not like. Yet we see that our days are retrogressive in every way. It is as if man were divested of truth, as if that should be absent which one sadly misses, and as if the harmful were there, as if the good were withering and the evil flourishing, as if the sinners were proceeding with a smile and the righteous receding in tears, as if knowledge was entombed and irrationality propagated, as if wretched intent was spreading and nobility of thought restricted, as if love was cut off and malice and hatred had become favorites, as if rectitude were divested of prosperity which had betaken itself to the malefactor, as if craftiness were awake and truth were asleep, as if mendacity were fruitful and veracity was left in the cold, as if those in power held before them the duty to act according to their own inclinations and to violate law, as if the oppressed were in dejection and made way for the tyrant, as if greediness on all sides had opened its jaws and swallowed all that was far and near, as if there was no trace left of contentment, as if the wicked had exalted themselves to heaven and had made the good sink into the ground, as if nobility of mind were thrown from the loftiest pinnacle to most abysmal depths, as if turpitude were in honor and authority, and as if sovereignty had been transferred from the exalted to the mean. In fact, as if the world in the fullness of its joy were crying, "I have concealed the good and brought the evil to light." When, however, I reflected on the world and its condition and on the fact that man, although he is the noblest and foremost of creatures in it, is still, in spite of his eminent position, subject to one misery after another, and that this is his notorious peculiarity, so that whoever has even a tittle of reason must be convinced that a human being is unable to help himself and to exert for his salvation, this greatly astonished me. As further consideration told me that he is debarred from salvation only because of the small miserable enjoyments of smell, taste, sight, hearing and feeling of which he may receive a fraction or enjoy a particle, but which is insignificant being so transient. He is, however, so much taken up with it that on its account he does not trouble himself for the salvation of his soul. Then I looked for a similitude for this behavior of human beings and found the following. A certain person was fleeing from a danger into a well and suspended himself by clinging to two branches which grew on its edge, his feet striking against something which supported them. When he looked round, there were 4 serpents which were projecting their heads from their holes. As he looked into the bottom of the well, he noticed a dragon with its jaws open, expecting him to fall his prey. And as he turned his head up to the branches, he observed at their roots a black and a white mouse which were ceaselessly gnawing at both. While he was contemplating the situation and casting about for a means of escape, he descried near him a hollow with bees that had made some honey. This he tasted, and he was so much absorbed in its deliciousness that he no more thought of the condition he was in, and that he must devise some contrivance of escape. He became oblivious of the fact that his feet rested against 4 serpents, and that he did not know which would attack him first, forgot that the 2 mice were without cessation nibbling at the boughs by which he was hanging, and that as soon as they had gnawed them through he would drop into the jaws of the dragon. And so in his heedlessness, he yielded to the enjoyment of the mead till he perished. I compared the well with the world, which is brimful of all manner of harm and terrible perils, the 4 snakes with the 4 humors which constitute the physical basis of man, but which, should they be excited, prove mortal poison, the branches to life, the black and white mice to night and day which in perpetual alternation consume our lifetime, the dragon with death inevitable, the honey to the particle of joy which man derives from his senses of smell, taste, sight, hearing and feeling, but which makes him oblivious of himself and all his circumstances, and decoy away from the path to emancipation. So circumstanced I found myself, and endeavored to conduct myself with as much rectitude as possible in the hope once again to experience a time when I should acquire a guide for myself and help for my cause. I remained in this stage till I returned from India to my homeland, after I had made a copy of this book and a few more. Appendix for the Trial of Afshin. A disguised Zoroastrian general. Afshin was a Zoroastrian at heart. His trial and condemnation are referred to by Brown, Literary History of Persia. I take the account direct from Tabari. It is to be found also in Ibn Athir and Ibn Khaldun. The legal procedure reveals prominently the condition under which professed non-Muslims lived. Religious liberty was granted to them. Note that it was possible to chastise ecclesiastical officers like imams and muezzins because of their interference with the religious practices of non-Muslims. Observe the part played by a Mold at a criminal trial conducted according to Mohammedan usages. The Zoroastrian priest, who subsequently embraced Islam, comes forward to give evidence against the most puissant but covert co-religionist of his times. It has been related by Harun son of Asa, son of Mansur, as follows. I was present in the house of Mu'tasim, and there were Ahmad bin Ali Dawood, and Ishaq bin Ibrahim son of Masab, and Muhammad bin Abdul Malik al-Zayed. They then brought Afshin, who was yet not in rigorous imprisonment, and there were present people who were prepared to cause Afshin to shed tears. There was nobody in the house belonging to any high position except the sons of Mansur, for the people had left. Those present were Muhammad bin Abdul Malik al-Zayed, and there were Mazyar, the ruler of Tabaristan, the Mobd, and the Marzban son of Urkish, one of the chieftains of Suft, and 2 people from among the Sugdians. Then Muhammad ibn Abdul Malik called the 2 people whose clothes were torn and asked them how they were. They then uncovered their backs, which were torn of the flesh. Muhammad, turning to Afshin, asked, "Do you know these?" "Yes, this man is the Muazzin, and this one is the Imam who made a mosque at Ashrashana, and I struck each of them 1,000 lashes, and that was because there was a covenant between myself and the kings of Suft, including a clause to the effect that I should leave each community to its own religion. But these 2 people attacked a shrine which had images in it, a shrine which was at Ashrashana, and they took out the images and turned the shrine into a mosque. I therefore struck them 1,000 lashes for this transgression of theirs." Then Muhammad asked Afshin, "What is the book which you have got, which you have adorned with gold and gems and brocade? Its contents are impious with reference to God." Afshin replied, "This is a book which I have inherited from my father, and it contains the manners of the Persians. And as regards the impiety to which you refer, I take advantage of the book in so far as the manners are concerned, and I leave all the rest." And I found it bejeweled, and as there was no occasion for me to take off the gems, I left it as it was, just as you have left with yourself the book Khalili and Dimna and the book of Mazdak in your house. For I don't think the book would make me lose my Islam. Then came forward the Moab, and referring to Afshan said, This man is used to eating animals that have been strangled, and he suggested the eating of it to me, alleging that the flesh was more fresh than the flesh of slaughtered animals. And he used to kill a black goat every Wednesday, and tearing it up with his sword he would pass through the two halves, and he would then eat the flesh. And one day he told me, I have entered this community, Islam, with reference to every detail of theirs which I hate, so that I have eaten of olive oil, have ridden on camels, have put on the Arabian shoes, but although I have gone to this extent I have not in any way been injured, and no harm has come to me, nor have I had myself circumcised. Then Afshan said, Let me know as regards this man who is speaking these words whether he is a staunch believer in his own religion. Now the Moab was a Magian who subsequently received Islam at the instance of the Caliph Mutawakkil and repented of his previous belief. They replied, No. Afshan then said, What is the meaning of your adducing the evidence of a man who is not firm in his own faith? Then turning to the Moab, Afshan said, Was there between your house and my house any door or any hole through which you could look at me and learn my movements? No, said the Moab. Afshan then asked, Was I not then introducing you into my private affairs and informing you regarding my Persian nationality and my inclination towards it and towards the people of the race? Yes, said the Moab. Said Afshan, Now you are not firm in your own religion, and you are not faithful to your promise when you have revealed the secret confided by me to you. Then the Moab withdrew and the Marsban turned up. Afshan was asked whether he knew him, and said, No. Then the Marsban was asked whether he knew Afshan, and said, Yes. This is Afshan. Afshan was then told that this was the Marsban, and the Marsban turning to Afshan said, O cutthroat, why do you prevaricate and shuffle? Afshan said, O you long-bearded one, what are you talking? The Marsban said, How do people under your jurisdiction address you when they write to you? Afshan replied, Just in the way they used to write to my father and grandfather. Then tell us the way. No, I won't. Do not the people of Ashrusha write to you in such and such a way? Now, does this not mean in Arabic, to the high God from his slaves so and so? Ibn Khaldun is here clearer than Tabari. The term used was Kode, which in Persian meant Lord, applicable equally to God and any high dignitary. The original Pahlavi title of the Shahnameh was Kodainameh. Yes. Muhammad ibn Abdul Malik asked upon this, Do they tolerate such a thing? For what greater blasphemy would be left to Pharaoh to commit, who suggested to his people, I am your God the highest? Afshan replied, This was the custom of the people in my father's and grandfather's times, and it was also the custom with me before I embraced Islam. And then I did not like that I should lower myself before them. For then I should have lost their allegiance, and the obedience that they owed me. Upon this Ishaq ibn Ibrahim ibn Musab said, Fie on you, Hyder! Afshan is sometimes referred to as Hyder. Then turned up Mazyar, the chief of Tabaristan, and Afshan was asked whether he knew him. He said, No. Mazyar was asked if he knew Afshan. Then they told him that this was Mazyar. Yes, I know him now. Did you ever have correspondence with him? No. Then turning to the Marsban they asked, Did he ever write to you? Yes, said Mazyar. His brother Kash used to write to my brother Kuhyar to the effect that this splendid religion of theirs will have help from nobody except himself, Kuhyar and Babak. In the sequel, Tabari relates how when Afshan's house was searched, after he was starved to death, among other incriminating articles a book was discovered sumptuously bound and bedecked with gems which related to the old faith of Iran. Appendix V. Noldig's Introduction to Tabari. The Arabs have long been credited with maintaining learning and civilization in general when Europe was slumbering in its dark ages. History as a science was rarely known even to the gifted Hindus. The Arabs cultivated it with peculiar enthusiasm. Wassenfeld has collected the lives of 590 historians, the first of whom died in the year 50, and the last was born in 1061 H. but it is now proved beyond all doubt that many of these writers were Persians who employed the Arabic language and that the art of Arab annalists had its root in the archives of the Sasanians. We owe this discovery to Goldziher and von Kremer in the first instance, and to Brockelmann, Brown, Blocher and Huart, who have done ample justice to the Iranian element in Arab culture. One of the best of these histories is by Tabari. Noël Dieck translated in 1879 the portion relating to the Sasanians into German, and added footnotes to his translation, which are a mine of information on pre-Moslem Persia. The introduction which he wrote to his translation is equally valuable, especially for the light it throws on the sources of Ferdowsi. The following is a translation of that German introduction by Noël Dieck. Tabari was a most prolific author and is reported to have written daily 40 sheets for 40 years. He was of pure Iranian descent Chikayan. Side note: Tabari's method. Abu Ja'far Muhammad bin Jarir, born in the winter of 839 at Amul, not far from the Caspian Sea in the Persian province of Tabaristan, hence called Tabari, and who died in Baghdad on the February 17, 923, wrote many, partly very large, works in the Arabic language, among them an extremely voluminous chronicle, which reaches from the creation down to nearly the close of his life. Tabari, mainly occupied with theological tradition, was no man of original research or of historical acumen, even in the sense applied to a few other Persian scholars in those centuries. His annals are a compilation, a mass of rich material put together with extraordinary industry. He does not work into unity the various versions in his divergent sources, but simply brings them up in order one after another. But it is just this circumstance which considerably enhances in our eyes the value of the work, for in this way the older reports themselves are preserved more faithfully than if the chronicler had labored to reconcile them one with the other. Side note: abounds in extracts from Arab and Iranian predecessors, but does not mention his sources. The principal value of Tabari's compilation consists in the extremely exhaustive presentation of the history of Islam from the first appearance of the Prophet. No other Arabic work in this respect can compare with his. The pre-Islamic history comprises, maybe, a 20th portion of the whole work and gives a very great deal of what we would rather be without. Of the highest moment, however, is the tolerably detailed section on the history of the Sassanids and their times embodied in it, and whose German translation forms the text of our book. This section goes back partly to good Arabic records and mostly, at least mediately, to very important ancient Persian sources. But the stories from the mythological and historical traditions which appear scattered in Tabari and preceding sections have a cognate origin. If the criticism of the sources is here very much facilitated on the one hand, because these Orientals where they excerpt love to adhere, as far as possible, to the letter of their models or sources, it is on the other, rendered difficult because Tabari does not mention his immediate authorities. Only in reports of theological interest, to which the whole of the history of the growth of Islam belongs, he proceeds to indicate his sources with precision, otherwise he cites at the best an old authority come down to him only obliquely, and in most cases none at all. Throughout the Persian history he never names an authority, barring Hisham, whom he quotes here and there and who was an acknowledged authority in another province of tradition. Side note: Story of Persia based on indigenous original work. Side note: Occasional identity of Ferdowsi and Tabari. The story of Persia from the first mythical kings to the last of the Sassanids exhibits in Tabari, as in allied Arabic works, a certain similarity of conception and presentation which leads to the assumption of an indigenous original work at least respecting a very large portion. Now the Shahnameh of the great poet Ferdowsi, a national epic of the kind which no other people possess, while it on one hand, apart from the poetic license indulged in by Ferdowsi, contains much that is either not found at all or is essentially differently related in Arab writers, on the other, considerably accords with those Arab annalists in the order, in the whole structure, and in the details of the narrative. Indeed, the poet often reproduces almost the identical phraseology of the historian. But now, since according to both tradition and internal grounds Ferdowsi's bases were not Arabic books, the coincidence must be explained from a common ultimate source. The original work has been reflected to us in Tabari and other Arabs as well as Ferdowsi through a series of intermediate texts. to judge by the express statements and suggestions as also by various features in style and phraseology, and further by all that we are aware of touching the circumstances of the literature, we can say with certainty that original work, like all other Persian narrative productions of the Sassanids and of the period of Arab conquest, was composed in the written language of this period, the Pahlavi. The most important connected presentment of Persian history in Pahlavi to which our reports go back is no doubt the Code-e-Nami, i.e., the Book of Lords, a title which answers to the subsequent Shah-Nami or Book of Kings. Hamza mentions that name. The prose introduction to Ferdowsi says that the Book of Kings was written first of all at the instance of Khusrau I Sherwin, but that the complete story was compiled only under Yazdijir III by the Deccan-Danish War. This work, which it would not be too bold to identify with the Code-e-Nami, began with the primeval king, Gayamarth, and reached down to the termination of the reign of Khusrau II, surnamed Parwez. Although this introduction to Ferdowsi dates but from the 15th century, and as for details is disfigured by inaccuracies and fictions, I attach weight to what it indicates respecting the time of its composition. In fact, the concord of the narrative in the various sources reaches down to the death of Parwez, and then abruptly ceases, while there are no vestiges to demonstrate that the completion of the original work was brought about subsequent to the victory of the Arabs. And the legitimistic nature of the story is especially in keeping with the times when usurpation and insurrections of all sorts had run their course, and when the people looked forward with the inauguration of the rule of the youthful grandson of Parwez, who was crowned at the sacred place where the dynasty took its rise, to an era of prosperity to the ancient monarchy. A hope which was fearfully crushed with the loss of the Battle of Qadisiyah towards the close of 637. Again, the replies made by the imprisoned king, which have been reproduced in different sources, suit the times of the Yezigerd, who descended from Khusrau II and not Shiro. Khusrau's brilliant career, despite its shady side, strongly contrasted with the period ushered in by the patricide. A small piece of writing which depicts the first stormy years of Khusrau's domination in a romantic fashion seems to have arisen about the same time. I am less certain about the name Danish War. It was probably an adjective signifying possessed of knowledge. It was easy for anyone who knew from Ferdowsi that the landed nobility called the Deccan constituted the peculiar custodians of national lore to name a learned Deccan as the collector of the stones of kings. The compilation prepared at the time had undoubtedly drawn upon written documents without which it would have been impossible to give minute particulars of a long bygone past. Besides, the brief notices communicated by the Syrian Sergius to Agathias from the Basilica Apomnemona Yamada are in the main in unison with our Arabo-Persian stories. Thus then, in Khusrau's time there existed a general survey of the history of Persia, more or less in an official version. But otherwise there is no need to lay stress on the mention of Khusrau here, for all manner of things beneficial and good are ascribed to this king. Side note: nature of the Code-e-Nami. The Book of Kings contains, as we said, the story of Persia from the creation of the world to the fall of the last purely national domination. It made no distinction between wholly mythical, semi-fabulous, and fully historical dynasts, so that the Arabs and Persians who drew upon it never suspected that example. Hozhang and Rustam are not such historical persons as Shapur I and Bahram Chobin. But in the material itself we notice a conspicuous difference. The mythical tales, which in their crude nascent forms were already there at the period of the Avesta, were in course of time richly developed, and under the Sassanids were no doubt universally known. To these were joined ecclesiastical speculation and traditions concerning the genesis of the world, civilization, and the legislation of Zoroaster. There were also several genealogical trees. In all these at the most a few proper names were historical. Of the empires of the Medes and of Persians proper this tradition had no knowledge. It is doubtful if it contained even quite a feeble reflex of the last days of the Achaemenids. On to this ancient autochthonous tradition was immediately joined the story of the last Darius and Alexander emanating from a foreign source, the Greek romance of Alexander. Not more than a few names was all that was preserved of the long period covering the Macedonian and the Parthian supremacy. With the Sassanids the national reminiscences became clearer. Round the founder of the dynasty were accreted, on the one hand, legends wholly fabulous, and on the other, such as embodied excellent historical data. but the latter seem to be inadequately represented in the main work, the Codename. Again, very few particulars were known of the reigns of the succeeding sovereigns down to Yezdijerd. In the chapters which correspond to those of the Old Book of Kings, just this want of actual information, it seems, the compilers strove to veil behind rhetorical accounts of scenes of homage done to the rulers, imperial speeches from the throne, etc. For the following ages on there was, in general, good, partly very authentic information. But this entire presentment did not concern itself solely with veracity. The Iranians, who from very remote antiquity extravagantly lauded truth, had in reality never any great sense of it. The Codename and kindred productions were unfairly biased and rhetorical. The ornamental and figurative ingredients are indicated even by the Arabic reproductions, though the latter are greatly condensed. A classic testimony to it has been kindly communicated to me by Baron von Rosen, which is a passage from a Petersburg manuscript of Albion Watabian of Jais, in which the Shabiya or the Persians, who, though Muslims, place their nation above the Arabs, say, "And he who is interested in reason, fine culture, knowledge of ranks, examples and penalties, in elegant expressions and superlative thoughts, let him cast a glance at the history, more properly the Vidai, of kings." History of the Kings. Siyar ul-Muluk is the title of the Arabic rendering of the Book of Kings in Pahlavi. Compare likewise Hamza's remarks on the works on Persian history. I have labored to show the partiality of the Persian tradition in the footnotes. The narrative is conceived in a monarchical and legitimistic spirit, but equally all along from the viewpoint of the superior nobility and the clergy. Add to this the exertions to cry up as much as possible the glory of Persia, which sometimes produces a strange effect. Moreover, there must have been no lack of contradictions as to facts as well as respecting estimates of personal character, which was inevitable owing to the employment of varying sources. Nevertheless, a work like this, written under the Sassanids and familiar with the state of things obtaining in the empire and more or less of an official nature, must have been an admirable fount of history. There was hardly ever a better presentment of the story of this house than the Codename. I have translated the entire passage from the since printed text. See page 170. GKN. Since, barring the small book treating of Ardashir's adventures, no original Pahlavi document in the domain of historical or romantic literature has descended to us, and even the Arabic recensions made directly from the original general history in Pahlavi have perished, we are altogether left in uncertainty touching many most important points. We cannot, for instance, ascertain whether alongside of the Codename there existed also other general continuous narrations, or whether the deviations, which are for the most part trifling, in some cases of great moment, already existed in the Pahlavi work, or are traceable to various recensions of that book. It would not be rash to assume that some copies of the work contained additional matter taken from other Pahlavi books, like the Romance of Bahram. Bahram, the high priest of the city of Shapur, collected, according to Hamza, more than 20 manuscripts of the Codename, and from their divergence, made out another independent recension. Musa ibn Isa Khosravi complains of the variance in the copies of the work. The latter author, who speaks of defects in translation, has in view only the Arabic redactions. The text, however, of Tabari, at all events, and more so a comparison of Tabari and other Arabs with one another and with Firdausi, exhibits that entire sections of the history of kings were already in the Pahlavi original in essentially different shapes. Otherwise, it would not be possible, for instance, that where Tabari offers two different versions, one should harmonize with Eutychius and Ibn Qutayba, derived from the translation of Ibn Makaffa, and the other should agree with the Arab Yaqubi and often with Firdausi, who goes back to the Pahlavi text not directly but mediately through compositions in modern Persian. It is very important for a knowledge of the history that thus we have at our command all manner of dissonant reports about the Sassanid epoch. But we have to observe all the same that the character and the tendency of the several versions are almost all along consistent, and furthermore that often we have more recensions than one which differ but little and which have one and the same groundwork, or prototype. The question whether this difference is older or younger than the Codename has more literary than historical significance. Side note: translation of Codename into Arabic. Its general fidelity to the original. Side note: the Arabic translation may be pieced together from various sources. We should decide all this with much more certainty did we possess but one direct rendering made from the Pahlavi into Arabic. Above all, we have to deplore the loss of Ibn Makaffa's History of Persian Kings, which is always assigned the first place among translations of the Persian Book of Kings by Hamza and other authorities. This distinguished man, who only late in life exchanged the faith of his forebears for that of Islam, and who never professed the latter with overmuch zeal, translated a series of Pahlavi writings into Arabic, including the Codenaini. He was a courtier, and passed for a good Arabic poet, and one of the best rhetorical writers of his time. The famous Wazir Ibn Mukhla counted him among the 10 most eloquent men. He must consequently have striven to suit his rendering of the Book of Persian Kings to the taste of his contemporaries. But we have no sufficient grounds to assume that he introduced arbitrary and material alterations into his translations, or even that he greatly elaborated the rhetorical passages of the original text or invested them with an altogether different garb. Such a suspicion is contradicted by the coincidences with other sources which, like Firdausi, are independent of him. There is little probability of Ibn Makaffa's work being again brought to light in its entirety. But on the other hand, it will indeed be possible to gather together in course of time more and more stray passages belonging to the book, though it is to be feared, unfortunately, that these fragments will prove more to be preserved as efforts of rhetoric than because of their intrinsic value. A few extracts of this nature we find in Ibn Qutayba's Ayun al-Akbar. Among these citations, which I owe to the goodness of Rosen, there is one tolerably long on the death of Peraz. Now the same fragment, little curtailed, is in the chronicle of Said bin Batrik or Eutychius, the Patriarch of Alexandria. We should, therefore, be inclined from the first to derive other information in Eutychius on the Sassanids from Ibn Makaffa. And our predisposition is supported by the circumstance that the history of the dynasty, as given in a manual by the same Ibn Qutayba and which is styled Kitab al-Marif, brief as it is, betrays, as in the instance of the reign of Peraz, all through such an harmony with Eutychius that here 2 independent authors must necessarily have drawn upon one and the same original. And that original source can be no other than the production of Ibn Makaffa. The abstract in Eutychius is very unequal, being in some parts exhaustive, in others much abridged. The narrations as preserved in Tabari, which correspond to the statements in Eutychius and Ibn Qutayba and which consequently go back to Ibn Makaffa, are of a similar nature, though Tabari gives in addition other parallel reports. Tabari, however, did not himself use Ibn Makaffa's work, but for the history of Persia, among other authorities, employed by preference a younger work which represented another version together with excerpts from the former. This can be inferred from the fact that the anonymous Codex Sprenger's 30, which and Tabari are mutually independent, shows quite the same combination of 2 main sources, and so far as the section in question goes, can be utilized and treated as a new manuscript of Tabari. Both have relied almost to the letter upon the presentment, which emanated partly from Ibn Makaffa and partly from another translator, with the only difference that the anonymous writer is oftener more concise than Tabari. Again, the version which does not proceed from Ibn Makaffa is for the most part in accord with the epitome of the story of the Sassanids in the introduction to Yaqubi's History of the Abbasids. There the excellent author occasionally subjoins extraneous information. More often than not, this presentment is in touch with Firdausi. I am unable to aver from whom has originated this other recension of the story of the Sassanids. We know indeed the names of a number of persons who redacted the history of Persia, originally in Pahlavi for Arab readers. But though we can collect a few notices of some of the authors mentioned, we know nothing in particular about them and are completely in the dark about the special nature of their work. All that we can postulate as established is that they wrote posterior to Ibn Makaffa. The latter is always mentioned in the first place. Muhammad bin Jam, who is regularly cited next after him and bears the surname of Barmaki, was a client of the Barmecides, who came to power a long while after the death of Ibn Makaffa. Ifc may be supposed that they all laid under contribution the production of their celebrated predecessor. How they individually set about their work, whether perhaps some of them tapped non-Persian tradition, also, how far one or other of them utilized the novels, of which there were probably many in Pahlavi, this we are no longer in a position to determine. Again, this too remains a mystery whence Tabari came by most of the accounts touching the Persians, which are conspicuous by their absence in the anonymous codex. To clear this whole ground, it would appear to be expedient in the first place to set apart all that for which Ibn Makaffa directly or indirectly is responsible. This I have done in the footnotes, but an advance is possible in this direction. On the other hand, we must keep Ferdowsi steadily before our eyes. Whatever in Tabari and other chroniclers does not issue from Ibn Makaffa and is not represented in Ferdowsi likewise merits special study. Side note: direct sources of Ferdowsi. Side note: the Persian prose Shah name was not derived from Arabic but Pahlavi. A superficial reading of Ferdowsi would engender the view that he obtained his material partly from Pahlavi books direct and partly from the oral communication of competent renconteurs. That this is only a deceptive illusion we conclude at once from his strong resemblance not only in the main features but also in the details and the order, with Arab writers some of whom were much anterior to him. Ferdowsi positively knew no Pahlavi, and as for Arabic he knew next to nothing. He did employ written sources preponderatingly if not exclusively, and these were in modern Persian. His principal authority was, according to the introduction mentioned above, a translation of the Old Book of Kings which was prepared by Abu Mansur bin Abdar Razak bin Abdullah bin Farik. So far our information is surely trustworthy. 4. Biruni testifies to a Shah name by Abu Mansur bin Abdar Razak of Tus. According to the introduction, this man was a minister of Yaqub bin Layth Safar, who was commissioned with the work which he accomplished through a certain son bin Mansur Mamri with the help of 4 competent people from Khorasan and Sajistan in 360 AH. The chronological impossibility involved in the figure is removed by Moll, who amends it to 260. Yaqub ibn Layth got a foothold in Khorasan in 253 AH and reigned till 265. Still, this report involves much that is incorrect. That the uncouth warrior Yaqub, who was perpetually camping in the battlefield, should have possessed a sense for such a literary undertaking is extremely improbable, though not altogether inconceivable. Maybe he was actuated by a political design, but Abu Mansur bin Abdar Razak did not live under Yaqub but flourished 2 or 3 generations later. For he is either a brother of Muhammad bin Abdar Razak of Tus or Muhammad himself. The first surmise has the weight of greater likelihood in that the Strasbourg manuscript calls him once Abu Mansur Ahmed, and Muhammad had in fact a brother named Ahmed who participated in his political maneuvers. Muhammad was the lord of Tus. We hear much about him, how he in the years AD 945 to 960 stood up now for the Samanides, his proper overlords, now for their powerful antagonist Ruknaddin, the Bide, whose capital lay in dangerous proximity to his territory. In those days when an enthusiasm for modern Persian was strongly awakened, the enterprise may most appropriately have been taken in hand. Immediately after, the princes of Khorasan planned to cast this prose work into poetry, and this task was first inaugurated by Dakiki for the Samanides and brought to conclusion by Ferdowsi of Tus, countryman of Abu Mansur bin Abdar Razak, for Muhammad of Ghazna. The name of the 4 people who executed the work for the son of Abdar Razak are all genuinely Persian, which indicates that they were all adherents of the ancient religion and that they had actually a Pahlavi original before them. To transfer an Arabic version into modern Persian would not have required 4 men. Moreover, Ferdowsi's poem occasionally betrays that his sources had not flowed to him through Arabic. Of those men one only is met with again, Shahrazan son of Barzan. He is mentioned by Ferdowsi at the head of his account of the genesis of Khalila wa Dimna. Listen to what Shahrazan, son of Barzan, has said when he revealed the secret. Because this section is an episode which assuredly did not appear in the Codename, we may conclude that the prose Shah name on which this Shahrazan collaborated embodied all manner of similar episodes, though Ferdowsi may have taken several from elsewhere. It is an interesting circumstance that the potentate who had this work prepared by Abu Mansur bin Abdar Razak had inserted, so Biruni tell us, a fictitious genealogical tree in it which led up his ancestors to Minikayr. Such things were in those times very common among new men of Persian origin who attained power. We are compensated for the loss of this prose work by at least the epos of Ferdowsi which has issued from it. Side note: Dinawari. As the most important of extant Arabic representations of the Codename, and the cognate literature we must regard at any rate Tabari. I have already touched upon Eutychius, Ibn Qutayba, and Yaqubi. Another old chronicler, Abu Hanifa Ahmed bin Dinawari, greatly accords with Tabari but presents also much that is peculiar to himself. A closer examination would no doubt reveal that he draws considerably upon romances directly or indirectly, and that he is not particularly accurate. Tabari reproduces the conflicting versions of the same incident separately one after another. Dinawari works them up into a single unified narrative. Side note: Hamza. The small book which Hamza Isfahani wrote in 961 contains in brief much independent information on the Sassanids. Hamza treats his materials in a spirit of much more freedom and independence than Tabari, but to us the compiling process of Tabari is far more convenient. Side note: Masudi. Masudi in his Meadows of Gold affords us many a supplement to Tabari's narratives derived from reliable Persian sources. But Masudi works very unequally, accepts a good deal that is suspicious provided only it is entertaining, and as regards detail he is by no means over-exact. As an historical authority, the Persian redaction of Tabari, so remarkable in many of its aspects, and achieved by Muhammad Bellami or by others under his guidance, has but little value. I designate this work as Persian Tabari, and have used it in the splendid Gotham manuscript and in Zotenberg's French translation. I have also consulted the Turkish version of Bellami in a Gotham manuscript. Side note: Tabari more valuable than Firdausi. All these writers and others present us collectively a tolerably rich and vivid portrait of Persian tradition of the Sassanid times. But the best comprehensive statement of the story of the Sassanids on the basis of this tradition is furnished us by Tabari, all his shortcomings notwithstanding and despite the preeminence which Firdausi's poem possesses as such. Side note: Ibn Kelbi. But in his narrative of this period Tabari had laid under contribution reports which were not of Persian origin. For the history of the Arab princes of Hira, which is so intimately related to that of the Persian Empire, Tabari's chief authority was Hisham bin Muhammad, called Ibn Kelbi, a man who, like his father Muhammad bin Said Kelbi before him, has rendered, however often modern criticism may take exception to the unscientific system of both the writers, the greatest service in connection with the collection of the scattered information on the history of ancient Arabs. We know of a few of the numerous writings, large and small, of Ibn Kelbi which are enumerated for us in the Fihrist, and which probably are at the root of Tabari's chapters. It is quite possible that Tabari borrows many of the secondary sources of Ibn Kelbi. It is surprising that the latter is cited as an authority on the Persian history itself, on the reigns of Ardashir, Peraz, Khosrau I, Hormizd IV, Khosrau II, and Yazdijir III. We are not cognizant of any work of his on the history of Persia. But it may be conjectured that occasionally in his history of Arabia he supplied minuter details touching contemporary Persia. An amanuensis of his, Jabala bin Salim, is noticed in the Fihrist as one of the translators from Persian. Ho provided his master with material from Pahlavi books. For the history of the Arabs of that period Tabari has used a variety of other sources, most prominent among them being Muhammad ibn Ishaq, who is better known as the biographer of the Prophet. In this section of Tabari's great work, mediately or immediately, a large amount of diverse information has been brought together. It is certainly desirable and to be hoped that the criticism of the sources in this domain would make substantial progress. But the point of greatest moment even here is to test every incident or piece of information according to its origin and credibility, as I have endeavored to do in the footnotes. Appendix 6, Letter of Tansar to the King of Tabaristan. Christensen, by the following reasoning, comes to the conclusion that it was written somewhere between 557 and 570. Among the sources of our knowledge of the Sasanian institutions, one of the most important is the Letter of Tansar to the King of Tabaristan, published and translated by Darmesteter in the journal Asiatique, 1894. The information which it gives on points where we can verify it is so exact that we cannot doubt that the letter was composed in the time of the Sasanians. On the other hand, on the first reading of the epistle I formed the impression that it was a literary fiction dating from the time of Khusro, when the tradition made of Ardashir the model of political sagacity, and the founder of the entire organization of the empire. The letter impressed me as a historical, theological, political and moral dissertation which in the shape of a correspondence between the Grand Erb Tansar and the King of Tabaristan, ill-informed regarding the new state of affairs and hesitating to submit himself to Ardeshir, was calculated to instruct contemporaries. It therefore fits in with the entire literature of the Andars type, which was developed under Khusro, and the object of it was the moral instruction of the people. A more minute examination has confirmed me in this view, and now I think I am able to affirm positively that the letter was composed under Khusro I. Tansar relates that Ardeshir softened the penalties for crimes against the religion. Formerly, they used to put to death without hesitation those who set aside the religion of the state. But Ardeshir has directed that the accused shall be arrested and shall be catechized during a year, and only if that proves of no effect he shall be killed. As a matter of fact, the rigorous ordinance which awarded the punishment of death for apostasy could not have existed before Parsism became with Ardeshir the state religion. The relaxation of punishment, on the other hand, dates from a much later period, when the standpoint of greater humanity began to be prevalent, and when it was attempted to give greater authority to these views by attributing them to the celebrated founder of the dynasty. And we can say the same thing with reference to the less severe punishment for crimes committed against the state, and in respect of other things mentioned in the letter. Besides, the tolerance in matters religious and the humanity of Khusro I are well known. Now let us look at the incident of succession. According to the letter, Ardeshir did not like to choose his successor lest the latter should wish for his death. So, he arranged for the succession in the following manner. The king only left in his royal letters a few counsels or instructions to the Grand Mogd, the commander-in-chief, and the principal secretary, and after the decease of the king the latter were to proceed to elect a successor from among the royal princes. If they all were not of the same mind, the choice should rest with the Grand Mogd alone. But Ardeshir had made a formal note that he was not going to establish a precedent thereby, and that, in another age, a manner of looking at things different from ours may appear the proper one. In the first place, such an arrangement accords ill with the nature of a statesman like Ardeshir, for we know from Tabari, who follows the official chronicle of the times of the Sasanians, that Ardeshir, as well as Shapur I and II themselves, chose their respective successors. But in the times between Ardeshir II and Kawad, the election of the king was generally in the hands of the noblemen, and the system mentioned by Tansar may well have suited this period and been in harmony with the singular expression ascribed to Ardeshir that the system in question was not a definite one, and that in other periods, other manners might be more convenient. It seems to us that the letter of Tansar was composed at a period when the memory of the system of Ardeshir was still living, although it had already been abolished. In other words, it was the time when the kings had gained the power to nominate their successors during their lifetime, which brings us to the period between Kawad and Hormum IV. The letter makes Ardeshir say, "None but the subject kings who do not belong to our house can assume the title of king, barring the wardens of the marches of the territory of the Alans and the districts in the west and of Khorzm." By the oppression the warden of the matches we must understand no doubt the Marzbands of the countries established by Khusro. Finally, the geographical notices permit us to determine in a more exact fashion the time of the origin of the letter. The letter was consequently composed after the march of Khusro I towards the east by the destruction of the Hethats, but before the capture of Yemen. That is to say, between 557 to 570. Christensen finally notes that Marquard has arrived at the same conclusion, by another way, namely, that the letter is a fiction of the time of Khusro I. See Aranchar page 30, note 2. Appendix 7. Some Arabic authors and the Iranian material they preserve. Iranian material in the Unal Akbar of Ibn Qutayba. Note: Brockelmann's edition of the Unal Akbar is not accessible to me in India. I have carefully examined the first volume of the Cairo edition, and the following will show the wealth of Iranian material comprised in the book. GKN. When the Kisra died, this was reported to the Prophet, who inquired who was going to succeed the dead emperor, and when he was told his daughter, the Princess Buran, the Prophet declared that the nation could not prosper inasmuch as its affairs depended upon a woman. Page 11. Side note: next of kin marriage. I have read in the book of the Persians an epistle written by Ardeshir, son of Babak, to his subjects, declaring that the ecclesiastical authorities were the upholders of the religion and that the warriors were the bearers of the cask and literature, and were ornaments of the empire, and that the agriculturists were pillars of the country. Page 15. In the course of the epistle there is a reference to marriage of next of kin, the king exhorting his subjects to tazawwuj fil Karabane. Side note: Kitab Ain or the Pahlavi Ainami. Side note: Anushirwan's rule. I have read in the Ain that a king of Persia said in his address to his people, "I am only the ruler of people's bodies, not their minds, and I govern with justice, not according to my pleasure, and I safeguard people's property, not their secrets." Furthermore, the Persians say the most efficient of rulers is he who draws the bodies of his subjects to fealty to him through their hearts. When Anushirwan appointed a person to an office, he directed his secretary to leave out in the appointment order a space of 4 lines so that he may fill it up with his own hand, and when the appointment order was brought to him, he would write in it, "Govern the good people by love, and for the common people mix liberty with awe, and govern the proletariat with levity." Page 15. And it is said in the Book of the Persians that the hearts of the people are the treasuries of the king, so that whatever is put there should be made known to him. P. 17. Side note: the Taj. "And I have read in the Taj," said Abarwaz to his son Sharia, who had put him into prison, and here follow some views relating to the treatment of soldiers. And in one of the books of the Persians it is stated that Ardashir said to his son, "O my son, the empire and the religion are 2 brothers which cannot do the one without the other. For the religion is the foundation and the empire is the guardian, and whatever has no foundation falls, and whatever has no guardian to look after it goes to waste." And then proceeds to advise him as to the treatment of the nobles, warriors, the clergy, etc. Then are described the 5 qualities essential in a man occupying a post in the imperial government. And it is said in the Taj that Abarwaz wrote to his son Sharia from his prison. Page 20. And I have read in the letter, Abarwaz wrote to his son Sharia, and here follow instructions regarding the 3 qualifications necessary in a revenue officer. Page 21. Side note: the Taj. I have read in the Taj that one of the kings of Persia took counsel with his wazirs, and here follows a discussion about the necessity of confiding one's secret to one man only and not more. Page 25. Side note: Epistle of Abarwaz. I have read in the Epistle of Abarwaz to his son Sharia, who was imprisoned by him, here follows the advisability of taking counsel with a certain class of people. Page 30. Side note: Marzbans. One of the kings of Persia, when he consulted the Marzbans and they did not give their opinion in a proper way, summoned those who were entrusted with provisioning the Marzbans and punished them. The latter complained that the error was on the part of the Marzbans, whereas the punishment was awarded to them, and the king replied that was so, and that the Marzbans would not have committed the error unless their minds were not dependent upon their food. Side note: Buzurjamar. Side note: Books of the Persians. Side note: Ideal Persian Secretary. Says Buzurjamar, "When you are in doubt as to the propriety of doing one of 2 things, then look out for the one which is nearest to your desires and relinquish it." Page 23. And it is said in the Books of the Persians, and here follows one of the most frequently repeated injunctions about the strict guarding of one's secrets. Page 40. The Persians were in the habit of saying that the person would be deficient as a writer who was not conversant with the nature of flowing waters, with the digging of canals, with mirage, with the length of days as to particular seasons, with the rising of the new moon, and its effects, with weights and measures, with mensuration, triangles, squares, and measurements of areas involving various angles, with the preparation of channels and bridges and water mills, with the implements of artisans, and with the intricacies of mathematics. Page 43. Side note: Mobedan Mobed. I have read in one of the books of the Persians that the Mobedan Mobed, in eulogizing the art of writing, said etc. Page 47. Side note: Epistle of Abarwaz. I have read in the Epistle of Abarwaz to his son Sharia. Then follows an advice about severely punishing even a small piece of dishonesty. P. 58. Side note: the Taj. I have read in the Taj that Abarwaz said to the treasurer, here follows some observations on integrity. Side note: Persian sense of justice and equity. I have read in the Ain that it behoves the ruler to understand the jurisdiction of rightful justice, of justice which is not equity, of equity which is not justice, and to use his judgment with regard to evidence and eyewitnesses, and to refrain from doubtful matters. Since it is both justice and equity to kill a person for the slaughter of a person, and it is justice without equity to kill a master for the slaughter of a slave, and it is equity without justice to award the same punishment for a crime committed by a sane man as to one who was not in his senses. Page 88. And I have read in the Taj, said Aberwes to his chamberlain, and here follow very interesting instructions regarding the treatment which the chamberlain was to give to the various persons seeking an audience of the king. Page 74. I have read in the Taj, here follows an address of a secretary to a king. Side note, speech from the throne. I have read in the Sayar al-Ajam, one of the Arabic versions of Shah Naimi, that Ardeshir, when he was firmly established on the throne, gathered together his subjects and addressed them with eloquence, exhorting them to love and obedience to himself, and warning them against sin, and dividing the people into 4 classes, upon which those present made obeisance, and their spokesman addressed the king as follows. Here follows one of those typical speeches of which we have so many in Shah Naimi, and which leaves no doubt that the originals of them were composed in Pahlavi, and that they were almost literally translated. Jais. Kitab al-Bayan via al-Tabayan. Egyptian edition. Part 1. The dictum of Buzurjammer, Bujurg, son of Boktagan, was asked, "Which is the thing which covers indolence?" "I," he said, "wisdom, which gives beauty to it." They said, "If a person has got no wisdom?" He said, "Then property, which will cover it." They said, "But if there is no property?" He said, "His friends will earn respect for him." They said, "But if he has got no friends to earn respect for him?" He said, "If a person is indolent, then he must preserve silence." They said, "But if he does not observe silence?" He said, "Then sudden death is better for him than that he should remain in the world of the living." This passage has been repeated at page 123 with a slight difference. There the interrogator is Kisra Anushirvan, and the question is, which thing is the best for a man who is indolent? Bujurg replies, "Wisdom, with which he may be happy." p. 4. There is mention of several authors and books similar to Khalili wa Dimna with the names of their authors, including Sahal ibn Harun, ibn Rayhani, al-Khatib. Page 30. Says Ismai, "In the alphabet of the Romans there is no Zad, and among the Persians there is no the." Page 36. A longish definition and description of oratory by Ibn al-Makafa. Page 64. Ibn Makafa again referred to. Page 65. Instances of Arabic poetry in which Persian words and phrases are intermingled. Example: garden for anak, neck, av sard for cold water, and sea. Page 79. There are several other instances where the Persian words are there, but the copyist and possibly also the editor do not seem to have understood the Qasida, and the editor observes in a marginal note that the text is corrupt. GKN. Part 2. Mention of Sahal ibn Harun. Page 37. Mention of Persia. Page 53. Mention of Abdullah ibn Makafa. Page 84. Mention of Persia. Page 92. Dicta of Ibn al-Mukasha on the dignity of kings and of nobles, page 104. Reference to Khalid al-Khusravi. Page 105. Reference to Ibn al-Makafa. Page 109. Khalid al-Khusrawi. Page 112. Al-Harmuzan. Page 139. On the Service of Kings. Page 176. Part 3. The Ways of the Shabiya. Page 2. Reference to Persia. Page 5. Persia and Arabia compared. Page 7. Arabia and Persia compared. Page 12. Arabia and Persia contrasted. The Prophets of Ajam. p. 13. Reference to Persia. Page 44. The Persian Throne. Page 77. Dicta of Makafa. Page 87. Khalid al-Barmaki. Page 110. Dicta on Adab of Makafa. Page 135. Reference to Barmaki. Page 174. Reference to Barmaki. page 170. Sahal ibn Harun, page 185. Dictum of Buzurj Meher, page 217. Madaini quoted, page 233. Persia referred to, page 234. Part 3, page 5. Side note: value of Zoroastrian literature. And we note that the persons most superior with regard to preaching our sermons are the Persians. And among the Persians the most clever in this respect are the people of Fars, and they are the sweetest in words, and their pronunciation is the most correct. And the most difficult in this respect are the people of Merv. The most eloquent dialect of Persia is the Dari. As regards the Pahlavi idiom, of the people of the country of Awaz are the best. And as regards the chantings of the Urbs and the songs of the Modes, the superiority in this respect lies with the annotators of the Zemzima. And it is said that he who desires to acquire proficiency in the art of eloquence, and to be acquainted with rare expressions, and to be profoundly versed in vocabulary should read the book of Karwan. Moreover, if it is necessary to acquire sagacity and good manners and knowledge of the various interpretations of terms, a knowledge of pleasing expression and agreeable interpretation, one should study the lives of kings, since for the Persians this book contains essays and sermons and fine expressions. Hamza Isfahani. Side note: why no authentic history of Iran has survived. Side note: a clear reference to the ambiguous Pahlavi script and to the great difficulty of translating from it. Side note: enumeration of the sources of Iranian history. There are 4 dynasties among the kings of Persia, and their enumeration is given alone, and without any history of the events of their time, or the characteristics of the kings of Persia during the protracted period of their sovereignty. They were divided into 4 groups called the Feshtadiya, the Kayaniya, the Ashganiya, and the Sassaniya. Their entire chronology is dubious and not certain, since it was translated after 150 years from one language into another, and from one equivocal set of symbols for figures into another set of symbols, so that there remained nothing for me with reference to a narrative in these chapters except to bring together the doubtful transcripts. I succeeded in finding 8 transcripts, and these were the following: the Book of the Reigns of the Kings of Persia translated by Ibn al-Makatha, the Book of the Reigns of the Kings of Persia translated by Muhammad ibn al-Jaham al-Barmak, the Book of the History of the Kings of Persia which was taken out of the treasury of the Caliph Mamun, the Book of the Reigns of the Kings of Persia which was translated by Zadiyah son of Shahuya of Isfahan, the Book of the Reigns of the Kings of Persia which was translated or compiled by Muhammad ibn al-Biram ibn Mutian of Isfahan, the Book of the Chronology of the Kings of Persia which was translated or compiled by Hashan ibn Qasim of Isfahan, the Book of the Chronology of the Kings of the Sasanian dynasty which was improved upon by Biram son of Mardin Shah, Mob of the district of Shaba in the country of Fars. And when I had collected together all these works, I compared one with the others and then acquired what was necessary for the writing of this chapter. Side note: incorrect translations from Pahlavi. And says Abu Mashar, the astronomer, the majority of their Iranian histories are interpolated and corrupt, and there is the corruption because they have come down from a great many years ago and because they have been translated from one writing into another, and from one tongue into another, and hence there have been mistakes of either excess or defect. And the Persians start their assertion from the book which was brought to them by Zaradusht, and which was called Avesta. This is the book of their religion. It alleges that there have elapsed since the reign of Qayamarth, the father of mankind, down to the reign of King Yazdijerd, 4,182 years, 10 months, and 19 days. Side note: corrupt texts and faulty translations. Says Musa ibn Isa al-Khusravi in his book, I saw the book which is called the Code-e-Nami, and which is the book which when it was translated from Persian into Arabic was entitled Kitab al-Muluk al-Fars. I carefully examined the copies of this book and looked through the narratives in them, and I found them in disagreement with each other so that I could not find even 2 copies which agreed with each other, and this was on account of the doubts in the minds of the translators who turned from one writing into another. Side note: Mob Biram the historian. And turning back to what I have related in the previous chapter as regards the chronology of the Persians, I relate what has been stated by Biram son of Mardanshah, Mob of the district of Shaba in the province of Fars. Says Biram the Mobed, I collected together a little over 20 copies of the book called Code-Nami, and I put together properly the chronology of the kings of Persia from the times of Qayamarth, the father of mankind, till the last days when the empire was transferred from them to the Arabs. Hamza describes the dress of the kings according to a book in which they were depicted just before their death. And he gives the buildings which each of them erected, especially the fire temples they established along with the villages on the produce of which they were to be maintained. Side note, Avesta. I have read in the book which has been translated from one of their books called Avesta. And so on. Hamza proceeds regarding the beginning of creation. Tabari. First Series, Volume 2, page 675. Side note, fire temples in India. It is related by historians versed in the antiquities of Arabia and Persia that Bishtazb, son of Lo-Harisp, when he assumed the crown, said, "Today we have become sovereign and we shall employ our thoughts, our action, and our knowledge for the acquisition of the good." And it is said that he built in Fars a city called Fasa, and he built fire temples in India, etc., and appointed herbs to the same. He assigned several dignities to 7 of his noblemen in his dominions, and appointed each of them to the charge of a district. Side note, the appearance of Zoroaster. Side note, Wars of Iran and Turan. Zaradush, son of Isfahan, appeared in the 30th year of his reign, and laid claim to apostleship and endeavored that his religion might be accepted by the king. The latter refused, and then Zaradush satisfied him. Upon which the king accepted his claim. And he brought to him a writing which he claimed was a revelation. And the said writing was inscribed on 12,000 cowhides, and they were embellished with gold, and Bishtazb deposited the same in a place in Istakar called Darbesht, and he appointed herbs in that connection. He prohibited the teaching of it to ordinary people. Here follows a passage which is not very clear regarding the difference that arose between the king of Iran and the king of the Turks relating to this new religion which Bishtazb had adopted. The name of the Turk sovereign is given as Kurzasaf. Now when the messenger arrived with the epistle to Bishtazb, there were gathered together the Albayt, 1, and the noblemen of the empire, including Jamasaf the wise, and Zarin son of Lo-Harisaf. Then Bishtazb wrote to the king of the Turks a strongly worded reply challenging him to a war and expressing his determination not to withdraw the step that he had taken, and saying that even if he refrained from fighting there would be all the people on both sides who would continue the struggle. On that day there were in the council of Bishtazb his brother Zarin, and Nastor son of Zarin, and Isfandiar and Bishotan, the sons of Bishtazb, and all the progeny of Lo-Harisp. On the side of Khorasaf there were Ju-Hormaz, and Huderman his brother, and the Albayt and Badarafsh, the magician. In the battle Zarin was killed, which was a heavy blow to Bishtazb, and a great booty was taken by his son Isfandiar, and Badaraf was killed, which was a calamity to the Turks. There was a huge slaughter, and Khorasaf fled. Thereupon Bishtazb returned to Balkh. Now when a number of years had passed after this war, a person called Karzam attacked Isfandiar. There was also an estrangement between Bishtazb and Isfandiar. Order was issued for his imprisonment in a castle in which there were ladies. Bishtazb then proceeded in the direction of Kerman and Sajistan, and proceeded towards a mountain called Tamdar. The various manuscripts write the word differently, and the editors have printed it without the diacritical marks so that it can be read in a variety of ways, for the purpose of teaching the religion and of spreading it there. And he left behind him his father Lo-Harisaf and the city of Balkh and the treasures and the properties along with the harem, including Qutuz, his queen, were also left with the old man. As the editor points out, Qutuz is the Hudiosa of Gosh Yas 26, and Ram Yas 36 too. Now this fact was conveyed by the spies to Khorasaf, and when he learned it he collected an innumerable army, and proceeded from his country towards Balkh, and Khorasaf thought that this was an opportunity of attacking Bishtazb and his country. Thus when he approached Takhun he sent forward Ju-Hormaz, his brother, with a large army, and directed him to continue his march till he reached the center of Bishtazb's country, and to invade it and attack the people and the cities. And this was done by Ju-Hormaz, who shed a large amount of blood and carried off incalculable booty. And Khorasaf followed him and set fire to the archives and slew Lo-Harisaf and the herbs and destroyed the fire temples, Bayat and Niran, and he took possession of the properties and the treasuries and took 2 of the daughters of Lo-Harisaf prisoner, and one of them was called Kume and the other Bazafra. This, of course, is according to Ferdowsi Bey Afred. He captured a great standard which was called Darafsh Kabian, and he pursued Bishtaz, who was fleeing from him. Footnote 1. Al-Bayt, or people of the house, is the Arabic equivalent of the Iranian Visputhra and was applied by Arabs to the superior Persian nobleman. Footnote 2. Here is evidence, on the one hand, that the Arab historians had Iranian histories at their disposal, and on the other, that the latter are still reflected in the Yash literature. The historian narrates how Isfandiar went into the heart of the kingdom of the Turk and reached his capital, which was called Des Ruin, and he proceeds to say, and being interpreted in Arabic it means the palace of copper. There is further reference to the canals and castles which we can trace to the Bundahesh. The struggle between Rustam and Isfandiar is also described. This is followed by a curious passage regarding Zoroaster. Dinawari. Page 26, Cairo edition. The Call of Zaradusht. Side note: Rustam and Isfandiar. And it is said that Zaradusht, the head of the Magians, came to Bishtaz the king and told him, I am the apostle of God to you, and gave him the book which the Magians possess. Then Bishtaz believed in him and accepted his religion, which is that of the Magians, and exhorted the people of his kingdom to the same, and they also accepted it nolens volens. And Rustam the Strong was at that time the governor of Sajistan and Khorasan, and he was powerful of body and possessed of great vigor. And when this happened it was reported to Kaikobad the king, this, about the admittance of Bishtaz into the Magian religion and his abandoning the religion of their forefathers. Kaikobad became exceedingly angry at this, and said that this was forsaking of the religion of their forefathers who had inherited it from one generation to another. Then the people of Sajistan were gathered together, and they war incited to destroy Bishtaz. And they revolted against him. Upon this Bishtaz called upon Isfandiar, who was the strongest man of his time, and said to him, O son, the kingdom will be entrusted to you. But the affairs will not improve except by killing Rustam, and you know his strength and vigor. But you are his match in power and prowess. So do you choose from the army whomever you like and then proceed against him. So Isfandiar selected 12,000 Persian knights from the forces of his father, and marched against Rustam. And Rustam proceeded towards him between the boundaries or Sajistan and Khorasan. Isfandiar suggested to Rustam that their armies should be excused from attacking each other, but that they too should engage in single combat, and that whoever killed the other should be held to be the victor. Rustam agreed to the proposal and the covenant. Then the two armies stood aside and the two warriors engaged in a duel. Now the Persians have a good deal to say in this matter, and that it was Rustam who killed Isfandiar, and that the latter's army returned to Bishtaz, and informed him of what had happened to his son Isfandiar. The king was overwhelmed with grief, fell ill, and died. And the kingdom came to the grandson Bahman, son of Isfandiar, and it is related that soon after Rustam returned to his residence in Sajistan, he died. 1. Footnote 1. Note that Dinawari had obviously before him Iranian traditional materials for his history. Dinawari treats of the following Iranian subjects in his clear and succinct fashion: the reign of Baywarasaf, Farisiab, Dahak, the end of the reign of Minashir and the beginning of the reign of Farisiab, the reign of Zab son of Budkan and Kaikohad Zab, the reign of Kaikowi son of Kaikobad, the reign of Kai Khosrow, the reign of Loarasf and the invasion of Bukht Nassar, the reign of Bishtaz bin Persia, the call of Zaradusht, the reign of Bahman ibn Isfandiar in Persia and the emancipation of the Jews, the reign of Kamani, Hume, the queen of Bahman, the reign of Dara ibn Bahman, the war of Dara with Greece, the reign of Darius, the origin of Alexander, the invasion of Alexander against Dara, the reign of Ardwan, 1 para, is devoted to the Malukuti Tawaf, and then regularly follow all the Sasanian kings beginning with Shahan Shah Ardashir. Ibn al-Athir. Volume 1, page 110, Cairo edition. Account of King Loharisp and his son Bishtaz and the appearance of Zaradusht. Side note: Zend and Pa Zend. And we have related that Kai Khosrow, when he was at the point of death, bequeathed the crown to the son of his uncle Loharisp, and when he acquired the sovereignty he got possession of the throne of gold adorned with jewels. For him was built in Khorasan the city of Balkh, which was called Husna, charming. He established archives and strengthened the empire by the selection of soldiers and by advancing agriculture. He took taxes for the purpose of wages for his soldiers. At that time the Turks were in great strength, and he went down to Balkh to fight them, and he was a favorite with his people and strong in overpowering his vigorous enemies, kind to his well-wishers, and of great intrepidity. He raised great buildings and cut a number of canals, built cities. The kings of India and China and the Occident used to pay tribute to him, and addressed him in their dispatches as their lord out of fear and respect for him. Subsequently he abdicated the empire and throne and engaged himself in devotion, appointing in succession to him his son Bishtazb to be king. And his reign endured for 120 years. After him Bishtazb became king, and in his days appeared Zaradush son of Sakiman, it should be Safiman, the difference being only that of Adat, who claimed to prophesy, and the Magians followed him. And according to what is stated by writers, Zaradush belonged to Palestine and was a personal servant to one of the disciples of Armia, the prophet. He was unfaithful to him, and told him a lie, so that God cursed him, and he was afflicted with leprosy, and went away to the country of Azerbaijan, and there started the religion of Magians. And it is also stated by others that he was a Persian, and that he composed a book, and went about with it in the world. But no one knew its meaning. And it was alleged that it was in a heavenly language and was called as such. It was entitled Ashta. This is clearly a misformation of Avesta. Then he left Azerbaijan and proceeded towards Fars. No one knew what was in the book, and no one accepted it. Then he went to India and produced it before the kings there. Next he went to China and Turkey. But no one acknowledged it, and he was driven out from their countries, and started for Fargana, whose king prepared to slay him, so that he fled from there and bent his steps towards Bishtazb son of Loharisp, who ordered his imprisonment, and he was consequently in captivity for a time. Now Zarathustra wrote a commentary on his book called the Zend, which means interpretation. Next he commented upon the Zend in a book called Bazan, that is, interpretation of interpretation, and therein are various sciences like astrology, astronomy, medicine, etc., with reference to the history of past ages, and the books of the prophets. And in his book is stated, "Adhere to what I have brought you till the time when there will come to you the man of the red camel," which means Muhammad the Prophet. This was at the beginning of the year 1600, and it was on this account that there has been enmity between the Magians and the Arabs, and it has been mentioned in the history of Sabah-ul Aktaf that this was one of the reasons justifying the raids on the Arabs. But God knows the best. Side note: the eternal fire. Side note: royal archives forbidden to the vulgar. Then Bishtazb caused Zarathustra to present himself before him, since he was in Balkh. And when he came to him, he commenced with his religion. Bishtazb admired it, followed it, and forced his people to embrace it, and slew a large number of them till the rest adopted it. But the Magians assert that he was by origin from Azerbaijan, and that he came to the king from the roof of his palace, and that there was in his hand a cube of fire with which he played without its injuring him, that whoever took it from his hand did so without hurting himself. He caused the king to follow him and to accept his creed. And he built fire temples in the country and lighted them with that fire. For it is stated that the fires which are in their fire temples are burning from that fire to this day. But they are telling an untruth, since the fire of the Magians was extinguished in all their temples when God sent Muhammad down as his apostle, as we shall describe, God willing, in the sequel, as well as the appearance of Zarathustra after 30 years of the reign of Bishtazb. And Zarathustra brought a writing which is alleged to be revelation from God and is inscribed on 12,000 cow hides inlaid with gold. Bishtazb deposited them in a place in Istakar and forbade the teaching of Thorn to the vulgar. Masudi. Kitab at-Tambi. Side note: the Kohen Nami and the Ain Nami. The Persians have a book called the Kohen Nami, in which are mentioned all the officers of the Persian monarch, amounting to 600 and classed according to their respective ranks. This book formed part of the Ain Nami. 1. The meaning of Ain Nami is the Book of Regulations. It is a book containing several thousands of leaves, and no one can find a copy of it anywhere except among the Mobs and others invested with authority. The Mob of the Persians at the moment of writing this history, that is in the year 364, for the country of Jabal in Iraq and for the countries of Ajam, is Ahmed son of Ashwahisht. Before him these countries had for their Moab Isfandiar, son of Aderbad, son of Enid, who was killed by Radi at Baghdad in 325. Footnote 1. A remarkable passage from this Pahlavi treatise has been embodied in a close Arabic version in Ibn Qutayha's Yuyan al-Akbar. The credit of discovering and translating this unique passage into a European language belongs to M.K. Inostrantsev. I have seen in the city of Istakar in Fars in the year 303 in the house of a high noble Persian, a large book in which were set out along with the descriptions of several sciences the histories of the kings of Persia, their reigns and the monuments which they had erected, fragments which I have not been able to find anywhere else in Persian books, either in the Kodai Nami, nor in the Ain Nami nor in the Koan Nami, or anywhere else. Side note: portrait of Sasanian kings taken just before their demise. Side note: Persian Imperial Archives, translation into Arabic. In this book were pictures of the kings of Persia belonging to the house of Sazan, 27 in number, 25 men and 2 women. Each of them was represented as at the moment of death, whether old or young, with the royal ornaments, with the tiara, hair, beard, and all the features of his face. This dynasty reigned over the country for 433 years 1 month and 7 days. When one of these kings died, his portrait was painted, and it was deposited in the treasury in order that the living princes may know the features of the dead kings. The representation of every king who was painted as a warrior was in a standing posture. That of every king who was occupied with government affairs was in the sitting posture. To it was joined the biography of each of them, detailing his public and private life together with the important events and facts concerning the most interesting incidents of his reign. The book which I saw was redacted according to the documents found in the treasuries of the kings of Persia, and it was completed in the middle of the 2nd Jamada of the year 113. It was translated for Hisham son of Abdul Malik son of Marwan from Persian into Arabic. The first of the kings of this dynasty whom one sees there is Ardeshir. The distinctive color in his portrait was of a brilliant red. His trousers were of sky blue, and the mitre was green on gold. He held a lance in the hand, and he was standing. The last was that of Yezdijerd, son of Shahriyar, son of Kesra Abars. His distinctive color was green. His trousers were sky blue, and his mitre vermilion. He held in his hand a lance and rested the other hand on his saber. This painting was made with Persian colors which are no longer to be found nowadays, and of gold and silver dissolved and of pulverized copper. The leaves of the book were of a purple color and of a marvelous tint. It was so beautiful and prepared with such care that I do not know whether it was paper or whether it was thin parchment. Page 250. Which stands for Pahlavi and not modern Persian. Side note: Zoroaster, Avesta, and Avesta script. Zaradusht brought to the king the book of Avesta, the name of which in Arabic has received a final kaf and has thus become Abstak. The number of chapters of book is 21, each chapter comprising 200 leaves. In this book we find a total of 60 vowels and consonants, each with a distinct character. Some of these characters are found elsewhere, and others have fallen into desuetude. For this script is not confined to the language of the Avesta. Side note: extent of Avesta. Side note: Persian translation of Avesta. Side note: contents of Avesta. Zoroaster invented this writing which the Magians have called Sindabare, that is to say, the sacred writing. He incised his writing into 12,000 cow skins and filled it with gold. It was in the ancient language of Persia, of which no one has any knowledge today. Only a few portions of its chapters have been translated into the modern Persian. It is this Persian translation which they have in their hands when they say their prayers. The translation contains fragments like the Ashtad, the Chitrasht, the Abin Yasht, the Hadakt, and other chapters. In the Chitrasht are found the recitals of the origin and the end of the world. Hadakt comprises exhortations. Side note: commentaries on Avesta. Zoroaster composed the commentary on the Avesta which he called the Zend, and which in the eyes of his followers was revealed to him by God. He subsequently translated it from Pahlavi into Persian. Zoroaster, further, prepared a commentary on the Zend and called it Bazend. Side note: their destruction. The modes and the herbs learned in the science of religion commented in their turn on this commentary, and their work was called the Baradei, and by others, the Akrada. After he had conquered the Persian Empire and put to death Dara son of Dara, Alexander burnt them. Sidenote: Synopsis of Zoroastrian beliefs. Besides the two modes of writing which they owed to Zoroaster, the Persians have 5 other methods, in many of which nabation words have been introduced. We have explained all these in our books already cited, with quotations of portions regarding the miracles of Zoroaster, the marks and the proof of his revelation, the belief in the 5 eternal principles which are Ormuzd or God, Ahriman which is the same as Satan, the wicked, Ka or time, J or space, Homa or the good spirituous liquor, the grounds on which they support these doctrines, the reasons why they render homage to the 2 luminaries and to other heavenly lights, the distinction which they make between fire and light, their discourses regarding the origin of the human species, on Mashia son of Gaimert, and Mashiana his daughter, and how the Persians traced their genealogies back to these 2 personages, and finally, other things connected with the exercise of their religion, the practice of their cult, and the various places where they have established their fire sanctuaries. Sidenote: Confutation of prejudiced Moslem theologians. Certain Muslim theologians and authors of books on various sects, and several authors who have set before them the task at different times of refuting Zoroastrianism, have alleged that it is believed in their religion that from the reflection of God on himself has issued an evil spirit, or the devil, and that God, indulgent towards him, has accorded him a certain time during which to tempt mankind. These authors further cite as appertaining to this religion propositions which the Magians themselves have always rejected. I believe that they must have heard these particulars from ordinary people, and that they have recorded them as the authentic expression of the followers of the religion of Zoroaster. 1. Footnote 1. Our celebrated Arab polyhistor not only does not malign the faith of Zoroaster, but proceeds to confute his prejudiced co-religionists who pretended to refute the old faith of Iran. Shahrastani. Kitab al-Milo Valnihal. Page 112, Bombay edition. Compare also page 83 of the Egyptian edition on the margin of Ibn Hazm. The Magians. These people believe in 2 principles, as we have already stated, only that the original Magians were of the belief that it was not possible that there should be 2 principles eternal and without beginning, but that the light was without beginning and darkness was only produced, and they were of different views as regards the origin of its rise, whether it arose from light, since light cannot bring something that was partly evil. How then could the principle of evil, or anything else, arise, since there was nothing at first which participated with light in its production and in its being eternal? Here the error of the Magians becomes apparent. They also assert that the first of persons was Qayamarth, though they sometimes say that he was Zarwin the Great, and that the last of the prophets was Zaradusht. The Qayamarthia assert that Qayamarth was Adam. Qayamarth appears as Adam in the histories of India and Persia. But all the histories are against this. 1. Footnote 1. I have constantly referred to Harbrucker's German translation and to the German passages cited by Gadiel in the Drisseller volume, which was very kindly presented to me by our Professor A.V.W. Jackson. Gadiel has omitted the sections regarding the Qayamarthia, the Zaradushtia. These are the followers of Zaradusht, son of Butashab, who appeared in the time of Bishtazb, son of Lorasb, the king. His father came from Azerbaijan, and his mother from Ray, and her name was Daud. They assert that they had prophets and kings, and that they had Qayamarth, who was the first king on the earth, and that his residence was at Istakar, that after him came Hoshinj, son of Farawal, who descended on India. After him came his son Jam, the king. Then followed prophets and kings, among whom was Minakher. He proceeded to Babel and settled there, and it is related that Musa, may peace be on him, appeared in his time. Things continued like this till the sovereignty came to Bishtazb, son of Lorasb. In his time appeared Zaradusht al-Hakim, or the Wise. Sidenote: Miracles of Zoroaster. Sidenote: Essence of his teachings. Sidenote: His cosmogony. Then the child, Zaradusht, laughed a great laugh which was noticed by all those present, and people contrived so as to put Zaradusht in the way of cattle and the way of horses and in the way of wolves. But each of them stood up to protect him from its own kind. After he had attained to an age of 30, God sent him as his prophet and apostle to his creation, and he turned himself with his calling to King Bishtazb, and the latter accepted his creed. His creed consisted in the reverence of God and the non-reverence of Satan, in the obedience to good and in the prohibition of the evil, and in abstaining from unclean things. He said that light and darkness were two original principles which opposed each other antagonistically, and so were Yazdan and Ahriman, and that both were the beginning of the created things in the world. That the composition of it was the product of the commingling, and that the variety of forms were given rise to by means of the various unions, but that God was the creator of light and darkness, and of both the prime origins. He was one without a companion, without an opponent, and without anyone who was his like, and that it was not possible to trace to him the existence of darkness in the way in which the Zarwanites trace it, but that good and evil, pure and impure, holy and unholy, were brought forth only by the commingling of light and darkness, and had not the two foregathered, the world would not have come into existence. They were pitched each against the other, and they fight each other till light shall overcome darkness, and good evil. And then the good will be liberated and come to its own, and the evil will be hurled down to its own world, and that will be the cause of the emancipation. God, the Almighty, however, has in His wisdom compounded and commingled them. Sometimes they make out that light is the original principle and express themselves thus: the existence of light is a real existence. Darkness, however, is only a consequence, like the shadow of a person. It was alleged that darkness was a thing produced though not created in reality, and that God had produced light and that darkness had come out as a consequence, because contrast was a matter of necessity in existence. Hence the existence of darkness was also essential. And thus it had become a thing created, although not as in the first view, as brought out with reference to a man's shadow. Side note: Zendaveta. He, Zaradusht, also had composed a book about which people said that it was revealed to him, namely, the Zendavesta, which divides the world into two parts, Meno or the spiritual and Gedi or the corporeal, that is to say, into spiritual and corporeal worlds, or in other words, into mental and physical. And just as the creation is divided into two worlds, so according to him, all that was in the world was again divided into two, namely, Bakshis. Harbrucker translates Bakshis by nade or favor, but the original Arabic expression is takdir, which means destiny, and kunish or deed, by which are meant predestination by God and human action. Side note: Zoroastrian ethics. Further, he discussed the duties relating to the religious law, and these have reference to the movements of man. He divided them into three parts: Manish, Gaish, and Kunish, meaning thereby belief, speech, and act, and these comprehended all the duties. When in this a man is wanting, he is out of obedience, and out of creed. But if he conducts himself in these three movements according to the standard of the law and the ordinance, he attains to the highest good. 1. Footnote 1. Here is an instance where the Arab philosopher and writer hands down to posterity the spirit of Zoroastrianism without prejudice and with precision. Side note: some miracles explained. The Zaradashtiya ascribed to Zaradusht a number of miracles, including that while Zaradusht was thrown into prison, the 4 feet of the horse of Bishtazb entered into its body. When he was set at liberty, the feet of the animal came out. Next, it is said that he happened to pass a blind man at Dinawar and to have told him, "Take the herb," which he described to him, "and press its juice into your eye and you will be able to see." This was done, and the blind man was restored to his sight. This, however, is to be attributed to his knowledge of the properties of the herb, and so it is in no wise a miracle. Here Gotthiel omits one section on the Caesania and the Bihafridia. 1. Footnote 1. The Bihafridia formed a heresy from Zoroastrianism in the time of the Moslems. The sect furnishes the strongest proof that there was no persecution worth the name in Persia at the time. Not only in those days were the Zoroastrians permitted to follow their own faith, but here is a curious pars from al-Biruni which proves that both the original Zoroastrians and the heresy were permitted to flourish side by side under the caliphs. When Abu Moslem came to Nishapur, the modes and herbs assembled before him, telling him that this man, the founder of the Bihafridi sect, had infected Islam as well as their own, Zoroastrian, religion. So he sent Abdallah to fetch him. He met him in the mountain at Badja and brought him before Abu Moslem to put him to death together with such of his followers as he could capture. His followers, called the Bihafridians, still keep the institutes of their founder, and strongly resemble the Zamzamis among the Magians. Shahrastani adds that they were the most hostile of God's creatures to the Zamzami Magians. The entire chapter on the Iranian sects in Shahrastani is worthy of careful and deep study. It explains the divergence between the prescriptions of the Vendidad and the practice of the bulk of the Iranians. The Vendidad was, it would appear, the authoritative scripture of one of the sects of Zoroastrianism. At any rate, it is not too extravagant to deduce from the careful studies of the Iranian religion by Arab writers that as the teachings of Sakya Muni developed into more Buddhisms than one, so there were several creeds with the common designation of Zoroastrianism. Side note: the dignity of Mobedan Mobed. The Magians and the followers of the two principles and the followers of Mani, and the other sects which are related to the Magians are known as the adherents of the Great Creed, or the Great Religion. All the kings of Persia were the followers of the religion of Ibrahim, subjects, and all those who belonged to the country among them during the reign of each of them followed the religion of their rulers. But these latter relied upon the chief of the ecclesiastics, Mobedan, the sage of sages, and the wisest of men, according to whose instructions the kings conducted themselves and without whose judgment they undertook nothing. To him they showed reverence such as is shown to the caliph of the time. Ibn Hazm. Kitab al-Fazl fil Milo wal Hawa wal Nahal. Page 112, Volume 1, Egyptian edition. As regards the Magians, they believed in the prophetship of Zaradasht. And as regards Zaradasht, it is said that the majority of Moslems believed in his prophetship. Side note: majority of Moslems believed in the prophetship of Zoroaster. And the Book of the Magians and their religious law were for a long time during their sovereignty in the possession of the Mobeds, and 23 Urbs. Each of the Urbs had a volume which was individual and separate. In it was associated none of the other Urbs, and no outsider had any concern with it. Subsequently, there was a break on account of Alexander setting fire to their books at the time when he invaded Dara, son of Dara, and they admit with unanimity that a portion of their scriptures to the extent of a third has perished. This has been mentioned by Bashir and Nazik and others of their men of learning. Side note: History of Zoroastrian Sacred Literature. And Magians compiled all the scriptures, ayat, regarding the miracles of Zoroaster, such as that of the brass which was spread over and melted on his chest, and which did not injure him, and the feet of the horse which had penetrated his belly, and which were drawn out by him, etc. Side note: Zoroastrians are Kitabis. And among those who assert that the Magians are Ahl Kitab are Ali ibn Talib and Kuzaifa, may God be pleased on these two, and Said bin al-Muzib and Karada and Abu Thor and the whole of the sect of the Zahirites. And we have set out the arguments of the validity of this statement in our book entitled The Isal in the chapters on Jihad, Ceremonial Slaughter, and Nikah. And therein is sufficiently proved the validity of the acceptance of jizya by the Prophet of God from them. For in the clear statement of the Koran in the last verses of the chapter of Burit, God has declared unlawful the acceptance of the jizya from non-Kitabis. Now, as regards the Magians, they admit that the books of theirs in which is incorporated their religion were destroyed by fire by Alexander when he slew Dara son of Dara, that more than 2/3 of them have perished, the remnants being less than 1/3, that their religious law was comprised in what has disappeared. Now, since this is the condition of their religion, then their claims are void altogether became of the disappearance of the majority of their books, since God does not held responsible any person with reference to anything that has not been entrusted to him. Side note: Zoroastrians' extant scriptures are corrupt. And among their books there is one entitled the Qudhay, to which they pay great reverence, in which it is related that King Anishirwan prohibited the teaching of their religion in any one of the cities except Ardashir, and the religion spread from Dachard. Before this time it was not taught anywhere except Istikar, and it was not proper for anyone to engage in its study except a special class of people. And of the books which remained after the conflagration by Alexander there were 23 volumes, and there were appointed 23 Urbs, 1 Urb for each volume. And no Urb transgressed upon the volume of another. And the Mobedan was the superintendent of the whole of those scriptures. Now whatever is in this condition has its contents altered and modified, and each of the transcripts is in this state. Hence they are corrupt, and do not deserve to be regarded as authentic. Thus, whatever is in their books cannot be held to be authentic except by reason of faith alone, since there are evident falsehoods in them, like the statement that their king mounted on Iblis and rode on him wherever he willed, that man in the beginning originated from a vegetable like grass called Sherelia, and the birth of Bairawin Siawash son of Kekawash, who built a city called Kangdes between the earth and the heaven and settled therein 80,000 men belonging to the people of family, that they are there to this day, and that when Biram Hamawan manifests himself on his bull to restore to them their sovereignty, that city will descend to earth, and will help him to restore their religion and empire. Says Abu Muhammad, may God be pleased with him. And every book in which is incorporated a falsehood is invalid and fictitious. It does not come from God. Thus there is corruption in the religion of the Magians just as there is in the religion of the Jews and the Christians to an equal degree. Ibn Hawkal. Ibn Hawkal has been edited in the Bibliotheca Geographorum Arabicarum by de Gush, but as the text is not available, the following excerpts from a translation of it made over a century ago by Sir William Ouseley will indicate its importance. He flourished in the middle of the 11th century. Side note: fire temples. There is not any district nor any town of Fars without a fire temple. These are held in high veneration. We shall hereafter minutely describe them. Also throughout Fars there are castles, one stronger than another. Side note: Nirang. There is not any district of this province, nor any without a fire temple. One near Shapur they call Kumbad Kosh. And in the religion of the Ghebers it is ordained that omnis fomina quae tempori gravidat is aut tempori menstruorum, fornicationum scu adulterium fecerit, pura non erit, donic ad pyrium, scu templum ignicolarum, accessorit, et, coram erbed, sacerdote, nuda ferit et urina vaci se lavrit. In the province of Fars, they have 3 languages: the Parsi, which they use in speaking one to another, though there may be some variations of dialects in different districts, yet it is in fact all the same, and they all understand the languages of each other, and none of their expressions or words are unintelligible. The Pahlavi language, which was formerly used in writings. This language now requires a commentary or explanatory treatise, and the Arabic language, which at present is used in the divans or royal courts of justice and revenue, etc. Side note: maritime commerce. As to the manners of the people in Fars, those who are the chief men and occupy the higher offices in the service of the sovereign are polite and courteous. They have fine palaces and are very hospitable. The people in general are kind and civil in their manners. The merchants are remarkably covetous and desirous of wealth. I have heard that there was a certain man of Siraj who had 40 years at sea, never leaving his ship during this time. Whenever he came to a port, he sent some of his people on shore to transact his commercial affairs, and when the business was finished, he sailed on to some other place. The inhabitants of Siraj devoted their whole time to commerce and merchandise. I myself saw at this place several persons who possessed 4,000 dinars, and there were some who had still more, and their clothes were those of laborers. Side note: Parsis in Fars. In Fars there are fire worshippers, Ghebers, and Christians, and some Jews. And the practices of the Ghebers, their fire temples, and their customs and ceremonies and Ghebrism or Magism, still continue among the people of Fars, and there are not in any country of Islam so many Ghebers as in the land of Fars. It has been their capital or residence. Like all other Arab authors, Ibn Hawkal mentions the celebrated men belonging to each of the provinces he describes. Among the celebrities of Fars are reckoned Hormuz, Ghebra, who in the time of Omar was taken by Abdullah ibn Omar and put to death, and Salman Farsi, who was one of the illustrious men. His piety is celebrated throughout the world. He sought the truth of religion in all quarters only to find it at Medina with the Prophet. In consequence of this, Salman became a true believer. Abdullah ibn Makafa also belonged to Fars. In the territory of Istakar is a great building with statuettes carved in stone, and there also are inscriptions and paintings. Appendix 8 Ibn Khaldun Biographical Dictionary translated by Daslain Vol. I. Dakin is a Persian word signifying both a farmer and a historian. It is generally used to designate a person of ancient Persian family possessing hereditary landed property. Page 77. Isbay Salah. This word signifies commander of the troops. Page 228. Katibs or writers were the persons employed in public offices. The directors, clerks, and secretaries in government service were all called katib. Side note: Noras in Baghdad. Caliph's Noras. This another name for Noras Casa, New Year's Day proper, in which it was customary to offer presents to the sovereign. This festival was held on the 6th day of the month of Farwardan, end of Marib. The old Persian custom of celebrating Noras existed at Baghdad under the Abbasid caliphs. See page 203 of this work. See also an anecdote of Ahmed ibn Yusuf al-Khatif in his Life of al-Mubarrad. Page 340. In the year 499 AK Sunkar was directed by the Sultan Muhammad to lay siege to Tikrit, which was then in the possession of Kaikabad ibn Hazarasp, about 1125. Page 227. Side note: Ibn Makafa. Ibn Khalikan has devoted 7 pages to the life of Ibn Makafa, who is called the Katib and was renowned for the elegance of his style. He was the author of admirable epistles. He was a native of Fars and a Magian. But he was led to the profession of Islam by the uncle of the two first Abbasid al-Safar and al-Mansur. He then became a secretary and was admitted into intimacy. It was related that Makafa went to Isa ibn Ali and said that he was persuaded of the truth of Islam, and wished to make a profession of that faith. Isa answered, "Let it be done in the presence of the leaders and chiefs of the people who come here tomorrow." On the evening of that very day he went to dine with Isa, and having sat down he began to eat and to mutter according to the custom of the Magian. "How?" said Isa. "He mutters like the Magian although resolved to embrace Islam?" To this Makafa replied, "I do not wish to pass a single night without some religion." The next morning he made to Isa his solemn profession of Islam. Notwithstanding the eminent merit of Makafa, he was suspected of infidelity, and Al-Jaiz states that his religious sincerity was doubted, page 431. Ibn Khalikan says, "It was Makafa who composed the book entitled Khalili Wadimna. But some state that he is not the author of the work which they say was in Pahlavi, and he translated it into Arabic, and put it in an elegant style. But the discourse at the beginning of the work is by him." Volume 2. Ahmed ibn Yusuf addressed to Al-Mamun a verse with the present of an embroidered robe on the day of Noras. Page 32. Al-Marzabani received his surname of Al-Marzabani because one of his ancestors bore the name of Al-Marzaban, a designation applied by Persians to great and powerful men only. This word signifies guardian of the frontier, as we learn from Ibn al-Jawaliki's work called Al-Muwarab. Page 68. A reference to the game of chess which originated in India, and the game of Nerd as invented by the Persian king Ardashir. We often come across names like Dayad din Abu Said Bahrain ibn al-Qaid, just as we have Paul Pakayam indicating the bearer of the name was originally Hindu but had adopted subsequently Christianity. Page 296. Side note: Nominal converts. Abiel Hassan Mihyar ibn Mirzaway, a native of Dadam and secretary for Persian language, was a fire worshipper, but afterwards adopted the Moslem faith. It is said that he made his profession to Sharif Ar-Rida, who was his professor, and under whom he made his poetical studies. It seems, however, the conversion of Mihyar was only nominal. Ibn Alathar al-Jazari says in his annals that one Ibn Buran said to him, "Mihyar, by becoming a Mussulman you have merely passed from one corner of hell to another." "How so?" said Mihyar. Ibn Buran replied, "Because you were formerly a fire worshipper and now you revile the companions of our blessed Prophet in your verses." Page 517. Ibn Khalikan adds that Mihyar and Mirzawaith are both Persian names. Their signification is unknown to me. Volume 3. Instances of hybrid compound names, the Iranian component being retained. Is ad-Din Kaikau son of Ghayath ad-Din Kaikasru? Page 487. Allah ad-Din Kaikabad. Page 489. Abu Mahfuz ibn Firas. Page 384. Abu Manzur al-Muzaffar ibn Abi Hussein Ardashir. Page 365. Abu Mansur Shahrdar ibn Shariya. Page 11. Sultan ad-Dawlath, Fanakrasru, which is no doubt equivalent to Pana Kurso. Page 278. The word Abna signifies sons. It was generally employed to designate persons one of whose parents was an Arab and the other of a foreign race. At the time of Muhammad and afterwards there was in Yemen a great number of Abna whose fathers were Persians and whose mothers were Arabs. Page 334. Dress of the Ulama. Page 273. Yahya ibn al-Munajim, whose real name was Aben Hazes, the son of Kad, the son of Mahavindad, the son of Farikdad, the son of Asad, the son of Mir, the son of Yezdijerd, the last of the Sasanian kings of Persia. Story of the Onagar with the inscription on its ear written by Baramgar and the Kufic character. Ibn Khalikan quotes Al-Khwarizmi's Mafati al-Ulam. Page 85. Side note: Old castles. Istakri refers to the castle of Jis in the district of Aragon, about which we have a more exhaustive notice by other writers. Here lived the Magians, says Istakri, and here also are to be found memorials of the past of Persia. The place is strongly fortified. The castle of Iraj is also strongly fortified. The fastnesses which cannot be subjugated are so many that it is not possible to detail them. Describing the city of Jur, Istakri says that it was built by Ardeshir. It is said that here water used to be collected as in a lake. The king had taken a vow to build a city and to erect a fire temple at the place where he had defeated his enemy. He had the place drained, and when it was dried he built the city of Jur on the site. The city in its extent is like Istakhr, Saba, and Darabgerd. It had mud walls and moats and many gates, the eastern one being called the Gate of Mir, the western the Gate of Bahram, the northern the Gate of Hormuz, and the southern the Gate of Ardeshir. In the center of the city is a building with a cupola built by Ardeshir. It is said that it is so high that it commands a view of the city and its surroundings. High at its top is a fire altar. 1. Page 56. Side note: Languages of Iran. In another portion of his book, Istakri describes the inhabitants as thin, with little growth of hair and of brown color. In the colder tracts, he continues, the people are of a taller stature with a thick growth of hair and very fair. They speak 3 languages, the Parsi, which everybody speaks and which is employed in their letters and their literature. The Magians who dwell among them use the Pahlavi in their writings, but it needs for a thorough understanding and explanation in Parsi, and Arabic, which is the language used in the correspondence of the Sultan, the government boards, the grandees and the emirs. Page 67. Footnote 1. This goes to confirm the hypothesis of Sir John Marshall that the curious structure with probably a fire altar at the top excavated by him at Taxila near Rawalpindi is a Zoroastrian Atashkada. Side note: Tardy converts. In the same place he makes mention of a numerous settlement of the Magians. Here are, he says, a goodly number of Magians in the neighborhood of Istakhr. There is a large stone building with carvings and pillars about which the Persians relate that it is the Mosque of Solomon, the son of David, and that it is the work of genii. In bulk it is comparable to the buildings in Syria and Egypt. In the neighborhood of Saba is a mountain on which the representations of all the kings, governors, servitors of temples and grand mobs who were celebrated in the times of the Persian monarchy are to be found. On the pedestals of these figures are engraved the events in connection with and the deeds of these personages. Describing the Karen Mountains, Istakri says, the mountainous region is inaccessible and the inhabitants hold commerce with no one outside. During the Umayyad period they persisted in their adherence to Zoroastrianism, and they could not be subjugated, and were worse than the inhabitants of the Kaz mountain. But when the Abbasids came to power they embraced Islam. These Magians were extraordinarily brave. Yaqub and Amr, the sons of Leith, commenced their rule and power here and drew their supporters from these hills. Mokan, says Istakri, contains many villages which are inhabited by the Magians. Page 71. Mesopotamia and Persia in the 14th century. In the Nuzhat al-Kalub of Hamdallah Mustafi. By G. Lestrange. The following fire temples are mentioned. At transcriber's note, word unreadable, there was an ancient fire temple called Ardahish. Page 56. A dragon was slain by King Kaikaushro, who then built on the spot a fire temple afterwards known as Der Kushid. Page 69. Tershid was the chief city of the Kohistan province, and near it was the village Kishwas, famous for the great cypress trees planted by Zoroaster, as related by Firdausi in the Shah-Nami, Turner, 1. Makar Volume 4, line 1061. Near Tushais were 4 famous castles, one of which was called Arhush-Gah, or the Fire Temple. Page 80. Herat was watered by the canals of the river Hari-Rud. It had a famous castle called Sham-Iram, built over the ruins of an ancient fire temple on a mountain 2 leagues distant from the city. Mustafi adds a long account of the town, its markets and its shrines, giving the names of the various canals derived from the Hari-Rud. Page 85. Al-Muqaddasi. Bibliotheca Indica. Side note: Zoroastrians are treated like Jews and Christians. The religious bodies which enjoy rights of subjects under the protection of law are 4: the Jews, the Christians, the Magus, and the Sabaya. Pages 67 to 69. Side note: Noras and Mihrjan. The worshippers of idols in Sind are not of the Dhimma, nor those under the protection of Islam. It is on this account that they are exempted from the poll tax. The Magus are counted with the Dhimma, for Omar ordered them to be treated in the same way as the people of the book, the Jews and Christians. The fact that we call the followers of one and the same code of doctrines by 2 names, one of praise and one of blame, does not arise from eulogizing or reviling on our part. Our object is merely to shew what others think of any sect, and by what names they call them. Page 7. The Alibi. Edited and translated by H. Zotenberg. And Biram was matchless among kings, perfect in manners and facile of tongue. For he used to converse on the days of public assemblies and courtly meetings in Arabic, and in matters of receiving petitions and granting of the gifts in Persian, and when giving public audiences he used the Dari language, and when playing polo he used Pahlavi, and Turkish while at war, and when out hunting the language of Zabulistan, and in legal matters Hebrew, in questions of medicine the Indian language, in astronomy the language of the Greeks, and while on voyage he used the Nabatian language, and while speaking with women he used the speech of Herat. Page 555. That the Alibi knew the correct distinction between Pahlavi and Persian can be seen from the fact that he says at page 633 of his history with reference to the book of Khalili wa Dimna as follows: When Brazuya arrived at the court, and presented himself before Anushirwan, he recounted to him what had happened to him, and announced to him as a happy event that he was in possession of the book. Then he made a present of it to the king. Anushirwan was charmed with it, and he gave the order to translate the book into Pahlavi. Brazuya requested and got from the king the permission to place at the head of the first chapter the king's name, and a notice of his life. And the book remained carefully guarded with the kings of Persia until Ibn Muqaffa translated it into Arabic, and Radaki at the command of Amir Nasr ibn Ahmad turned it into Persian verse. Reference to Kitab al-Ain. Page 14. Reference to the murder and burial of the last Sasanian king, page 748.